Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. Okay, he can hear me. So, Justin can hear me. Hello. All right. We got audio, we got visuals. I'm told we've got a connection coming up after me. All right. So glad to see you all. This is very exciting. So welcome to ETH Proofs Day. Raise your hand if you've been to an ETH Proofs call. All right, a bunch of people. Okay, so we hope today is going to be a lot like an ETH Proofs call. We're going to speed run through a lot of topics. We got 24 things to go through, lectures, panel discussions, so on and so forth. Hope there's going to be a lot of alpha, a lot of announcements, new benchmarks, and a lot of opportunities for Q&A. Hopefully everyone's getting a t-shirt or has gotten a t-shirt or attempted to get a t-shirt. You should also have an opportunity for some lunch, some coffee, because we're going to have to keep you fed. We've got 10 lightning talks, 7 keynotes, 3 spicy panels, 1 demo. If you're ever lost in terms of like what's up next, go to ethproofs.day. It's the first website I ever shipped. I'm very proud of it. We've got 10 teams that are presenting, or representatives from 10 teams, and 7 teams from the EF that are represented today. So who am I? I'm Will Corcoran. I'm a research coordinator at the Ethereum Foundation. And before I started in the fast-paced world of open source, crypto-economically secured distributed protocol research coordination, I was an architect. This is one of the last buildings that I designed, or worked on. I was the project manager. It's a co-located Chicago Public Library branch and Chicago Public Housing. I think it's pretty cool. It's a very, very challenging project to have done. And the reason why I mention it is because based off of the constraints that we had in front of us, the site, the schedule, the budget, the tenants that we were trying to find a home for, the long-term sustainability of the project, the only way it was able to happen was through a public-private partnership, which is very much how I view this race towards real-time proving of Ethereum L1 execution layer blocks. It's a public-private partnership. And the reason why it's so important is because the potential benefits are massive. We've got an opportunity to significantly increase the transaction throughput without sacrificing on decentralization or security. And we're just, in my opinion, like entering phase 0. So this is going to be a long process, and it's going to require a lot of teamwork and a strong sort of sense of purpose to be able to accomplish it, which I really, really feel today, and I've felt very much for the last several months. So this public-private partnership, in my opinion, like the reason why they're so important is because you rely on the dynamism of the private market to be able to do things that large institutions sort of like a large agency isn't able to do, isn't able to be as nimble. But then you also need the public entity to be able to think out the box, be collaborative, and help usher things along and connect dots to remove blockers for that private institution, or private entities. So in our case, it really begins and ends with all of these amazing ZKVM teams that just keep blowing out new benchmarks and shipping new technology. And we've got 8 of them on ETH proofs right now. There's, I think, 9 or 10 that are going to be on the stage today. But then there's a whole fleet of others that are at different stages of development that we've been tracking, and we're also in conversations with. I think I've got like 45 Telegram channels with different ZKVM teams. The other side of that private dynamism comes from the prover side. So these are the teams that are excelling at DevOps, hardware acceleration, orchestration, and really making all those ZKVMs dance and are submitting these real-time proofs. So these provers come in all shapes and sizes. We're really interested in these sort of multi-GPU clusters that are, we call them like not at home, but at garage or at office proving. Could be at home someday. There's also larger entities, prover networks, which we'll hear from a couple on the final panel today. And then all the ZKVM teams are also like have their hands dirty. They're running they're dogfooding their own software and submitting proofs and learning a lot about the whole process through those iterations. So on the public side, and I'll kind of use that term loosely to describe the EF and the research efforts that are going on. First and foremost, you've got the ZKVM team, really just like setting the tone in terms of what is going to be an acceptable framework for real-time proving, and always make sure that we land on or we trend in a direction that's consistent with Ethereum values of decentralization and security, and have everything done in a very like provable way that can be reproduced. You also have the cryptography team. These are the people that are looking at all of the foundational cryptographic primitives, the proof systems, and really sort of making sure that we're building on a foundation of soundness. You also have the protocol snarkification team, which the sort of primary effort that they've been championing is the formal verification effort. So really making sure that everything that gets specified and audited, is what you see is what you get. You also have the robust incentives group. So Julian from RIG is going to be moderating the final panel today. And so as we are looking at prover dynamics and prover business models, I think that we want to make sure that we have a clear sense of the incentive structures, and so that there's no centralizing vector that comes out of the prover activities. And so the new kid on the block is the 5th team that I would add to this. So this is ETH proofs. Just recently announced as a team, Farah's team lead, been doing an amazing job, and really kind of consider this as this interface between public and private research and industry. And it's also this kind of mimetic wrapper. That's usually where I come in to try to help with strengthening community and making sure that like all of these individual efforts and visions are move forward in a coherent, aligned manner. So quickly about ETH proofs, launched January 28th of last year. The Ethereum.org team did an amazing job with standing up the first minimal viable product and rolled that out. When I came on board, I was really focused on driving community, and we've hosted several community calls, 6 in total. And each one of these calls usually gets about 250 participants. A lot of exciting information comes out of those. Right now on ETH proofs, you can see, if you go to the website, we've got 13 teams, 8 ZKVM teams, 21 clusters, and we've out of those clusters, we've had about 1 million proofs submitted to ETH proofs in less than a year. Since January 1st to today, when you're just looking at a single 4090 proof, we asked provers to submit 1 block for every 1 proof for every 100 Ethereum blocks. On that metric, we've seen latency go from 16 minutes to 26 seconds at the highest point for a single GPU submitting that proof. the cost of that has also gone from $1.69 to fractions of a penny. We also have in-browser verification. We've got Telegram bots. We are in the DMs of all the teams, letting them know the stability of us receiving the proofs, so that we can like sort of keep an eye on this top of funnel and track the many, while the researchers really kind of track all of the very detailed use cases. We've introduced some countdowns. Shout out L2Beat. We're really trying to drive everything towards reproducibility, open source. I think that we're making great strides with that. We've been really strengthening the API. We shipped a public product requirement doc and roadmap. If you go to ETHProof's GitHub repo, you can find that in the PM repo. We just did a really great collaboration with client-side proving. You can see that dashboard now on the full V3 refactor that just shipped. Again, welcoming a new team lead in Farah. And if you liked ETHProof's Day, you're going to love Beats Med. So we've got 3 events coming up in Cannes. I just want to plug real quick. I'll be having the QR codes up later on. We're going to have one that really focuses on ETHProofs and lean execution. We call that Beast Mode. And then we're also doing a similar effort with advancing lean consensus with our PQ interop. Some of those teams are here. We're going to have Fort Mode for that, and a little hacker house running 2 days, which we're calling Villa Lean. So when you get a chance, try to sign up. So we're going to start off. First, we've got this demo that we've been talking about, and then we've got a panel, and then 2 keynotes from key EF researchers. So I think we'll throw it to the shared screen if we can do that now. All right. Hey, Justin, can you see and hear me?
Yes. Hi, guys.
All right.
I can hear you. Okay, great. Welcome, everyone, to the ETHProofs Day demo. And I want to give a massive thanks to Will, who has worked extremely hard on today's event and is just generally shipping so many great things. So today is a bit of a special day. It's new territory that we'll be stepping onto. It's a small step for my validator node and a giant leap for Ethereum L1. So today's presentation will be split into 3 parts. First of all, I'd like to share a little of context about what is happening, and then jump into the live demo, and then finally say thanks and give kudos to many of the teams that were critical for the success of this demo. Okay, so if you zoom out, we're entering a new paradigm where we're moving from execution proofs to, execution clients to execution proofs. Execution clients are extremely heavy pieces of infrastructure that have to re-download every single transaction and replay them, and requires gigabytes of RAM, terabytes of disk, very sophisticated SSDs called NVMe drives, as well as many CPU cores. With execution proofs, we have a much more lightweight setup where you don't even need to download the proofs. It suffices to do data availability sampling, and you also don't need to re-execute the proofs. So this is my home setup. I'm actually giving the talk on my staking laptop, which is an old MacBook Air. I have a consensus node, which is running Lighthouse. I have an execution client running Geth. And I also have 2 other clients, what's called a validator client, which is also Lighthouse, and a sequencing client. Here I'm running an alternative to MevBoost called Commit Boost, which I really like. Now, the three of the clients here are very scalable in the sense that when you increase the gas limit, they won't break a sweat, and they'll be able to handle the throughput. But we have one strandler here, which is the execution client, which is a massive bottleneck towards the gigagas frontier. So the hope here is to remove the execution layer clients and replace them by execution proofs, thereby also removing the bottleneck. Hence the title of this slide, Dev Disconnect. And what I'll be focusing on in the demo today with the terminal logs is these two portions here, the two Lighthouse clients, both the beacon node and the validator client. So what we did for this demo is that we started with Lighthouse and we made it ZK. What exactly does this mean? It means that we added a new flag, -- execution proofs, which when you put on your command line will listen to a new gossip channel, also called execution proofs, and we'll be listening for ZKVM proofs and using those as our source of truth. And I'd like to say thanks to Kev, who has drafted the initial version of ZK Lighthouse, Dapline, who reviewed Kev's work, and Farah, who finished the end-to-end demo based on ZK Lighthouse. So today we're going to have 7 different proving clusters, proving every single block, and that's across 4 different ZKVMs. 5 different ZKVMs, sorry. We have 4 here, Airbender, OpenVM, Pico, SP1 Hypercube, and we have another ZKVM called ZISK, which is being proven not only by the corresponding team in Spain, but also by an independent prover here called ZK Cloud. And what these proving clusters have is that they have different sizes. So the number on the left here represents the number of machines that the clusters have, and the number on the right here represents the number of GPUs. So there's a wide range of number of GPUs. Airbender, for example, has 2 GPUs, and OpenVM, for example, has 32 GPUs. Now, when I was thinking of doing this demo, I didn't think we would have 7 different proving clusters. I thought we have 3, maybe 4. So this is really an excellent outcome. And not only that, 3 of the clusters are using 16 GPUs or less, and therefore are under the 10 kilowatt target that we set ourselves. So congratulations to Airbender, SP1, Hypercube, and ZISK for reaching that target. And I believe that OpenVM and Pico will reach it very, very soon, possibly next week, maybe next month. We'll see. So what these proving clusters are doing is that they're submitting as quickly as possible proofs of L1 mainnet EVM blocks onto eProofs. Those proofs get forwarded to a gossiping node. The proofs then get gossiped to this new subnet in purple. And then in yellow is my home validator node running, again, a modified version of Lighthouse and using the ZKVM proofs as the source of truth. Okay, let's try the demo. Let's see if it works. It's not completely production grade, so I don't recommend you to try this at home unless you want to be an early adopter, in which case do DM me or Farah and we'll try and get you hooked up. So I just want to briefly tell you what I'm about to show you. So I'm going to load eveproofs.org and show you all of the beautiful ZKVM diversity that we have. I'm going to be showing you my beacon node, which is running right now on this computer, the validator client, which is also running right now on this computer. I'll be switching to Beacon Chain, which is a block explorer for validators. And then I'll be showing you the beacon node again, but this time showing you the boot up phase. Okay, let's move to eveproofs.org. Okay, so just going to reload the page real quick. This is a new landing page that we have for eveproofs. So here we have a slot number 895, and you can see the proofs are gradually during the slot being downloaded and verified. ZK-Sync Airbender is only shown as proved, not verified, because we haven't yet integrated the verifier, but that will be fixed shortly. And so, yeah, it's a really fun page, which is super dynamic, and I recommend you have a look. Okay, next up, what do we have? we have the beacon node. So this is the my beacon node. We have some new ETH proof logs. So I hope the font is not too small, but basically we're downloading a bunch of proofs, and let's search for this keyword verification. So when we receive a proof, we have verification started. When we've verified the proof, we have verification completed. So here in this case, we have a ZISK proof from a ZK cloud. It came for slot 957. And we received it at millisecond 550, verified at millisecond 568. So it took 18 milliseconds to verify on my laptop. And if we search for the slot number here, you can see that for this specific slot, I've received multiple proofs. And there's a very important message here, which says minimum required execution proofs received. So in order for a block to be considered valid by my beacon node, I need to have 3 ZKVM proofs downloaded. And so in this case here, I have proofs for proof IDs 7, 6, and 5, which corresponds to Pico, ZISK, and ZISK from ZK Cloud. And as soon as we receive that, the block is again considered valid. And another thing worth highlighting is that as soon as a proof is accepted, meaning that the proof has been verified, it is then gossiped to all of the other peers. So this is a peer-to-peer gossip network for these various proofs. And then one final thing that I wanted to show you real quick is that we have these synced messages, which are exactly the same as a normal beacon node with one exception here, which is the block is shown as empty. And the reason here is that this is the head block, and it's not being validated in real time. There's a little bit of a delay in order to receive the proofs. It's roughly a 1 slot delay. And so the verified head is empty here. And that's going to be important later. Okay, let's hop onto the validator client. So here, not much is happening. We have info log telling me that my validators are active and I'm connected to the beacon nodes, and I'm successfully publishing attestations, which is exactly what we want. Now, let me move on to beacon chain. So this is my validator, and one thing I wanted to show you here is the different attestations that I've been making recently. So here, if we look at the latest attestation, I have the correct. I got rewards for the source, the target, but not the head vote. I don't know if you can see it says 0 Gwei there. And this is to be expected because I'm publishing attestations late because I'm waiting for the ZKVM proofs, and I'm getting penalized because I'm not getting this timeliness reward for voting on the head immediately. So right now what I'm doing is a little bit of irrational behavior. Even though there's, I guess, 2 things to say. The first one is that this will be fixed with delayed execution. And 2, I can run on much lower cost hardware. And so since I only have 1 validator, it might actually be rational for me to lose a little bit of rewards for the head vote, but make it up on the hardware. Okay, let's see what we have next. Yeah, I wanted to show you that my beacon score is pretty terrible in the last 30 days. And part of the reason is that we've been doing a lot of testing in the last couple of weeks, and I've had a lot of downtime. Okay, now one final thing that I wanted to show you is the beacon node boot up. So here we have the various flags that I'm using. I'm specifying a specific boot node and a trusted peer ID. So this is all networking stuff. And the reason is that right now there's only 2 nodes in the peer-to-peer network that are understanding the proofs. And so they need to be directly paired, which is what this is all about. I have the staking flag because I'm staking. And I also have the execution proofs flag for which is new. for this demo. And when you load things, you'll see that there's an info log here which says we're running with execution proofs, meaning that no EL is needed for proof verification. And shortly we should be seeing here that I'm subscribed to a new topic. So this is an info log saying which topics I'm subscribed to. And here, if you can see it, we have a new topic called execution proofs. So that's it for the demo today. It seemed to have worked great. And you see already we're receiving proofs and verifying them locally on my computer. Okay, back to the presentation. So I just want to wrap this up by saying, congratulations to many of the teams. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all of the teams that have integrated with ETH-Proof. So we have 13 different teams, and we're expecting 2 more, Sino and Jolt, to integrate this year. It's pretty amazing that the ETH-Proof project is less than 10 months old, and it's been such a success so far. There's a few teams that didn't participate in the demo, but I do want to give them a shout out. So for example, Powder is working on these really cool auto precompiles, and Zyren is the only team that has decided to experiment with something other than RISC-V. So they've gone with MIPS, which is a great data point to have. And I also want to give a shout out to some of our independent provers, Fermat, Sisig, Marlin, Snarkify, and Zilkworm. And Zilkworm in particular is doing something interesting because they're trying a different so-called guest program, specifically EVM1, as an alternative to REVM and Ref. Okay, so in terms of those who did participate in the demo, we have SP1 Hypercube. It's really amazing that they reached the 10 kilowatt goal. They're also going to make the GPU accelerator source available very, very soon. And one thing which I only learned recently is that they've made a big effort on formal verification and have formally verified a very large subset of the circuits, which is something that many other teams will have to do and follow their lead. We also have the Pico ZKVM by Brevis. 2 things that I wanted to highlight is that they will very, very soon be running on 16 GPUs as well. It was a little bit unfortunate that they were receiving their hardware a little bit too late, and they will also be open sourcing their GPU extremely soon. So shout out to Succinct and Pico. We also have OpenVM that gets bonus points for being fully MIT and Apache 2.0 open source and for being post-quantum. And we have the Airbender team that has done a couple of interesting things. The first one is that they have a completely from scratch guest program called ZK Sync OS. So the only team currently, the one of 2 teams that are not using REVM alongside Zilkworm. And by having this new implementation, they've managed to get the proving of every single Ethereum block on just 2 GPUs, which is really, really impressive and really portends very well for the future, because a lot of the other teams will be able to learn from the tricks that they have up their sleeve. And then finally, we have ZISK, which has the most bonus points. So massive congrats to the ZISK team. They're fully open source. They're targeting 128 bits of security. Their proof sizes are under 300 kilobytes. They're post-quantum. They've reached the 10 kilowatt power draw goal, and they've also built their own on-prem cluster. So over the course of a couple of weeks, they built this cluster, which seems to be in a small kind of room in some sort of a basement somewhere. The whole setup cost them less than $100,000, and they have 16 GPUs, 1 GPU per machine there. So this is a really, really cool outcome congratulations to the ZISK team as well. And this is my final slide. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. First of all, highlighting that we have this new team, as Will said, with Farah leading. Farah has only been with us for 3 weeks, but she's already made herself essential to the GigaGas effort. And we're looking to hire a GigaGas champion that would be someone who is extremely technical, but also has the social chops to make some sort of a social intervention to try and convince as many people that this is indeed the future and have everyone rowing in the same direction. So feel free to email us, gigagas@ethereum.org. That's it. Thank you so much. Just prove it.
Yeah. Hey, congrats to everyone. So I forgot to plug the QR code here for Q&A. If anyone has questions, we've got 5 minutes set aside here. That will go to the Meerkat, and we can ask Justin a couple questions if there's anything that is on the top of your mind. So we just received the first question. Justin, you still able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. The question is, why the push for proving on consumer hardware? Shouldn't the emphasis be on fast verification and let block builders run fancy proving hardware?
Yeah, so we absolutely need the fast verification, and that's something that the snarks give us. I showed in the logs, verification on the order of 18 milliseconds. This is actually quite unoptimized, and I expect it to be single-digit milliseconds very soon. Now, in terms of the prover side of things, we have what's called a 1 of n assumption, meaning that we only need one prover per proof system to be online and producing the proofs for all of Ethereum. But we want the n to be very, very large. And in particular, we don't want to depend on data centers. And today we have, roughly speaking, 100 data center operators around the world. And so it's plausible, in a very extreme situation, that all of them would simultaneously want to censor Ethereum proving, which is why we want to have this fallback of home proving and increase this number n from 100 to thousands, if not tens of thousands. So you can think of it as very similar to a trusted setup, where we have a 1 out of n assumption, and we want the n to be as large as possible.
Great. We have another question, a couple coming in. So can I, as an individual, submit proofs to ETH proofs?
Yes, you can. So contact Farah, Will, or me. We'll give you an API endpoint. Right now, what's happening is that the proofs go through ETH proofs as this centralized choke point. But now that we have this new peer-to-peer gossip network, nothing prevents you from permissionlessly submitting the proofs on the new execution proofs gossip channel. And what I'm hoping will happen in a few weeks is that a lot of the provers will submit directly to the gossip channel, and that's going to shave maybe 1 or 2 seconds of latency that's introduced by having ETH proofs in the middle.
Great. One more question, or another question. What do you think the timeline will be for the majority of the network's nodes to be running on ETH proofs?
Yeah. So what I expect will happen roughly is that we'll have 1% participating in what's called phase 0, which is this early adopters phase, which will last from now to, let's say, mid 2026 or end of 2026. And then we'll have phase 1, where we will fix the incentive alignment with delayed execution. And here I expect about 10% of the validators to opt in. And then finally, phase 2, which is when 100% of the fully validated nodes need to opt in, because literally, these ZKVM proofs are part of the fork choice rule, part of the official consensus layer definition. So it will take a long time, as Will said. I'm hopeful that we can accelerate timelines, especially with a dedicated champion pushing the ball forward. I'm cautious with dates, but like I would hope 2027 for phase 2, which is the mandatory proofs, is possible.
Oh yeah, they're asking me to go on stage, so I'm on camera view. All right, so maybe we'll do 2 more questions. So, how does proving function under an economy of scale? Can 2 times the size prover prove more than 2 times a 1 times machine? Is there a benefit to a return on the economy of scale?
Yeah, so at the rough first approximation, because proving is so parallelizable, if you double the number of machines, you have twice the capacity to prove. Now, it's possible that there are economies of scale, if you're running a data center, but we're not really targeting that. We're not trying to unlock these economies of scale. What we're hoping to have is provers on a reasonable budget, which is $100,000, and a reasonable power draw, which is 10 kilowatts. And these numbers were highly inspired by electric cars. So if you buy a Tesla Model X, for example, it will cost you roughly $100,000, and your home charger will draw roughly 10 kilowatts.
Okay, great. Final question. Why not solve state expiry first? Yeah,
so these things are like slightly unrelated. What we're trying to do here is ultimately increase the gas limit, but here, the ZKVM proofs lay the foundations for doing that. In some sense, state expiry is all about managing state after we've increased the gas limit. Now, when we have a very, very high gas limit, let's say, and we've reached 1 gigagas per second, state would grow fast if we were to keep things as is. And there's several solutions to our disposal. One is to have state be priced differently. So just like blobs are priced differently to gas, we can have state growth be priced differently and have an independent gas limit. We can also try state expiry. The other thing that we can try and do is just be a little bit more zen about it. And the reason is that today state growth is really problematic for the validators, which are assumed to be on weak devices. But with proofs, you're running statelessly. And so the fact that the state is large is not so much of a big deal. The 2 things that we care about with state are the size of the state. And here, if the state grows to terabytes, it's not a big deal because the cost per terabyte of NVMe drive is not that high. And that's certainly a cost that the provers can and the builders can handle. And then there's another issue that we care about, which is the latency to accessing state. And that the good news is that it grows logarithmically with the size of the state. Today we have unoptimized databases where the latency grows log squared with the size of the state. So that's something that we have to do, but it's totally traditional engineering. It's not moon math, and I'm hoping it's something that we can do over the months to come. And it's something that some of the clients, for example, eFrex, which is one of the new execution clients, they have, as I understand, a well-designed database that only grows logarithmically as opposed to log squared with the size of the state.
All right, thanks so much. Big round of applause for all the teams, contributors that were involved in that. So now we're going to move on to a real-time proving panel. Justin, you're happy to stick around and just kind of loom over everyone if you want, or we'll go back to the presentation. So if you could put the slide deck up, this just has kind of some names. But so the moderator is, and maybe you guys can come out and I'll just kind of introduce you. So moderating the panel, this is a real-time proving panel. So we're going to hear some firsthand war stories and best practices and lessons learned from all the teams that were submitting proofs in the demo. So moderating is Sophia Gold, the lead coordinator on the ZKVM team. That's been just a force of nature behind the scenes with all this. And then we've got the team leads from ZISK, Jordi Bailina, Yi Sun, From Axiom, Michael Dong from Brevis, Tamir Hemo from Succinct, and Porter Adams from Matter Labs, Airbender, ZK Sync. And sorry, I'll get the hang of this. Always scan the QR code, so I've moved the active discussion to this panel, which in the QR list is called L1 ZKVM Update and Discussion. So you can feel free to go ahead and ask your questions there. We're going to try and leave 5 minutes for Q&A at the end of this session.
Okay, this is not on, right? Is this working? Oh, okay. So I think it's hard to overstate the significance of the demo we just saw. ZKVMs are now at a point where we could launch them in a solo rollout on mainnet in less than a year. And we've only reached this watershed moment. We've only reached this moment through an incredible amount of work and a really world-class level of talent from all the ZKVM teams up on stage here. So perhaps you can give them a round of applause. The future of Ethereum. So questions for the panelists. I guess let's start out hot. In addition to a tester client demo we just saw, most of the teams up here, you've done your own real-time proving demonstrations throughout the past several months on often different hardware, targeting different levels of percentage of mainnet blocks proven, different levels of latency even. And so I'm going to ask something that I've been asked by many people in the community. Are real-time proving demos dishonest marketing or valuable proof of work that drives the needle forward for the future of Ethereum?
Yeah, I can.
I guess I can start.
I can. Yeah.
So we have not done such a demo, but I would say my viewpoint is similar to the Securities and Exchange Commission, where in US equities, what matters is not what you do, but whether you disclose it. So I think that so long as all the demos are clearly disclosing the assumptions and security guarantees, then it is helpful to see what teams deem to be the most interesting thing they can present.
I think it's time now to, probably we achieve, I think real-time proving is a reality. I think nobody excuses that. We have seen in the demo, but I mean, internal teams, we know that this is possible. And now we need to have, need to find new challenges. I think that security, of course, is the first one. Putting all the things in production is maybe another one. Of course, other more technical things like proving sites, verification time. I mean, there is a lot of things that probably still some optimizations, but it's good that we change a little bit this challenge. I mean, probably it's time to compete, if you want, but maybe compete with other parameters if this needs to be to follow and to continue improving the space.
Yeah, just say one thing about marketing. In May, we did a demo for the feasibility of real-time proving, where we used a lot of GPUs to prove over 94% of blocks. And Ethereum is a community of people, and I think it's good for the people to know what's happening and that this is a feasible thing. So if we convince all the validators to switch to proving, I think they need to get guarantees that this is a good thing for them to do. And I also agree with Jordi that once we have a standard for what is secure and what is an acceptable real-time proof, that will also be good. I think people are optimizing for different things. For you, it was the bits of security. For us in conjectures, there's all kinds of different things that are important to us. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess I can also answer to that marketing stunt question. So, in October we released our prover that is capable of proving like 99.6% of the blocks in real time, and that particular tweet got like 3 million views and a bunch of like tens of thousands of likes, and kind of the community suddenly knows about us, and people started think that okay, you guys did a marketing stunt. So yeah, I can kind of tell you kind of what's behind the scene, that how we got those kind of numbers, and what's the secret behind this, and what's our view about the marketing stunt. So first of all, there's like no overstatement of numbers or in any kind. So like our tweet was actually kind of extremely dry. It's something like announcing Pickle Prism that we did. Let's see what's the tweet. Yeah. So it's something like, yeah, announcing Pickle Prism that we reached like 99.6% of the, we can prove Ethereum block, 99.6% of Ethereum blocks under 12 seconds. This is like as plain as this. And accompanied with that tweet, we have a fully reproducible step-by-step GitHub repo that allows you to reproduce the performance that we just showed. And the numbers themselves are not also kind of doctored in any sense, because like we asked Justin, how can we convince you that we reach real-time proving? Justin said, don't do random sampling. You just prove one single day of block, every single block. And we say which day. Justin said September 1st. And okay, we did that. So that's how we got those numbers. But in fact, our marketing operation is kind of not really good, because we didn't even go to any PR agency. We didn't even pay any PR agency to put this out to the PR media outlets. What really happened was that Ethereum Foundation, we basically just asked Ethereum Foundation to see, okay, we did this, and we have all these kind of comprehensive results. Can you help us to retweet this? And very gratefully, Ethereum Foundation helped us do that. Justin did that too, but Justin retweeted with like very long posts mentioning all these ZKVMs as well. So that's what happened. And we also work with numerous different partners. So our partner amplified, and somewhere along the line, Vitalik also helped us to retweet. And this whole thing got viral and got a kind of 3 million views. So there's really no kind of a secretive marketing operation planning behind this. This is just what happened. And but I can understand that people are surprised, because we are probably the poorest ZKVM team out there, and we just announced like the thing less than a year ago, and we did this while we kind of launched like 35 different partners that are using our product live in production. So people say, oh my God, there must be something fishy about this. So so I have a confession to make that we definitely cheated. This is how we cheated. So our team works at least 100 hours per week for 300 days. No vacation, no national holiday, no weekends. This is how we did it. You guys can learn from it, basically. And onto the topic of marketing. So like I have been building in this space for like 10 years now. And things has changed. The world has changed. Now we're in the age of attention. Like people kind of drive attention and kind of have influence that way. A very unfortunate truth is that scammers and grifters, they are so good at getting attention because that's all they do, right? So we got to do some real work ourselves. So I would say, like in terms of marketing, we as the Ethereum community builders should be like Jedis, basically. We should not submit to the dark side of the force, but we should know how the force works. And whenever we did something that is amazing, we should report this with high integrity. But we should marketing stunt the shit of this, because it should be us, the builders, the innovators, the developers, the Ethereum lovers, who actually got the attention and get to influence where the entire industry is going, instead of those fucking scammers. Sorry, I got very emotional, but yeah, thank you.
I will just add quickly, I know that this is probably the biggest audience for ZKVMs we've had. There's a lot more interest now. You might be newer to ZKVM marketing than we are on stage. I would say benchmarking before this was much more contentious, and there was a lot more that was kind of like hidden and hard to tell about the ZKVM announcements and benchmarks beforehand. I think ETH proofs is like by far the most clarity we've had, and like it's a real world example that people can actually kind of see and measure and like understand. So very happy with this.
Okay, let's ask something a little more technical. So I'm curious, what changes did you have to make to achieve real-time latency with low GPU count? And also, what changes do you expect to have to make in the future to grow with Ethereum? So in other words, to prove higher gas limits, shorter slot durations, or make your proofs smaller?
I guess the most impactful change that we made was to switch to ahead-of-time compilation for execution. So we're now able to emulate RISC-V at about half of native speed, which was a pretty significant bottleneck in previous iterations of the system.
Yeah, I would add to that. Execution is definitely a bottleneck for latency because you can only prove what you can execute. For us, lowering the GPU count is basically cost, so building a new proof system that is built for the ZKVM workload was meaningful. And I think what we have to do next is, I mean, it's a full stack optimization problem, so there's places to improve all around. And I think there's also new techniques that are going to come in. So I think in the next year, we're going to see even better numbers, or that's what I foresee.
We have some pending optimizations. Say probably the place where we have been pushing less is the zone of the client side. I mean, what goes from the client to the executor. I think there we are losing at least 1 to 2 seconds easily on that side, and we haven't probably go so deep in the client here. We help that all the clients, a good collaboration with the clients, expect a good collaboration with the clients so we can improve this part of the proof. That's important. There is some, I can announce that we will have some good news for the Ketchak precompile that I think these are good optimizations there. But I would say that the main work in the upcoming month is going to be auditing, internal auditing, securing, documenting, putting the things in place. If this needs to be done in production, and what I'm saying in production is holding millions, if not billions of dollars that rely on the code that we write. We need to freeze the code, stop, go there, clean the things, put the things, audit the things, and this is the next challenge that at least we will face in the team.
Yeah, so for us, I think right now, our emulation is definitely our bottleneck right now, the execution side of things. And fortunately, we got that recently solved as well. It's just like we didn't get the servers in time to actually plug that in. But going forward, I think there are several things we are exploring. We are actually taking a very deep and hard look at GKR specifically. And I think there's going to be a talk with Jot is giving a talk this afternoon. So, so we do think that there's something that is like very interesting on the GKR side that we can do to fundamentally kind of improve the performance of the proving. So that's another direction we're exploring right now.
I would say like our focus on the entire stack of optimizations all the way down to the hardware, like we really design everything with the hardware in mind, and this will be what my talk's about like later today. But it's like everything from the execution client, the ZKVM, the cryptography algorithms you use, like all needs to be designed with the hardware in mind. And going forward, there's actually like still so many optimizations we need to do. You probably just saw like our 2 GPU announcement yesterday. Finally got ready just in time. Thank you to our engineers who have been working super hard to get that done in time and have not slept until right now, probably. And so, yeah, there's still more optimizations to go, and we also do need to work on like our security audits, proof of security bits, stuff like that.
So, many of you have mentioned security, and my view is the latency is just about good enough, and that the next real-time proving will be provable security. I think we'll be hearing some alpha about that later this morning. But I want to ask all of you, how have your choices around security currently impacted your performance, and how do you expect this to change with increasing your security in the future?
I think there's 2 dimensions in security. Usually it's whether it's provable or relying on conjectures, or the number of bits that are being targeted. I would say generally going from conjectural to provable security is more or less just engineering. It's maybe a 50 to 100% impact on recursion, which is a relatively smaller portion of the overall workload. So I'd expect that to be relatively fast to work out. On bits of security, to get a larger number of bits as a target, often it might require changing the field or doing some more fundamental changes to the system. And so it's definitely a bigger effort, but I would say maybe double the effort on provable.
Yeah, I think security actually has two faces to it. One is the cryptographic security, which is kind of what you're alluding to, is conjectures and bits of security. We prioritized the conjecture work, and actually, it does come with significant overhead. And luckily, our proof system is kind of made for that. But maturing our industry and not relying on conjectures, I think, is like a really important thing. And on the other hand, setting the bits of security to like the cryptographic standard is important, but also innovating on the auditing and verification of the code itself, that it actually does what it's supposed to do, is important.
In our case, we are 128-bit security from the first day. I think this is, is the industry standard, so we don't want to go lower than that. Here is all these conjectures. This is very recent, and there is a lot of papers. We were waiting a little bit for the Ethereum Foundation recommendations there. Definitely we will go into proven security. For that, this has some impact in the prover. Maybe something between 20% penalty, what we have to do. Of course, we need to do the numbers. There are things that we are not doing right now. We may consider to doing, especially for the positive sides of all these papers, like grinding and all these things like that. So I think that overall, when we put all the things together, we probably will end up more or less in where we are. But this is probably one of the works of the coming weeks.
Yeah, I think like cryptography security and also kind of formal verification, all these are of course like things are very important, and all the panelists that have mentioned. I think another thing when we look at like ZK EVM specifically is to think about how we actually operate this in the field, like in the future, right? So like once we have this live, the entire Ethereum ecosystem is going to rely on these provers to actually generate proof and to be actually live. And how does that work? What's the transition path to that? Operation-wise, like do we do like 3 out of 5? How do we pair different clients? Do we kind of have different clients on the same VM, different VM on the same clients? So these kind of considerations are actually very important when it comes to application use cases. In this case, it's a ZK EVM and kind of upgrading the consensus protocol itself. So I think this is kind of an area that is like right now getting less attention, and this is something that we want to contribute in as well.
Right, potentially hot take, but I am not too concerned about like a 2 to the 80 cryptographic like attack in 12 seconds right now. I know ZK bits at the moment are a little bit lower than the others on the stage, but this is like the bugs that I'm worried about is more like what Tamir said, which is just like making sure that the code actually does what it's supposed to do. That's why at ZK we're looking for like we want to have multiple execution clients. Multiple ZKVMs, even besides just Airbender. Airbender is so fast and cheap that we can probably just run a whole second ZKVM and get security that way by not having any single dependency.
So just curious, like have you guys tried to run things like RIS in Airbender? And because you guys are using kind of a customized client program that is different from the rest of us, right? So like what's your just curious about that.
Yes, I believe someone in the audience has been working on it. I'm not sure exactly what the benchmark comparison is between just regularly compiling ref and then using like our custom execution client, but I think it's like multiple times increase in performance by writing, because the L1 execution clients are designed for normal computer programs, so they have like multi-threading, like a lot of kind of stuff that you would use on a normal processor. But then when you're trying to prove things inside the ZKVM, a lot of that stuff is like not too helpful and like kind of creates a lot of overhead. So writing like optimized code for ZKVMs is quite different. And so like it's nice to just say like we'll just use an L1 client and we'll slap it together, but there is a performance hit there.
Yeah. So I think just to kind of want to disagree on the approach here, because like these kind of clients that we are using has been running in production for years. That has been security audit and everything. So like writing a customized client for Ethereum execution that is equivalent, that is supposed to be equivalent to the ones that has been battle tested in the field for years, will definitely add overhead. We'll have performance benefit, granted, but we'll definitely have overhead when it comes to security, when it comes to how soon we can actually push this to live in production. Not sure what the rest of the panel thinks about that.
Yeah, I think I actually want to emphasize this point too. Like, there is a benefit, and this is kind of the promise of ZKVMs, is developers do not need to change anything, and we will absorb it, and we can do it. Now, obviously, up to a point, clients are complicated, so there are things that we can cooperate on, but being able to run existing battle-tested clients is really important to us. And I also think 80 bits is kind of risky. I wouldn't sleep well.
I'll agree with you that I think 80 bits of conjectured security is not sufficient for the L1, especially when currently malicious provers can likely prepare Soundness attacks ahead of time.
Yeah.
So I think we have about 5 minutes left. I don't know if there are any questions from the audience.
Here's all the Meerkat questions. If you want to, it's sorted by popularity, so feel free to ask what you would like.
Okay. The top voted question, why not open source from day one? Actually, I myself was going to ask, what do you think are acceptable licenses for L1 ZKVMs?
MIT patch from the first day. This is the. This is the
So, I mean, I appreciate Jordi's commitment to MIT. I actually I like it in a way. However, I also think there is a big question about our ecosystem, like how do we make it sustainable? Doing these ZKVMs took a lot of work for a lot of people that need to get paid somehow. And I think going too much on this, like, you have to be commoditized and open source is a little bit, the incentive is aligned in a bad way, because then I have to make money another way, right? So I think there is room to think about, okay, what can an L1 specific license look like? Or I think there's leave it to the business people to talk about. But I just want to emphasize, like, who pays the devs, who pays the prover devs as well is important.
Yeah.
Ethereum has been developed in the open source space, and I mean, I think that Ethereum has been very well developed, and there are ways. Maybe they don't, I can agree that maybe they don't maximize. I mean, I know that launching a token and pumping it, I mean, this is good, and it's good and you get a lot of money. But it's not the only way. It's not the only way to, to live from open source. A lot of open source that are not even in crypto, they survive quite well. Yeah. And if we're building common good, we need to do common good from scratch. I mean, I don't want having an Ethereum where you have to pay a royalty every time that the block is mined. And I want to be open. I want everything. I don't want to look at your code and being afraid if I can use it, I cannot use it, if I'm getting, I just want to use open source. We are living in open source. This is how the space has been built.
Just to emphasize that ZKVM itself should be open source MIT, and SP1 is MIT. The proving system itself is MIT. The prover code right now is under a business license, because you can write your own prover as well. There's nothing stopping you.
Yeah, but it's what happens if the network is running your prover and your prover just stops? What about liveness?
There are other provers as well. The other teams we're working with develop provers.
Yeah, but you should be able to build in common. I mean, you are learning a lot from the open source projects. We are learning, you can take the code. I mean, this is how we grow as ecosystem. I think it's not fair that there is
I would say license aside, I do think licensing the prover and putting your monetization on proving actually creates kind of a negative incentive, in that if proving monetization is going to be cost plus, so as proving costs go down, the revenue opportunity goes down. So I don't actually see a case where cost plus proving aligns incentives between ZK teams and applications.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I think
so
it's...
I mean, so for us, like, we care much less about the entire VM stack licensing, because, like, as mentioned, for us, like, we build a general verifiable computing platform, and ZKVM and Ethereum execution is one of that. Well, again, we're the poorest team here. Is like this guy have 100 million. There's like hundreds of millions, but so we need to kind of figure out.
Don't you guys have a token?
We don't. Yeah. So like
Coming soon, TM.
But what we focus on is that we kind of try to build more use cases that can use verifiable computing. Like ZKVM is very important as a consensus layer, but you can actually tap into the power of verifiable computing now in your application, because you can offload some very complex computation into the ZKVM and into things like coprocessors that you can generate proof and then use that proof back in your smart contract today. You can actually tap into that power now. And this is the kind of thing that we build, and this is where we want to monetize, and not specifically kind of on the VM side. I know we're still kind of in the business license side, but we're kind of changing that pretty soon as well. Yeah.
Nothing from Airbender?
I mean, there's a panel later on who pays the provers. And that's,
Okay, the next most voted one. In which part of the stack, say GPU implementation, prover, arithmetization, compiler, client, do you expect the most gains going forward? In which part of the stack do you expect the most gains going forward?
I think the place that's been less pushed on because of the security risk, as has been discussed, is on the compiler side. There's a lot of room to optimize guest programs for ZK and for ZKVMs, but it is more dangerous to actually move on that front. So I think the natural velocity should be slower, but it strikes me that in 5 years, we definitely will be in a world where we are co-optimizing the compiler and front end to the actual backend.
It's a balance. I mean, this is finding the balance between optimization and doing things very tricky and taking just the standard Ethereum clients that have been battle tested a lot and modifying minimally so that you keep the security. And it's a balance and probably the right place somewhere in the middle.
I think the proving systems have not matured yet. This is a problem that researchers have only been really thinking about for a few years, and I think there's a lot of promise there.
I think our engineers have already maxed out our GPUs. They're at like near 100% utilization all the time, so there's not much more progress to make there. I think it is like in the cryptography algorithms, like new proof systems, like maybe multilinear is better, stuff like that will be like the next big innovations.
Okay, I think we're at time. The last thing I'll say is that we did a very similar panel on Thursday at the ZISK event with many of the same participants. I noticed that you guys are much better behaved and less controversial at an event put on by the Ethereum Foundation. So that makes me quite hopeful at our ability to standardize ZKVMs, and which I think is what we'll hear about next. Thank you.
Thank you all. Okay. So I think the next couple of speakers, you'll really see that now that real-time proving is no longer feeling like a figment of our imagination, but something that's already attainable, a lot of the researchers are really beginning to pivot their thoughts towards security. So, next speaker, Kev Wedderburn, team lead of the ZKVM team, always kind of thinking about the next wave of sets of constraints and requirements that we need to be, really sort of encouraging all the teams to up-level to. So he defaced my beautiful slide here. So rather than just prove it, it's is just secure it. So we're going to hear from Kev, and then after that from the cryptography team, Arantxa. And so welcome to the stage, Kev. We're going to be talking about how the road to EVMs is paved with good engineering. Yep.
Testing. Can you guys hear me? Cool. Yeah, there's going to be a bit of duplication with my slides just because we've talked a bit about them. Some parts are a bit spicy, unfortunately, as I've just learned from the previous panel. So what do I want to talk about? I want to sort of explain to you guys why are we shipping ZKVMs, what are the components to shipping ZKVMs, and what are the milestones that we need to achieve to ship ZKVMs. Okay, so what problem are we solving, and for whom? Here's a graph that shows the relationship between the gas limit and the resource usage of the builders. So pre-ZKVMs, it's a linear relationship. If you increase the gas limit, the resource usage of the builders increases. Post ZKVMs, it is still a linear relationship. It's a bit higher, and this is because the builders now need to prepare inputs for the provers. Now, there is no pre-ZKVM prover line, obviously, but post-ZKVMs, the resource usage of the provers as the gas limit increases is a linear increase, maybe even superlinear. RPC providers, we sort of have to mention them. I know there's a lot of core devs in the audience. ZKVMs do not help RPC providers. They still need to have the state to re-execute, to collect things like logs. Now, for nodes that only want to validate the chain, currently, as you increase the gas limits, their resource usage also increases linearly. Once we introduce ZKVMs, their resource usage becomes roughly constant as we increase the gas limit. And as you can see, there is a point in time where it does make sense to switch to ZKVMs. When this is, we currently don't know. And one point I want to make is on the gas repricing projects that's happening in Ethereum. This makes resource usage efficient, but there will be some point in time where we have to, where it makes sense to switch to ZKVM still. Okay, so one important thing that I want to note is that ZKVMs do not solve state growth. The builders and the RPC providers will still need to have the state. What it does solve is for the nodes that only want to validate the chain, they no longer need the state in order to do this. At the Ethereum Foundation, we have a specialized team, the stateless team, who's also working on solving this problem. So this is a problem that we do want to solve, and we do see it as something that's important. Right, so the TLDR of the first section is that we utilize compute asymmetry in order to have some nodes do little and other nodes needing to do more. And these nodes that are doing little are nodes that we care about. These are the nodes that are validating the chain. So how does this all actually work? Is a good question. The current workflow, as you saw from Justin, I'll show you the workflow that Justin was going through. But currently on Ethereum, a beacon block arrives with the payload. A node validates that the payload is correct using their EL, and this requires state. Then they attest to the block if it's valid. As we saw in Justin's demo, the beacon block now arrives with the payload header. They wait for the proofs to arrive, proofs with an S, which attest to the payload correctness. And then we verify the proofs and attest to the block. So this is the consensus layer, and that's sort of the top of the stack. Now let's just look at all of the stack. If we start at the bottom, we have the snark prover and the snark verifier. For people in the crowd who are not sort of cryptographers, you can think of the snark prover as this component that proves execution for a particular function, and the snark verifier as receiving the proof, receiving the proof, and if the proof returns true, or if the verification returns true, sorry, then you can be sure that if you had executed the function yourself, this is the output that you would have gotten. Now, on top of the SNOC verifier, I've written the virtual CPU for the ISA. What this means is that there is a function that takes in some bytecode, RISC-V bytecode, WASM bytecode, and this is what the SNOC prover is proving. So if you have a RISC-V ZKVM, what you have is a ZKVM that allows you to prove execution of a particular bytecode, a RISC-V bytecode. These three components together is what we usually refer to as a ZKVM. Now, on top of this, we have the execution layer, state transition function, and this is what your ref, efrex, gef client will be written in. This is a function that takes a block and a state proof, and executing this allows you to know that the state transition function was correct on this particular block. This function gets compiled to RISC-V, and this is what the ZKVMs take in. And at the top of the stack, as I wrote before, is the consensus layer, and this is the component that takes proofs from the network, verifies the proofs, and if the proofs are valid, they attest to the block. So this is the whole of the stack. I mean, you can sort of go deeper on the SNOC prover. There are things like polynomial IOPs and PCSs, but I feel like if I start explaining this to this audience, it's probably not going to be super useful. You just need to know that there's a SNOC prover, there's this component that allows you to create proofs of execution of a particular function. So let's look at the first component. What do we want now? We want open source GPU implementations that achieve real-time proving. What do we want next? We want reliable provers. This means that your GPU implementation needs to be reliable, and where you're hosting the provers needs to be reliable. And what we want later, or technically in parallel, is to be hardening these implementations. The next component is the SNOC verifier. What do we want now? We need 100 bits provable security with grinding by Glamsterdam. What do we want next? 128 bits provable security with grinding by H-star. And in parallel again, we're going to be working on hardening these implementations. You can also see Arancha's talk, which comes after mine, who will go into more detail as to why we want these things. The next component, which is the ISA, or the virtual CPU for the ISA, we really want this. We really want the circuit that you've created to conform to the ISA spec that you said it conforms to. So if it's RISC-V 32IM, it should support all of the instructions in RISC-V 32IM. And again, in parallel, we're going to be working on hardening insecurity. This is going to be an important theme. You can also see the talk I did at ZISK, where if you're a RISC-V ZKVM, we propose that you support RISC-V 64IM none. The none means that we won't be supporting the Linux syscalls. If you're a WASM ZKVM, you can do whatever you want for now. This proposal doesn't say you have to support RISC-V. It just says that if you are, this is the minimal that we want you to support. The QR code links to the PR with the proposals and sort of the analysis we've done in order to arrive at this conclusion. OK, the next part is the execution layer state transition function. So this goes to the ELs, the execution layer core devs in the audience. We'd like you to implement a stateless state transition function. So this is a function that takes in a block and the MPT witness. The next part, we want you to ensure that the STF passes east, and this is a minimum requirement. It needs to pass all of the Ethereum execution spec tests. And again, security hardening is something that we care about. And the last layer at the top is the consensus layer. What we want now is optional proofs on devnets and testnets. What we want next is optional proofs on mainnet by G-star. And later, we want to investigate, and we want to get to mandatory proofs. Getting to mandatory proofs does require a lot more components, and it is the part where we do need to do a lot more investigation. But for optional proofs, we're completely sure that we can do it. You saw Justin's demo, and we want to ship it as soon as possible. OK, so what is the path forward? You will not get onto mainnet if the ZKVMs are not secure. Like, this is the thing that I think we should take away from this talk. Like, if your ZKVMs are not secure, by the definition that we've said, it will not get onto mainnet. Any questions?
Here, Kev. We've got this sorted by popularity here, if you want to read through here. So the first two are kind of referencing one another. The first person asked, what will you do to make sure that ZKVMs actually ship and not get hung up on research questions and processes? Someone went ahead and asked, they've already done that. Have you seen the demo on ethroofs.org? So feel free to jump in there, or the question's lower.
What is this question?
I think this was just answering that question, suggesting that those two we could probably hide if you want to look at the ones.
Look at this one?
Yep.
Okay. How do you envision this new architecture transforming the experience of smart contract and application developers? How can compilers and dev tooling make developers' lives easier in this transition? So I'm not sure I understand the question completely. I guess one thing to note is that there are two similar, projects. There's the EVM to RISC-V project, and there's shipping ZKVMs that use RISC-V. EVM to RISC-V is more longer term, and this has nothing to do with my talk. Shipping ZKVMs on L1s helps the validators or the attesters. So I don't see this affecting smart contract developers currently. I think one thing that might hurt smart contract developers is when we increase the gas repricing of certain opcodes. For example, we might want to increase the gas repricing, the gas cost of Ketchak, for example, and Solidity uses Ketchak a lot. So that's the only place that I see ZKVMs possibly affecting smart contract developers. What form of verification standards do you envision? I will leave this to Alexander Hicks, who's not in the audience at the moment. He's basically the lead of this, and yeah, I don't want to misquote him, so I'll leave that question to Alexander Hicks. What will you do to make sure ZKVMs actually ship and not get hung up on the research questions and process? This is a good question. Ethereum is a very special place if you want to ship things fast. What we've been doing so far is just trying to integrate into the ACD process or integrate with client core devs as much as possible to make sure that we solve whatever the bottlenecks they think we have. And currently, I think it's going well. We know what sort of the questions, we know what the blockers will be, and we currently have solutions for most of them. I think this is the only way. You just have to integrate, and yeah. When are we going to start thinking in breaking free from CUDA and NVIDIA? Oof. Yeah. Big oof. I'm not sure. I think every ZKVM team uses NVIDIA. If you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think it's a high priority, to be honest, at the moment. What is the consequence of a ZKVM implementing a different RISC-V flavor? So you can implement the RISC-V 64 IM none was the minimal. You can implement whatever you want on top of it as long as we support the minimal. The reason why we do have this standardization process is such that the ELs and the ZKVMs have a common contract. So you don't have one ZKVM being slower, but they support everyone, and then another ZKVM being the fastest, but they only support one EL. Can you get onto mainnet if you're not secure? How will you choose and distribute proof validation systems? So I'll rephrase this question. So when an attester receives the proofs, there's n different proofs. There's n different proofs that are registered on a network, and they need to receive k of them before they say that the attestation, the payload is valid. How do we choose this n? We don't currently know. The reason this process is a bit contentious is because the end proof types that you choose, you're basically choosing ELs that become semi-enshrined into the protocol, whereas right now, if you launch up your Python EL, you can validate the execution payload. So there is this sort of permissioned aspect to adding ZKVM proofs. So we're not currently sure how we're going to choose N, how we're going to choose K, and we're not quite sure what those values are at the moment. Who is responsible for providing security, and how can we help? Currently on our team, we have Cody Gunton. I'd say reach out to Cody Gunton. He's right there. He's putting up his hand. How optimistic are you compared to 6 months ago? I feel like Justin wrote that question. It's not that I'm always quoted as being not optimistic. It's just that I have a lot of questions. I don't like to. I think we know more than we knew 6 months ago. So I would say I'm more optimistic, but I always just have a lot of questions, and I like to be very conservative in things that we're going forward with. I like to be very rigorous in the way that we're thinking about this. So yeah, I'd say I'm more optimistic now that we've sort of got the proof of concept out that we can do real-time proving. And the thing that we should be focusing on now is security. Like, we just need security. The chain just can't go down. This is one of our requirements. Are those all the questions? Okay, these are all the questions. I do want to say, yeah, so one thing I want to say is that I think sorry, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, anyways, yeah, thank you for having me.
All right, thanks very much, Kev. Next up, we've got Arantxa Zapico from the cryptography team, and I know she is very excited to have Devconnect in Buenos Aires in Argentina. I don't need to share. Okay. Welcome. Arantxa is going to be talking about Soundness.
Did you say I'm from Buenos Aires?
No.
Argentina. Hello. Well, I'm very excited to be today here for 2 reasons. First of all, I may be late on the week, but I want to give you a warm welcome to Argentina, to my country. I hope you are enjoying the people, the culture, and the food, of course. And second, as a Snark person, I am beyond excited to see how and where you guys have taken Snarks. I started working on this like 7 years ago. I met Snark 7 years ago, and in no case I would have ever imagined what is happening with Snarks today. So thanks a lot. You really made this like the most exciting field of research. So in this talk, we will be talking about the soundness of Snarks, and we will use that as a path to speak about the security of Snarks. So the idea is that in this talk, we can discuss a bit how we define, measure, prove, and improve security of the ZKVMs. So let's start with how we define security. So a snark is like a proof system. What in cryptography we call proof system, and the ZKVMs are indeed proof systems. So in a proof system, we have 2 parties, a prover and a verifier, and they will interact for some time, and end this interaction with the prover sending some piece of information that we call the seal or the proof. The verifier will check this proof with some rules that we set in unbounds, and if this piece of information passes all the verifications, the verifier can be convinced that the prover was honest. The prover was honest by proving that some statement is true. So for a proof system like this, we require 2 security properties. The first one is completeness. If we design a proof system that both the prover and the verifier follow with a statement that is true, the verifier will accept. And for some, and the second one, and the most important, I mean, not the most important one, but the one we will talk about today is soundness. So if the prover doesn't have a statement that is true, it should not be able to convince the verifier, except with a small probability. So to prove huge things as the ones we are proving with very small proofs and fast time, we have to give up something, and that is a small probability that the prover may cheat. So this epsilon, this probability, it's called the soundness error. You may also have heard of knowledge soundness error, which is actually what we are checking. And it's the chance that the prover will convince the verifier of a false statement. What is more, if we speak about MP relations, the prover doesn't have a witness for the instance, for the relation, but it is able to convince the verifier. Knowledge soundness is when we want to make sure the prover, there is not only a witness, but the prover knows this witness. So for ZKVMs, what we are proving is execution of Ethereum blocks, right? So our witness is the block. And thus, the soundness error is the chance that the prover can convince the verifier, or the entire network, of the correct execution of a block that was never executed. So the soundness error here is very important. We have to make it as small as possible, because the consequences of having a cheating prover are huge, right? Like we can actually make billions out of nothing if we are able to break the proof system. So how do we measure this epsilon? How does it come from? Where does it come from? So I think of ZKVMs in my cryptography mind are things like this. The rectangles on your left are executions of snark provers that prove error traces. And then we have some other provers that aggregate them and probably just grab to have a small proof. But for this talk, I will talk only about one of these rectangles. So one proof system that proves the execution of an error trace. And I will use, as an example for our proof system, an error trace that is proved using batch fry and deep alley. If you don't know what is that, don't worry, you will still be able to follow the talk. So our prover wants to convince the verifier of the execution of a block, of actually the satisfiability of an error trace. And for that, they will interact for many rounds. Each of these rounds, some of them have more rounds inside, but we can divide the proof system in 5 parts for this. If you are familiar with fry, for batch fry, we have the fry batching, the commitment phase, and the query phase. And then for the aggregation of the constraints, we can also use deep alley. The knowledge soundness of each of these rounds is a probability that a prover that doesn't have a valid witness convinces the verifier. And for the entire system, we take the soundness error to be the biggest of these ones. Why? Because if I get lucky in one of the rounds, and my piece of information that was not a valid witness becomes a witness that satisfies the checks of the verifier, then I can just follow an honest prover instructions and cheat. So it doesn't matter if some of these epsilons are super small. If one of them is big, then the soundness error of my system is big, and my system is insecure. So for instance, an example. If we have a soundness error of 2 to the minus 80, meaning a prover gets lucky with a probability 1 over 2 to the 80, that means that an adversary, a cheating prover, will need 2 to the 80 operations in order to break my system. You can think of these operations for today as like just hashes, right? So it needs to perform 2 to the 80 hashes to make sure it will break my system. And we say that such a system has 80 bits of security, right? Now, what happens if I have a system with 80 bits of security? Let's say that I cannot, performing 2 to the 80 hashes, according to my sources, takes around a month. But what happens if I can perform 2 to the 60 hashes? Then I still can get lucky, and my chances are 1 over 2 to the 20. And this is a soundness error that we do not accept at all in cryptography. What is more, computing 2 to the 60 hashes, according to my sources, takes 40 minutes, for instance, in an ASIC miner, right? So we went for a month to 20 minutes the prover is not sure that we'll win, but the chances are quite big. So 80 bits of security is not enough. What is enough for us? Well, 128 bits of security is the standard set by the National Institute of Standardization in the United States and the consensus in the cryptography community. So 128 bits of security is the security that Ethereum deserves. So if you love Ethereum, give Ethereum these 120 bits of security. So how do we prove? How can I prove that my proof system actually has 128 bits of security? So in my mind, to prove security, I follow the following steps. First of all, you have to know your adversary. What are the resources, the time, and the incentives it has? Right? We don't design all systems for any adversaries. I hope you don't use the same password for Spotify or for your password manager, right? But in this case, we have one good thing, which is we don't have that much time. The adversary doesn't have that much time to attack our system. But the incentives are huge. And this is a problem or something to take into account for the entire blockchain, right? Like the incentives to make money without much effort are huge. And if your incentives are billions of dollars, the resources are also huge because you can buy a lot of resources. It's an investment that will pay off, right? Also, in terms of resources, we can think whether we want an adversary, we want to consider an adversary that is post-quantum, has quantum computers or not. We are aiming for adversaries that have a lot of very powerful quantum computers. Step 2, analyze your building blocks. Analyze and attack the security of your building blocks. I hope you're aware we have in the Ethereum Foundation a Poseidon initiative. So we are putting a lot of resources, a lot of effort, led by Dmitry Kovratovic, on asking people to attack and to study the security of Poseidon, which is the hash function we hope to use. In terms of, for instance, read Solomon codes, we are also pushing, led by Giacomo Fenzi and Dan Bonnet, and coordinated by Justin, an initiative on proving conjectures or disproving conjectures that may be used to analyze read Solomon codes. And I put polynomials here. We already know polynomials enough, but they are also a main building block of these systems, and yeah, the nicest of the building blocks of these systems. And once you have your adversary, you know the security of your building blocks, you have to choose what you are going to do. So knowing your adversary, you can choose what kind of security you want to give. And if you have been in EthProofs calls, if you have been in Twitter or maybe ePrint these days, all these words, all these phrases may ring a bell for you. So what is happening here? I'm not getting into the details. I'm not the person to get into the details. But in this fight, I would like to highlight two kinds of battles that we can choose. We can choose to have probable security or conjecture security. Probable means that we can say what the adversary, which kind of effort or which amount of effort the adversary has to do to break our system. Conjecture is the same, but we do that based on a conjecture. What is a conjecture? Whoa. A conjecture is something that we believe, we hope, one day may be proven to be a theorem. But it's something that we are not sure about, right? So why would we use a conjecture? Well, this is a very simplified graph of proof of work against security for probable or conjecture security. What does it mean? Again, in order to prove an error trace with batch fry and deep alley, if we want to analyze the security of our system with conjectures, to achieve 50 bits of security, we need 55 queries. 55 queries is proof of work, it's proof size, and it's verifier work. I just put it as proof of work to simplify stuff. But if I want to do it with probable security, we'll need around 105 queries. So this is the reason why people want to use conjectures. We can get more efficient systems with the same security, but conjecture. Same amount of bits of security. Why wouldn't we use conjectures? Well, there are a couple of reasons that have came to the light for all of this happened in the last 2 weeks. We had some conjectures we thought they were true, and then they were proven untrue. We have new conjectures that we, again, hope that they are true. And while we still are putting a lot of resources and energy on conjectures, from now on in the EF, we will only consider probable security. So we'll ask teams to report, and we'll report only probable security. If nice conjectures happen to be true, that will be amazing. We will report that as probable security. In the meantime, we don't talk anymore about conjectures. So what is happening nowadays, and you have heard that from the teams in the panel and in previous talks, is that most of the teams have been in this race of speed that we have set from the Ethereum Foundation. They have been working a lot on the efficiency of their systems, and not that much in the security. So some teams have, let's say, between 100 and 128 bits of conjecture security. But for probable security, the numbers are way lower. I know Succinct achieved 100 bits of probable recently, but most of the teams are even between 40 and 80 bits of probable security. So how can we prove this? So in this section, I will present what is, let's say, our discussion inside the crypto team, inside the Ethereum Foundation with the rest of the ZKVM teams, and a bit of feedback from some ZKVM teams. So let's see how round-by-round security, or soundness, works in different settings. So the soundness and thus the security of a system is, let's say, heavily relies on two things. First, the size of the field we are using for our proof system, and the size of the extension field we are using, because that is from where we sample the elements. And the second one is the number of Fry queries. Again, if you don't know much about what the query phase in Fry is, just there are two things that lead our security. So for this graph, I use Goldilocks is a field of 64 bits. And therefore, the second extension, which is the first one I will talk about, has 128 bits. So what happens if I do 128 queries using Goldilocks to try to prove the R trace using batch Fry and Deep Alley? Well, it happens something like this. If you see, for instance, the Alley phase, the Alley round, it's around maybe 110, 115 bits of security. That's cool. Again, this is only probable. We don't talk about conjecture security ever anymore. But in the Fry query, because I'm doing only 128 queries, we are at 58 bits of security. Then that is the security of our system, right? Doesn't matter how high the other bars are. The security of our system, in this case, is 58 bits. So we are bad at queries. Let's double the queries that we do. And now, queries-wise, we are OK. But all the other phases depend on the size of the field. I'm using a field of 128 bits. Achieving 128 bits of security with a 128 bits field can only be done in very, very trivial instances. So now we are below with the Fry button, and we have only 78 bits of security. So let's now double the size. Let's use one more extension, Goldilocks 3. It will be in orange. That has 192 bits. What happens if I do 128 queries? Everything seems very nice, but again, queries here are the bottleneck. If I don't increase the amount of queries, the security of my system is as 58 bits. What happens if we do Goldilocks, third extension, with 256 queries? Well, we are getting there. We have 116 bits of security. And now, what happened with the 12 bits that we are missing? We could do more queries. But as I said before, queries comes with prover work, proof size, which is right now the bottleneck to achieve 128 bits of security, and then verifier work. So there is a technique that we can use. It's allowed to use. It's not cheating. It's just being smart, which is using grinding. grinding can buy us some bits of security. For instance, can perfectly buy us 16 bits of probable security. And then we can achieve the 128 bits of probable security. What is the bottleneck here? Why can't we just apply grinding in the 58 bits of security case? Well, because this is how proof of work grows with the bits of security we can gain from grinding, right? So there is a trade-off. And again, this is an analysis that we have done with the help of the teams, which is very easy for me to stay here on stage and say, hey, this is how you achieve 228 bits of security. But there is a huge amount of engineer work that the teams have to do behind that. And we want to help them. And we want to help Ethereum get the 128 bits of product security that deserves. So what is next for us from the EF and especially from the cryptography team? So as I said before, we will only measure probable security. As Kev mentioned before, we will ask teams to have 100 bits of probable security by Glamsaram, expected to happen end of the second quarter next year. And we will require 128 bits of security for H star, which is first quarter of 2027. Importantly, these deadlines are like very vague. We don't know when Glamsaram is going to be. We don't know when H star is going to be. So before the end of the year, and hopefully in a couple of weeks, let's see what's the feedback we will receive. We will set hard deadlines for this and also deadlines for proof size. From the cryptography team, and especially actually done by Dimitri and especially George and Benedict, we have set a universal soundness calculator where we hope to measure the probable security of the different teams. So we can compare apples to apples, and everything is measured with the same system. What we need in order to integrate your ZKVMs into the soundness calculator is to please publish a quite detailed description of the proof system you are using, also the parameters, and some engineers improvement that you may have in your code. And again, we are aware, because of the feedback we have received, especially this week, that you guys need incentives to do this. Like this race for speed has been a huge incentive for speed, and we need now to promote and to communicate better and to do even some marketing on the product security. So this is our new real-time proving, 128 bits of product security. Here is the QR code for the soundness calculator. Please do check it. Give us your feedback. Again, we are only trying to coordinate this. It's easy to stand here and give vague details of some vague analysis, but you are the ones that are actually building this. So please give us your feedback. That's my Telegram, my email. You can reach out. I mean, we are quite easy to reach out to anyone in the ZKVM team, in the crypto team. You can also talk to Justin, to Alex. So yeah, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Arantxa. So we have time for one question before lunch. So this is the most upvoted question. What do you think about provers that are post-quantum resistant while Ethereum is still using elliptic curve cryptography? What about the trend that NIST is pushing forward, post-quantum while blockchain is a bit behind?
Well, so to be honest, there is no rush to have provers that are post-quantum right now. We are, from the EF, we are trying to move Ethereum to post-quantum as well. You can see the effort on, for instance, replacing BLS with hash-based signatures. That's also an effort that is led by Dimitri, by Benedict, by Thomas and Justin. So Ethereum will move to post-quantum. I mean, you can decide whether or not to do pre-quantum, and then you will anyways have to do a big amount of engineering work to move to post-quantum and make it to Ethereum. On the other side, I know that some teams, for instance, are using a Groth16 wrapper on their proof to achieve a better proof size. If you ask me now, and I hope no one kills me for this, for me that's okay. As soon as it's something that then you can remove, I would rather go to 128 bits of security. and like do the wrapper to have a small proof. Again, this is something that I need feedback on. I don't think I have talked to any team that is doing a wrapper right now, like this week. But if you see that this is the only way that you can achieve a small proof and still do the broad security, okay, Alex says no, we don't want wrappers. Well, yeah, that part was a personal opinion. Don't kill the EF. For me, it's not that bad. I mean, for a couple of months, it should be OK. But yeah, no, we are not accepting any kind of wrapper. We go 100% post-quantum. I mean, but we are open for feedback. I am very open to receive feedback on that. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Arantxa. All right. So we're going to take a short break for lunch. So if you were one of the first to arrive, I think the first 250 or 300, I forget, you should have a green wristband that gets you access to the lunch that's provided. We kind of underestimated the number of people that would show up and hyped this so much that we had more show up. So if you got a green wristband, please go grab some lunch. If you don't, please feel free to go grab lunch at the La Rule vendors. Feel free to sign up for some of these events that we're going to be hosting in Cannes just prior to ECC. Seating is going to be very, very limited. So yeah, we're taking some applications. And we'll see you in 30 minutes. All right. Everyone get some protein, carbs, and fat? So now begins the meat of the day. So the rest of the afternoon is broken up where we're going to go, we got 90 minutes of lightning talks. So boom, 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 boom. 9 lightning talks. We've asked all the lightning talks to be, even though it's scheduled for 10 minutes each, to keep it to 8 minutes so that we got 2 minutes for Q&A. Keep it very interactive. That's going to be sort of terminated, or that's going to culminate with the second panel, which is on formal verification and fuzzing. And then we've got a short break, and then sort of the end, the group 3 of the day is going to be keynotes that you'll see from a lot of the main real-time proving contender ZKVMs, with the final talk or final panel being on prover incentives, who pays the provers. So it should be a really fast-paced, fun, information-dense afternoon. So we're going to start off. Mauro, you ready? Okay. So hometown hero, Mauro Toscano from Lambda class, going to be speaking about security and diversity in VMs.
Well, hello everyone. I'm Mauro Toscano, part of the Department of Ethereum Alignment, or so says my hat, and Lambda class and Align. And I'm going to talk a little bit about security in VMs. I'm not going to focus on the cryptography part. I think like Arantxa already did a good job there, and there will probably be more speakers that will focus on that. But I want to show you a little bit how a VM works and what can be exploited. So the VMs are very complex machines to prove. Like we have at least 3 kinds of proofs in our VMs. We prove like what we call like the base layers, then we compress them with stars protocol, then we further compress it with ECC protocols. And inside of each proof, we have arithmetization, circuits, IOPs, and polynomial commitment schemes. We use a protocol that is called Fiat Shamir, and we have lookup arguments. So a lot of pieces, and an attacker only needs to break one, and all the system collapses. If Fiat Shamir is wrong, everything collapses. If arithmetization is wrong, everything collapses. So we need to be very sure that everything is really, really fine. So the other important thing is that, OK, we have a complex prover that does a good job, but we also need to decide what to prove. And what we are interested in proving is an Ethereum execution client. Right now, there are 2 alternatives, and there are more teams working on more, is Red or Itrex. And this means that we have around 35,000 lines of code that should be very, very well written. We have 60 direct dependencies and over 250 transitive dependencies. And when you convert this to assembly, to a compiler, now we have to prove around 700,000 lines of assembly. And that's what we are proving. And these 700,000 lines of assembly, they need to be, once again, very, very fine, very well written, and have no bugs. If there is a bug, then we are in a big problem. So, of course, like when we want to attack a VM, or when an attacker wants to attack a VM, we will have classical attacks. Like if the provers fail with an input, like this will lead to a denial of service. And if enough provers fail, like we could halt a network, and that's not very good. We could try to compromise, or an opponent could try to compromise the machines running the verifiers. That's probably another big problem. But that's on the classical side. You probably know that already. In ZK, we also care about 2 specific types. We call it completeness and soundness. That means that we have a problem also if a user cannot prove a statement that is true. For example, they cannot prove that they own their own wallet. And the worst thing is a soundness bug. That, let's say, I can prove that I'm Satoshi. You probably won't believe me if I say that, and you will be right in not believing me. But if there is a bug, we might be able. And what we are usually focusing is more on the white hat hacking. And this is going to be a duel of knights. Right? We will create papers, and we will say, OK, your amortization circuit is wrong. Your Fiat Shamir is wrong. Maybe everything is OK. Maybe a crypto analyst will say, you don't have enough bits of security, and I can break this. But I will argue that we also need to take care with black hat techniques. Because, for example, let's say that we have a VM that is not fully compliant, and it has like 250 dependencies and a compiler. So can an opponent craft a payload that only affects your VM? Maybe they can. And of those 250 dependencies, many have one maintainer, and they are all in our code. They are all in the code we are proving. It's something to be aware of. In particular, when the VMs are not compliant and code that works on all machines fail in the ZKVMs. Because, of course, the developers of those libraries, they don't know about ZKVMs. What can we do? What can we do to make safer systems? I'm a big proponent that the way to make safer systems is just to add redundancy. We need to assume that things will get broken, that our prover is broken, that the guest program is broken, that everything is broken. So what do? We add more checks. We add more provers. We say, OK, we have 5 provers, 7 provers, 8 provers. They need to agree. If they don't agree, I'm going to start suspecting that something went wrong. One of the key problems that we still have is OK, we have around 10 provers, maybe some in progress, some more developed, some less developed. They are all proving the same execution client. That's probably not good. There is a single point of failure shared between all the prover clients. And also, many use the same cryptographic libraries. So if there is a bug in the start protocol, everything collapses too. And even the compiler, one could argue that it might make sense to be careful about the compiler. So that's, for me, always the right solution, is to have redundancy. But of course, it's important to have robust code. And there are some good efforts and some amazing efforts on formal verification, in particular of the VMs, which is straightforward in the verifiers. I haven't read much about how to do it with the guest programs and all these lines of assembly. Maybe someone knows more. It seems like something worth exploring. Of course, fuzzing might help us to try to find inputs that makes the programs crash. The last thing is, I think we should all strive to have more people watching the code. Teach more people. Let's try to not be close, because if only two people or 5 know how something works, it's very hard to find a bug. Maybe for someone who is on the audience, you don't have time to start reverse engineering everything and see if it is fine. So we should make an effort for people to not have to spend a year to understand what's going on, and just take a look and say, OK, this seems reasonable or not. Then write simple code. I think that's something we focus a lot, but try to write simple code. Don't be fancy. Make things as simple as possible. And as I said before, be compliant with specs. I know that sometimes we can get an advantage if we don't comply with specs, but it starts adding degrees of freedom. Now you need to think, OK, this should be fine, but actually we are not fully following specs, so maybe there is something that can be known. OK, that's the end of my presentation. I hope you like it. Yeah, we need to be very serious about this. Ethereum is the most important financial system for the world. We have millions and millions of money on it. We need to make sure that everything is really, really safe and secure. Any questions?
Yeah, we have a couple of questions from the audience. So, which part of the ZKVM stack or library is used in the project the most, i.e., what brings the most fragility?
Yes. As I said, I think right now the part that is everywhere is the execution client. The execution client seems to me like the first shared thing that everyone is using. Everyone is using Red. Leaving aside Airbender, that they have their own. So that's probably the first thing to start decentralizing a little bit. The second thing is probably the Plunky 3 that is amazing, but I think like many projects are using it. Yes.
The last question is, how many verifiers for the provers are going to be embedded in the clients? WASM verifier, EVM verifier?
I think that's more a question that we should ask as a community. I don't have an answer. The more verifiers, the better, from the point of sense of soundness, not from the point of sense of completeness and denial of service attack. Because if I require 10 out of 10 ZK provers and I can shut down one, then the system doesn't advance. So we will need to discuss trade-offs. I think like right now is where we are. The Ethereum Foundation has been thinking of something about 5 out of 8. So that's probably a good number.
Much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
So next up, we have Ewan from Succinct. Computer's phrasing for a second. Okay, there we go. Okay, Ewan Zhang from Succinct is going to be speaking about low latency Ethereum block proving, SP1 and subblocks. Welcome to the stage, Ewan.
Oh, do I have a clicker? Hey, Will, do I have a clicker?
Yeah.
Is this thing?
You just use the keyboard to advance.
Oh, yeah.
And then this is here, but really,
The pointer?
yeah, just I don't know how well it works.
Oh, yeah. All good.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, everyone hear me? Great. Yeah, my name's Ewan. I'm here today to talk to you about real-time proving via subblocks. In particular, you might have heard earlier on the panel, a lot of the teams were talking about how execution was a bottleneck for low latency proving. And I want to give some more context into that, some other strategies you can do to mitigate that, in particular, the subblock strategy. So I know you guys have heard this a couple times today already, but Ethereum needs to scale the L1 gas limit. There's a plan to do this over the next couple of years, getting to sort of the gigagas regime gradually. And probably the most promising avenue towards this is real-time proving. And at a super high level, again, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but Ethereum's gas today is bottlenecked by validator re-execution. And if instead validators could verify succinct proofs of block execution, that would allow you to pack much more gas in a single block. So at a high level, how do we make an Ethereum block proof using a ZKVM? First, you take an existing Ethereum client, such as Reth. You use SP1 or another ZKVM to compile it down to some bytecode. In our case, we use RISC-V. And you can execute this bytecode inside the ZKVM. And the anatomy of the exact Ethereum block proof, well, there's some pre-flight checks, there's the actual transactions themselves, and there's also some post-execution validation. Now, RISC-V cycles on their own are not super friendly for zero-knowledge proving. So what we need is a kind of intermediate algebraic representation of what happened during these cycles. So the component of our system responsible for generating this intermediate representation is called the executor. And what they do, and the intermediate algebraic representation I was talking about, we call these traces. And traces can be super, super big. For an entire Ethereum execution, the total amount of traces will be hundreds of gigabytes. So what we do, we break the traces up into small pieces. We can prove all the pieces individually using some GPU-accelerated prover. And we can aggregate them together using recursive snark verification into a single constant-size proof. Now, let's think about this from a low latency point of view. So before you can do anything else in generating your proof, you have to generate the first trace. And while you're doing that, you cannot utilize any of your proving technology whatsoever. After you generate the first trace, well, then you can start proving it. But you can't do anything else until you generate the second trace. and so on and so on. Basically, the point I want to make here is that your parallelism is limited by how many traces you can generate at a time. And in other words, the end-to-end latency of your execution, the end-to-end latency of your entire proof is at least as long as the time it takes to generate all the traces. So you can see in this naive approach here, it takes so long to prove, it doesn't even fit on my slide. So yes, basically the most naive but effective approach for generating traces quickly is to optimize the shit out of your executor, which is exactly what we did. We took inspiration from the great engineers at ZISK who pioneered this sort of raw assembly approach. We improved our executor from 50 megahertz in May, 50 million RISC-V cycles per second in May, up to 150 million RISC-V cycles today for our real-time proving demo. And it actually works very well for the 45 million gas limit. But will this scale very well into the future? Moore's law says no, because if you want to run a single-threaded executor, your speed of light is the native performance of your actual hardware's single-threaded CPU. And that hasn't really gotten any better since 2005. So if we really want to scale Ethereum to a gigagas regime, we need to exploit some kind of parallelism. The most correct, future-proof way of doing this would be incorporate some kind of native parallelism into your ZKVM. So that would look something like support for a fork syscall or a pthread create syscall. And this is a great idea, but it's not so simple to implement. First, having a non-deterministic executor can kind of mess with different ZKVM's memory arguments. In other words, like proving consistency between different RISC-V cycles. And another problem you might have is that now your execution client has to reason about transactions' data dependencies, which is quite tricky, and you need to get it perfectly correct in order for your proof to be valid. So subblocks are kind of a middle ground. They are quite simple to implement, but they exploit a lot of parallelism, so they're very well suited for the gigagas regime. And the high-level idea is quite simple. You just take your block and you split it up into multiple subblocks of different consecutive transactions. And how do you resolve this transaction data dependency problem I just mentioned? Outside of the ZKVM, you can have the host hint the output commitment of the first subblock into output state commitment of the first subblock into the input of the second subblock. And you can connect these subblocks in this way. And when you compress all of the individual subblock proofs together into a single constant size proof, you can verify that these hints were in fact consistent. Now, just to drive the point home on how subblocks create super great parallelism, you have 3 executors running at the exact same time. So after you generate 3 traces at once, you can have 3 provers going at the same time, generating proofs. And also note that each subblock is going to be shorter than your original Ethereum block proof. So not only do you generate more traces at the same time, getting more utilization, your execution portion of your computation also is much shorter. So using subblocks, we were able to achieve 94% of mainnet blocks proven in May 2025. This approach has also received some great adoption from other teams, such as Brevis, who use it today for their real-time proving demo. And we estimate that if using this technique with our current executor technology, we can bring the serial bottleneck of our computation down from 4 to 6 seconds all the way to 1 to 2. So this is a really important latency saving technique that we expect to incorporate well into the future. Yes, that's my talk. If you have any questions, please ask.
Thanks, Ewan. Yeah, we have a couple of questions here. So in order of popularity, have you considered using block access lists, which will be shipped in Amsterdam, to inform your subblock trace generation?
We have in the past, and in fact, getting the correct abstraction, the correct communication between the host client executor and getting the right inputs into the ZKVM, we think is like a super important future direction. So yes, it is being considered, but no, not in the short term because our really fast executor is doing a great job. Yeah.
Great. Next question. Do the subblock access lists also contain Merkle tree nodes?
Let me go back to my slide. So yes, basically you're asking what is the composition of the storage A, storage B, and yes, they are Merkle tree commitments of the touch state within each subblock. This is a great point to mention that this Merkleization step actually does add a lot of overhead for the subblock technique because you're sort of Merkleizing the same stuff in every pre-flight and the same stuff in every validation. But yeah, at a high level, that's kind of what's going on.
Why 6% of mainnet blocks have not been proven yet through subblocks?
Well, actually, Brevis did 99.7 with subblocks, so that's pretty good. But in May, our problem was that the longest transaction would take too long to execute. You can sort of think of subblocks as punting the serial bottleneck from the entire execution down to the longest transaction. So that was sort of what was keeping most of those 6% from being really low latency.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to try and quit a couple of applications so you stop seeing all my notifications, but who knows if it'll work. OK. Next, we've got Leandro talking about Etherex. OK. Expanding Ethereum's proving landscape with Etherex. So Leandro Ferrigno, also from Lambda class, aligned.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for having me here. Well, the idea for this talk is to talk a little bit about the Etherex and the idea that we have of expanding the proving landscape with another client. If we take a look in the execution client landscape, the diversity is quite good. There are many great clients, but when we start looking into the proving side of things, most of the team here uses just one only client, getting aside ZK Sync that uses their own OS. So I wanted to bring here Etherex, which is the execution client that we have been working over the last year. Mostly, one thing is that we love Rust, but besides loving Rust, we have been working in this field for many years, and we realized that code bases were quite complex, and we have been always talking with different teams, struggling with complex code bases. So we decided to, okay, why not building a new one? Why not add some new piece of software to this field? And that's when we came up with Etherex, the idea that it should have minimal dependencies, much less lines of code. We shouldn't have clever abstractions all over the place, and we should have concurrency only where needed. And I guess that this last point is quite essential for proving. And while talking about this ecosystem explicitly, I've been hearing today that most of you see execution as latency. That's weird for us, but you see us as latency. And well, I think that with this code base that we have, there is a great room for improvement, and we will be able to gain much more over this latency that you see us. We have a shared code base between the DL1 and the ZK rollup that we're building, because Etherex is both for DL1 and ZK rollups. So we don't have duplicated code, and we ensure consistency. Everything that we do is consistent with ZK. Also, we have been building this Ethereum pre-execution tooling, enabling us to execute and prove Ethereum blocks in different ZKVMs easily, like a separate repo. I will show later a QR. So for everyone, like we are already integrated with RIS0, SP1, and ZISK, and we have been working with Brevis, with Pico from Brevis, and with OpenVM for a while to include us. But right now, this is like our repo, and it should be very simple to have your own guest program. In this experiment, we just need to handle the stateless execution for any ZKVM that we want, and it should be pretty easy. Actually, with ZISK, we just did it in these last couple of days, working directly with them, and it was super easy to integrate. Exclusively talking about minimalism, we really enjoy showing this small graph. Like, okay, we are 1/3 of lines of code and other clients, and well, this is for us something that we celebrate a lot, and we're always taking care of. It should be easy to change. It should be easy to improve. Also, we have less than half of dependencies. It's not easy to compare dependencies, but with clients built in the same programming languages, we are above half of the dependencies than they have. And some performance, you won't be much interested looking into these numbers here in the proving landscape. But what I wanted to show is that we're working a lot with performance. What you see here on your left is all the achievement that we have done over the last month. We did a 10x on the last month on the gigagas by block. And well, block time reduced by 10x. This is quite amazing. These are not very good CPUs. With better CPUs, we have a better performance, of course. And we still have a lot of improvement to be done. We're working on that, and we are confident that we can achieve much more performance. And not only with this, but also we're like adapting the guest programs for the different ZKVMs that you have. These are the numbers that we have and that we have recently incorporated with the ZISK team. And here you can see, like, for example, for SP1 Turbo, we are like in from 2 to 12 minutes. That's a lot. That's obviously not real time. But well, yesterday and the day before yesterday, with the help of ZISK that share with us their multiple GPU thing, their GPU farm with 16 5090, well, we achieved proving some blocks in the range between 6 seconds to 15 seconds. And this is with what we have at the moment. We haven't done anything in particular to adapt or to improve. So this is like the starting point. I think that as a starting point is a very exciting starting point. And well, what I'm asking here, we will love to work with all of the people that are in the room. It's very exciting for us. We have done a few collaborations as well with different teams, for the Ethereum Foundation, the ZKVM team. We helped them integrate Idrex in their ZKVM, and we're very grateful with that because, well, that gave us also a place where we can show what we have been doing. And we are reviewing their standardization proposals for different ZKVMs. And that is a great effort, not easy to be done. And well, I think that they are doing a great job over there, and we are eager to help them. And the idea is for us to become fully compatible with ARG, which is like this effort of unifying the interface written in Rust. Our future work on this, as I said, this is just the starting point. We need to lower our proving times with a single CPU. Those are not great. We have there with 33 seconds or 60 seconds for 2 minutes for SP1. We need to lower those numbers, but we also need to work in multiple CPU proving. Also, pipelining execution to reduce latency. We need to integrate, and we want to integrate with more ZKVMs. And well, we want to work on the integration with Air as an alternative for Idrex and this Idrex replay, which is this execution tooling that I mentioned. This is a link to the repo, but if you cannot scan the QR, if you want, you can just look for Idrex replay in Lambda class repositories. And well, I think I'm just in time. This is us. If you want to follow us or give us some love in Idrex repo, we'll be around. We have been around all this week here, but we are pretty easy to find. And we will love you to reach us out or to answer when we reach you out for integrating with Idrex. Okay, thanks.
Thanks so much, Leandro. We've got time for one question, if you're open to it. So
that's it.
Are you looking into doing ZKVM specific optimizations other than using precompiles, like using hints or ZK-friendly hash maps?
Yeah, that's a possibility that we are exploring, actually. It's something that it will be great to discuss with the specific teams working in ZKVMs, but yeah, definitely it's something to explore.
And then final question, how much of your performance optimizations are due to SIMD instructions and other CISK and GPU optimizations that aren't available in RISC-V as A?
Okay, to be honest, I don't have the answer for that, but we can discuss later with the team. All the ZISK integrations has been done in the last 2 days that I've been like all around the place and without
totally
seeing
understandable.
what my team did. Okay, well, happy to continue later.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I was trying to mute my little calendar invite things that keep popping up. I apologize for that. I can't figure it out. But next up is Jim Posen from Irreducible, talking about binary proofs for bitwise operations.
Thanks, Will.
Yeah.
Let me set my stopwatch here. Hey, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'm Jim. I'm going to talk to you about Binius 64, which is the latest version of the Binius proof system that we've been working on. And I want to talk about basically the journey to get here, some of the learnings. Along the way, there were a lot of new ideas, but also a lot of discarded ideas. And it's ended up in this new proof system. So to start with the basics, what is Binius? Actually, not that easy of a question to answer. A lot of people think it's this paper that we published 2 years ago, which curiously does not have the word Binius in the name. And it turns out that that was a good thing that we didn't put it in the name, because we ended up taking some ideas but actually discarding many of them. So the core contribution to this paper was a polynomial commitment scheme for binary tower fields. And we shortly after this found a better polynomial commitment scheme, and actually Binius 64 doesn't even use tower fields. Instead, Binius 64 still uses binary fields, but it's a simple and standard degree 128 extension over GF2 that we ended up using. So instead of describing what is Binius by like the cryptography techniques that we use, I want to go to like why is Binius? Like what are the principles that we're trying to achieve with this system? So when we started profiling the existing ZK snarks that were out there, proving was very slow, and we set out to build a computationally efficient proof system, especially targeting custom hardware, as in if we could build hardware specifically for ZK proving, which is what we were doing, what is the most computationally efficient? And we basically found these 3 bottlenecks. So the first is all proof systems just boil down to like lots of finite field operations, so you need to make your finite field arithmetic really fast. Now, it's well known that in custom hardware, binary fields are the most efficient. What not everyone does realize is actually on modern CPU processors, the fastest 128-bit cryptographically secure finite field available is the G-hash 128-bit finite field, because modern processors have acceleration for this. The second thing is we termed this phenomenon of embedding overhead, which basically all the proof systems suffered from. And in order to emulate bitwise operations, which are common like XOR and AND, you would pay the full cost of a finite field operation to do something on 1 bit of information. And this is really pronounced when proving classical hash functions, which is not a niche use case. It's of fundamental importance for backwards compatibility and security. So the way that most proof systems, including Binius v0, went about this is to throw a lot of arithmetization tools at the problem. So if you have too many gates, then we're going to make some custom gates. And to handle range checks, we'll add some lookup arguments. And then to handle control flow, we're going to build a virtual machine which can emulate program execution. And we'll use recursion for memory usage. But then each of these tools sort of creates more things that you need. So when you have custom gates, you're going to start doing like table layout planning, and the virtual machine needs a memory argument now, and you might want a custom language for that machine, which means you have a compiler. We have some pre-compiles, and now our tables are getting really wide. And when we have custom gates, now our verifier logic is getting dynamic, and it's maybe so dynamic that our recursion architecture needs to itself be a virtual machine in order to just handle recursion. And we sort of wound up in this tangled mess of complexity. And so Binius, original v0, basically took all of these techniques and tried to throw everything at it, and some more that were specific to our settings. So we had this idea of we were going to arithmetize over multiple binary tower levels that our arithmetization had different data types. We wanted to leverage derived columns that were not committed, because if commitments are slow, then we can use these sum check-based reductions. And this sort of got too complex to handle. And so we wanted to change to building, okay, how do we make just a simple zero-knowledge proof of an identity credential, like a concrete use case that's not block proving? And all this stuff was getting in the way. And so for this client-side proving use case that we then wanted to tackle, kind of went back to the drawing board and said, okay, how do we make a much, much simpler proof system that's taking the advantages of what we have, but otherwise trying to be as simple as possible? And we arrived at Binius 64. So we basically kept these 4 crucial components. So the first is a polynomial commitment scheme that can efficiently commit to bits without embedding overhead. So we can commit to the individual bits of a system that we want to use. We can very efficiently prove the bitwise AND relation. So and we can also prove XOR very easily, because that's native in binary fields. And the way we prove bitwise AND is using an idea called the univariate skip, and sort of optimizing specifically for that use case. We also have a special integer multiplication accelerator, which is a GKR circuit. So we have a specific technique for doing an integer multiplication check sort of in the exponent of our finite field using a GKR circuit. And the last kind of unique thing about this system is word-level wiring. So instead of having wiring information per bit, we group all the bits into 64-bit words and do the wiring that way. And that is very natural for programs which are, a lot of hash functions are based on 32 or 64-bit words. I will mention that this is not a VM. This is not capable of proving Ethereum blocks. This is for simpler client-side use cases, and it's in a circuit model. So this is the one picture diagram of how things work. So we have a witness on the left, and for every witness word, which is 64 bits, we get to apply some bit shifts. We can XOR accumulate as many bit shifted things together as we want, and then we can either apply or constrain them with bitwise AND relation or the integer multiplication relation. And this is only a few tools, but it's really powerful and lets us prove a lot of hash functions. It lets us prove we've written circuits for elliptic curve signing. We can do Ethereum signature verification using the mole constraints. And our performance numbers are really good on the CPU compared to Stu and Plonky 3. Our single-threaded and multi-threaded performance for hash functions are the best that we benchmarked against. So the point I'm trying to make here is with just a few primitives that are sort of carefully distilled out of the research that we did with Binius, optimizing specifically for bitwise relations, we can have this very powerful prover model, and it's working for client-side proving. Now, as I said, this is not a VM, but these techniques, I think, could be adapted really well to the VM setting. And in fact, our bottleneck with this system is one that was surprising to us, which is the wiring argument. And I think that could be optimized away in a VM context. I want to, aside from the cryptography here, make one final point about simplicity. So we're building systems and technologies to secure global financial infrastructure. And there's been this explosion of ideas in the space. And this process of building Binius v0 and then Binius 64 has really enforced not just the importance of simplicity to me, but that simplicity requires sacrifice. But it's worth it because the complexity of these systems compounds. And if that was my experience with this, so thank you very much.
OK, thanks, Jim. I've got a couple of questions here. First question. Any future plans, roadmap for Binius 64 that you have in mind?
Definitely. So Binius 64 is not zero knowledge yet. That is on the roadmap, intended to get it done within a few months, and then it will be a zero knowledge proof with proof sizes on the order of 100 couple kilobytes, and then beyond that, the roadmap's unclear.
Is the wiring verifier linear? If so, how do you plan to address this?
Is the wiring verifier linear? The verifier is, I mean, it will be a succinct argument with, sorry. The wiring verifier right now it needs to do a matrix evaluation, so it is not succinct, but it can be made succinct using the standard Spark technique that's in Spartan. So it would be a sublinear verifier for wiring once we go and implement that.
And personal question, well, from me, not a personal question, but have you checked out the new client-side proving dashboard on ETH proofs that just launched?
Someone sent me a screenshot of it.
Yeah,
that needs to go.
Binius 64 is atop several leaderboards. So
cool.
Interested to see if you have feedback on it. If you do, I'd love to put you in contact with the team.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Up next, we got Leo Alt from Powder talking about auto precompiles. I think maybe I got rid of the pop-ups, so we'll see. All right.
Sounds good. Yeah, thanks, Will.
Leo from Powder talking about auto precompiles, compiler-based acceleration for ZKVMs.
Yeah, thanks, Will, for the intro and for the great work on ETH proofs and this event. ZKVM precompiles are fundamental for the performance of ZKVMs. However, they are quite difficult to write, read, audit, prove correctness of, and scale. It's not sustainable to handwrite these massively complex circuits every time you want to accelerate a gas program. This is not a, thanks Alex, it's not a sustainable design for ZKVMs. So wouldn't it be great if some form of gas acceleration happened automatically? This is already happening. Auto precompiles are automatically synthesized circuits. This is not some futuristic, out-of-reach research we're speculating on. This is something we have code for that works right now and already improves a few major ZKVMs. This is obviously a very deep, complex topic. This is a short talk, so feel free to reach out with questions or find me later if you have deeper technical questions. These circuits, aka precompiles, they are generated from the program's basic blocks using old and new techniques, such as profile gate optimization, hot path analysis, something we call hot witness analysis. We don't really call it that, but for the purpose of this slide, I call this. And we're also working on new/old techniques like branch prediction analysis, this kind of things that has been common in the hardware world and seems to apply quite well to ZKVMs as well. After these circuits are generated by a very simple process, they are extremely heavily optimized by lots of optimizers we have in the powder code base, such as static analysis, compile time constraint solving, low degree polynomial substitution, and lots of other super interesting techniques. As the name suggests, this is of course fully automated. It is ISA agnostic. We currently work mostly on RISC-V, but it is ISA agnostic, and it already has comparable performance to handwritten precompiles, as you're about to see, and the security also scales a lot better than handwritten precompiles. Auto precompiles are fully integrated into OpenVM, one of the main ZKVMs out there, already doing real-time proofs on Ethereum. This is a reference benchmark we run often to test the current state of the powder auto precompiles. This benchmark does cat check, or 10,000 iterations of cat check, and we have 3 settings here. The pure software version, which just uses the tiny cat check Rust library, is just doing cat check in Rust, no precompiles involved, and it takes about 800-something seconds to prove it on a certain CPU. If we use the handwritten precompile that comes with OpenVM, we get a 10x acceleration, which is obviously very, very good. But if we use auto precompiles, we actually get even more acceleration, 11 times faster than the software version, and so 1.2 times faster than the handwritten precompile, actually. If we use this for Ethereum, we're not necessarily interested in replacing the precompiles that are already there, because they are very performant. So we want to use the current software version plus handwritten precompiles that are already there, proving Ethereum. And this is the proof time for some run. And you can see that as we add new or more auto precompiles, it gets faster and faster. So currently, with OpenVM plus 100 auto precompiles, we got 1.37 times faster end-to-end proofs, including recursion. It's important to mention recursion here because in the current way that a lot of ZKVMs and provers are written, there is quite a big penalty for having a lot of circuits or a lot of precompiles in the ZKVM for a certain guest, because the verifier is linear in the amount of columns. It goes into details, but the more auto precompiles you have, the more penalty you're paying off in the recursion layer. So it ends up being a lot slower, but we already get this acceleration even including recursion. So as more provers maybe move into multilinear settings, this will get faster and faster. With this, we have integrated the Powder OpenVM on ETH proofs as of last week, which is great to compare to the state-of-the-art ZKVMs and be part of this race and test our own optimizations with time. What's also interesting is what's after this. What can we improve on now? So as I mentioned just now, recursion has a pretty big penalty on this, but let's say recursion is solved, not a problem anymore. What can we do? How many auto precompiles can we use? Well, if we use even more, 500 or 1,000 auto precompiles, and we consider only what OpenVM calls app proofs, so this is before recursion starts, we actually got almost 2x faster proofs already. So if we can actually do even more, so if we could accelerate all the 13,000 plus RISC-V basic blocks that the Reth client has usually, 80% of the trace cells that are in RISC-V right now would simply vanish. So you can maybe see where I'm going with this. This is some analysis that we do often in our benchmarks, which is what's the effectiveness of an auto precompile. So each RISC-V basic block becomes an auto precompile. And not all of them are used because of current restrictions on provers. But we know what the effectiveness of an auto precompile is, meaning how many fewer trace cells do we use if we use that the prover has to commit to if we use an auto precompile instead of a RISC-V basic block. So after our new optimizers integration or testing the last 2 weeks, we actually seen almost 7 times average acceleration per basic block in the REF benchmark. This is also a pretty fun stat. In some basic blocks in the REF benchmark, we actually see up to 20, 22, 21, 22 times improvements when you take a RISC-V basic block and transform it into a circuit. And interestingly, the EVM interpreter code implementing the opcodes less than and greater than for the EVM are actually among such basic blocks that are accelerated almost 21 times when you make a circuit for it. Of course, a lot of people ask, how are we going to secure all of this? You can't possibly pay enough people to audit and verify this manually. As the whole thing's automatic, we also want to do automatic formal verification. So we have 2 projects going on. One is our own lane 4 rewrite of the optimizer. We want to have fully correct by construction prover, which you can prove in lane 4, and then a verified checker as well that can check when auto precompiles are generated. We also have a project with the Ethereum Foundation Certora to use SMT-based approaches to prove that every single generated auto precompile is semantically equivalent to the RISC-V basic block that it came from. This, of course, also propagates to different ZKVMs. And SP1 Hypercube has an initial integration with auto precompiles that already shows almost twice as fast proofs. To finalize, I wanted to note that auto precompiles are not just a potential replacement for the precompiles we have now in Ethereum. They're also not just a tool to accelerate Ethereum. They can be used for any guest to accelerate any basic block that we're not even aware that they could or should be accelerated. Auto precompiles are bridging the gap between ZKVMs and ZK circuits. They are basically removing the ZKVM overhead and bringing the performance of ZK circuits to ZKVMs while keeping the best UX and DevX that we already have from ZKVMs. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Leo. We've got a couple of questions here. I think perhaps you answered the first one. I'll restate it just in case. Can you give a brief overview of how you plan to formally verify your optimization passes? What spec do you compare against?
Yeah, so the most realistic for now, let me go back to this, is so every auto precompile is generated from a RISC-V basic block, from the instructions in that basic block, and the circuits that verify those instructions. So the first idea here is to take the optimized circuit after all the heavy optimizations and prove that the behavior is semantically equivalent to the RISC-V basic block where it came from. So as long as the original ZKVM is formally verified, we keep the same level of security with auto precompiles as well. We don't reduce levels of security of the ZKVM itself. The other approach is a more long-term approach, which is we are writing the optimizer in the whole process in lane 4 as well, so that we can have proof of correctness of the whole algorithm, of the whole code base, and not just prove auto precompiles as they come out. Hope that makes sense.
Great. Last question. How did you go about defining a basic block, or is it dynamic?
A basic block is pretty easy to identify. If you look at RISC-V assembly code, or most assembly code, you'll have branching instructions, jump instructions. A basic block is basically a non-branching sequence of instructions that ends in a branching instruction. So this is pretty identifiable from compiler-generated code.
Awesome. Thanks very much, Leo.
Thank you.
OK. Next up, we have Mohsen from Zirkit. So we're going to be talking about Rust-proof orchestration. Proof orchestration in Rust, scaling proof workflows. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Hi, I am Mohsen, and I'm going to talk about proof orchestration. So today we heard a lot about ZKVMs and how fast they become. We heard a lot of great news about how things are advancing. I was very excited to hear about that. This talk is going to be about how are we going to orchestrate the workflow. So we have this stream of blocks that are being generated very fast, every 12 seconds right now, and we want to generate proofs for them in a reliable way. So whatever happens from the moment that the block is created until it reaches the point to the consensus layer to say this block is valid, everything that happens in between needs to be managed by a piece of software. And that's basically the orchestrator that I'm going to talk about. So at Zirket, we've been working on orchestrators for some time. It's been a bit more than 2 years. We have been running our workflows, our proving workflows in-house. And we have faced a bunch of challenges that we had to fix over time. And I'm just going to quickly go over that. So one of the challenges is basically being in time. Real time is not that important on L2, but when it comes to L1, we have this real-time requirement that is in place. It's going to be difficult to do everything in real time. The workflow has to be elastic. It has to scale dynamically with the needs. So we heard about these gigantic blocks. Imagine if you have a lot of them that are being pushed at once or in a certain short period, then you need a lot more provers to actually deal with those amount of blocks that are coming in. The third one is my favorite, and that's why we're all gathered here today, is the innovation in the ZK space is moving very fast. Cool new stuff are coming in every day. So we need to build an orchestrator that can change with the pace that the space is moving. Another thing that we have seen in the production system when we run the orchestrator in production is basically the failure that is happening. Any piece in the system can fail. So a good system, a production system, need to be able to deal with failures. And the last one is basically being able to run on different hardware. So what are the requirements? I'm going to quickly go over that because of lack of time. We need something that can do any ZKVM or any prover that comes later. It has to be able to prioritize things when there is limited time. It needs to have built-in failover and be able to retry. Nothing can be forgotten, so you cannot have a request for approving that is lost or forgotten. It has to have distributed coordination, multi-network, scale horizontally, vertically, redundancy, failover. It has to be able to time out when it's needed. It has to be able to report how the progress is going, and it needs to do basically real-time proving. So what is the design? This is the part that I want everyone to take away from this talk. Basically, what we have designed is based on MapReduce, nothing new. The architecture itself is well battle-tested out there. So what you need to do, every piece of your proving pipeline has to become a dispatcher, so basically like map. So those shapes that you see over there, those are my steps that my prover needs to execute in order to compute a proof. Then for any step that needs to wait for other steps, so if you have a multi-step prover, like the Subblock idea that we heard from the SP1 talk, those subblocks need to be merged back together, and you need to compute a recursion proof over them. So that's where you basically need a collector to collect all the proofs that have been computed in the previous step. You want to make a new message out of that, and then you want to do an operation over that. So that's basically how the architecture works. In order to fulfill the other requirements that I mentioned, we worked on a basis of a message bus. So any communication that goes through this workflow of provers needs to go through a message bus. This has to conform to a trait. Right now, we have implemented it in NATS, but it could be implemented in any messaging or gossip-based protocol that you want to do. We are implementing it in traits. So what the message bus needs to do needs to be able to route work. And this could be inside the network you're running, could be outside the network, wherever you want to route it. So the message bus would be in charge of communication between all the services you are running. And then at the bottom, you have the workflow runner that decides what kind of workflow you want to execute. Well, let me just do a very quick example to take this point home. Basically, let's say I have the ZKVM X that has 3 steps. So I have a rectangle, I have a circle, and I have a triangle. In order to compute the proof that I'm supposed to compute, I need to do a rectangle and circle first. So those two can be executed in parallel. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm basically going to put 2 dispatchers together. So I have a dispatcher that starts carrying out the rectangle, a dispatcher that does the circle. Then I throw in a collector that waits for basically these 2 types of proof that I require. It would not finalize until the exact types 2 times as received, and then composes 1 message for me and forwards this message to the next component that is going to be my dispatcher and carrying out the final operation that in this case is the triangle operation. So as you can see, I can basically, with this flexible design that the orchestrator has, I can design any workflow that I need for my proving pipelines. So let's take this basically to ETH proofs. We were looking at the ETH proofs pipeline. So there are multiple provers, SP1 Hypercube, ZISK, RIS0, all different provers are running there. We don't have visibility on exactly how these ZKVMs are being executed, what kind of hardware they are using. We hear about how many GPUs are used. We don't know exactly where they're being executed, but we try to imagine how this could be executed if we were to use actually our orchestrator. So the idea would be for any of those workflows that these provers have, we need to design, using the orchestrator, the workflow that I explained to you. Each piece of this operation could be executed on various hardware. So basically, you could have a piece of your proving pipeline that sits on Kubernetes bare metal. You could have a piece of your operation that sits basically on AWS managed cluster, or you can have your spatial hardware or a machine or a cluster that has so many GPUs thrown at that. So even the internal steps of your prover could be broken down, as long as all the pieces of the workflow can reach and dial one another through the message bus that we have, everything should be basically manageable. So in the case of running the entire prover pipeline that you have on the same machine, it's going to be much easier, but still the same idea. So the entire prover sits on one machine. All pieces need to communicate. You break it down into dispatcher and collector, and basically you have everything together. So for this very example of ETH-Proof's website, we have put together a demo. You can scan the QR code that you can see on the screen. This takes you to the orchestrator that we have put together, and you can see how the demo works. We haven't hooked it up with the provers in the background. It's just mock provers, but I'm going to show you how you can basically add any provers to this orchestrator that we have. Right now, the orchestrator, the way it's working, it expects an input that has to be in JSON format, an output, what is the output of the step, and basically, if you put a binary inside the example that I showed in the demo repository, you would be able to, if you put your prover inside with this input and output format that I showed you, your prover basically would be part of the orchestrator tool. So what are the takeaways? So what I showed you here is a universal proof orchestrator. It can run any provers on any infrastructure and any hardware, no limitation on the execution. It is battle tested. We have been using this prover in production for a bit more than 2 years for running our L2 proving needs. It has fault tolerant at its core. God knows how many times we had to wake up on call to fix some issue that was in the pipeline. So we have put all those lessons learned into the design already. It scales automatically. I showed you a mock demo of ETH proofs. You can scan the repository. You can take a look. What is on the repository? We have open sourced the images, so the binaries of the orchestrator are released, but we haven't released the source code. We plan to release the source code soon, and we are seeking ecosystem collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mohsen. Final call for questions. I don't have any queued up. Very clear presentation. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So when we started this whole ETH-Proofs experiment, we would sort of use a very quick shorthand elevator pitch, I guess, to like paint the picture with people when we were onboarding and like having conversations, and we'd always say, ETH-Proofs, think L2 beat for ZKVMs. So it's really, really cool to share the stage with a couple of main contributors to L2 beat. So first of 2 talks back to back, we've got Luca Dono talking about native rollups.
Hey everyone, so I want to talk about native rollups. I don't have enough time to discuss the technical details, but I just want to present why I think they make sense from 2 different perspectives. So the perspective number 1 is the perspective of we want to scale Ethereum, right? So if you look, at everything that has been said, and if you're kind of familiar with rollups, you can see all this scaling effort with ZK on L1 as a way to basically turn Ethereum into a rollup, right? If you look in the way that a ZK rollup works today, what a ZK rollup does is this off-chain infrastructure that has its own state, executes some transactions off-chain, it proves those transactions, and sends a state route with a proof to L1, to the execution layer of Ethereum, right? And if you look on the other side, What L1 does is that we're taking the execution layer, we're making it an off-chain components, we execute transactions, we create a proof, we send the state root with the proof to the consensus layer. So I haven't seen this narrative very much, but in my opinion, again, the ZK1 effort is a way to basically turn Ethereum into a rollup, right? So now, if we do this, what's the limit of the scaling? And probably with this effort, we can get to the gigagas. But the thing is that, why stopping at the gigagas? Maybe we want to get to teragas per second, right? And the only way to do this is with horizontal scaling. And we've been discussing how rollups help with horizontal scaling, how we can use ZK to vertically scale and rollup to the same. Now that L1 basically becomes a rollup, a way that you could think about this is basically, OK, what if we run multiple chains in parallel and then settle all these ZK execution layers? We run them in parallel and we settle them on the consensus layer. So this is a classic ZK shard approach. It's kind of complicated, in my opinion, because now you need to think about a consensus layer that needs to coordinate multiple execution layers. How do they even communicate together? You need to figure out some messaging system. Some people might have some PTSD from sharding because of this. But some blockchains actually work, do sharding, already in production. This might be viable, but in my opinion, it's complicated. Another way is instead to use the rollup infrastructure that we have today. So you have one single ZK execution layer. This is L1 that gets snarkified. And then you have, on top of the execution layer, the ZK rollups. And this is basically what is already happening today, right? You might say, OK, but this is not really sharding because they need to provide their own infrastructure, their own proving system. They're a little bit different. They don't upgrade at the same time. And the solution to that is exactly introduced by native rollups. So the idea behind native rollups is, OK, let's take this ZK infrastructure that L1 uses that L1 already uses, and let's expose this to the rollups to use. So instead of having to deploy your own proof system, you can just use the exact same. And this can be done by exposing the L1 state transition function to the execution layer through a precompile, which we'll call the execute precompile. And in practice, the way that this will work is, on L1, you have an L1 block. This L1 block contains transactions. This transaction will call a rollup contract. The rollup contract will call the execute precompile. And inside the execute precompile, there will be this recursive call to the state transition function, which is the same one that Ethereum uses. And what the L1 prover will do is that it will prove everything up until, even inside this execute precompile, up until this state transition function call, and then everything that happens afterwards. And the transaction sender, which is, in this case, like a rollup operator, will provide a ZK proof when calling this, when sending this transaction. Can I toggle this? Yes. OK. The second perspective is a little bit different. So the first perspective was about scaling L1. The second perspective comes from the rollup, right? So what are the issues that existing rollup face today? The first one is that they spend a huge effort in building the proof system and maintaining this proof system, versus Alt-L1 competitors that don't do this. So if you need to decide today whether you want to deploy an L1 or L2, the problem that you might have if you want to deploy an L2 is that you have all these additional infrastructure that you wouldn't have as an L1. And this, it's a lot of effort that you are spending toward this that you would rather spend towards user and products. The second is that this increased complexity is a source of bugs, and this doesn't allow you to get rid of Security Council. So a reason you might want to be an L2 is because you want to be more decentralized, you want to prove your state transition, you want to have a secure bridge. So all good intentions, but at the end of the day, because of risk of bugs, you might need to have a Security Council that actually make you less decentralized than what you want to be, right? Even less decentralized than Alt-L1s, potentially. And this is something that Alt-L1s love to say, that L2s are bad because of Security Council. I've been talking also with some of the rollup teams here, and they're telling me, stage 2 might be too realistic. because again, it might be too unsafe to remove the Security Council. I feel like this is super sad. It's super sad also because I might agree with it. And the third problem is now you want to be in an EVM equivalent chain, and you need to upgrade. Every time Ethereum upgrades, you also want to do the same upgrades, and this requires dedicated governance systems just to maintain feature parity. And then these governance systems can arbitrarily diverge from L1, potentially rugging funds, right? So this also adds complexity and trust issues. So again, the idea is, what if instead of doing all of this, you could reuse the same infrastructure that L1 uses? Some rollups might object because instead of having to reuse the same infrastructure, they might like actually building proof system and having their own stuff. What I argue is, what if instead, instead of everyone that does its own thing, we all converge into making Ethereum better and proving Ethereum blocks, and then afterwards we let everyone reuse this infrastructure. So again, the solution is the same, right? So you take the infrastructure that is on L1, this is the same slide as before. You take this ZK verification stack and you expose it to the rollups to use as a precompile. And this would, for example, allow rollups to have client diversity, multi-proof systems automatically, right? So again, the first issue is solved by reusing L1 components. You don't need to maintain your own dedicated stuff. You don't need Security Council because, again, this is a dependency that you already have on L1, and if there is a bug, L1 is going to fix it, and you get automatic upgrades with L1. And this is an example of how much simpler a rollup is. A native rollup is compared to, like, for example, OP-Stack, 64 lines of code instead of 10,000. I finished my time, but if you're interested on the details, there is this native rollups book explaining all the details, how this works, customization that is possible, and yeah, thank you very much.
All right. We've got a couple questions here. So what security concerns are you most attentive to by introducing the execute precompile?
So the good news about the precompile is that it is possible to reuse the exact same infrastructure that L1 uses, even at the level of the same verification keys. So same verification keys, the state transition function that the L2s would use is exactly the same. Same exact prover networks. So in principle, if we implement this correctly, there wouldn't be much additional risks compared to L1 itself. So I wouldn't say there are many.
And then how does the introduction of native rollups reconcile with the fact that rollup teams are looking to introduce more features that deviate from EVM execution?
Amazing. So this is the slide that I skipped. So the trade-off is for native rollups, you cannot add new opcodes, you cannot add new precompiles, because again, we would be using the same state transition function that L1 uses. But on the other side, everything that is outside of the core EVM state transition function can be personalized. So it is possible to support custom sequencing. It is possible even to support custom gas tokens. It is even possible to collect the base fee. Like there is an easy way because L1 burns the base fee. L2s actually want to collect it. There is an easy solution to do this even without modifying the state transition function, which is super interesting. So there is some form of customization that is possible. But of course, there is a trade-off.
And then finally, how confident are you in getting native rollups implemented into a hard fork?
I'm pretty confident. The only issue is like timelines. I need L1 to be aware of ZK proofs because I need to reuse the same infrastructure. Ideally, I need L1 to use blobs for its blocks because, again, L2s use blobs. So there are a lot of open questions around, for example, gas metering when you're using blobs instead of cold data and all this stuff. The good news is basically I'm just a native rollup would just steal or like reuse the same infrastructure that L1 uses. So I'm just dependent on the ZK-L1 timelines.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And if you guys haven't had a chance, check out ETH-Proofs Call number 5, where Luca does a very dense, deep, I think 60-minute long deep dive into the technical details of native rollups. Thank you. Okay, and the second L2Beat contributor that's speaking is Sergey, who's going to be speaking a quick kind of compare. Sorry, my computer's thinking a second. Okay, a quick contrast and comparison between the ZK, the L2Beat ZK catalog and ETH proofs. Where do they overlap? Where do they stand alone? Thanks for being here.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so hi guys, I'm Sergey. I'm a ZK researcher at L2Beat, and today I will be speaking about L2Beat ZK catalog and ETH proofs. So L2Beat ZK catalog is this page that basically tracks all the ZK proving systems that scale L2s, and ETH proofs is this dashboard that has a look at all the ZK proving systems that should scale L1. And the natural question you might have is, okay, why do we have two ZK dashboards? So corporate needs us to find the diff between those two. Let's make the corporate happy. I think that's the name of the game for ZK, for crypto right now. So, and let's have a look at the diff. I will be using this tool. It's a tool created by our wonderful tooling team at L2Beat. It actually doesn't let you compare two different websites, but it does let you compare two different smart contracts deployed on chain. Very useful. I'm using this a lot in my research work. So I look at it a lot. I will make you look at it as well. Let's go to the first diff. So the first diff is that L2Beat looks at all the ZK proving systems that are deployed on chain and they're actually in production. And ETH proofs also track some systems that are under development or still being modified. And the main insight coming of this diff is that actually, so I had a look at this tracker by ETH proofs. It has 37 ZKVMs. Only 5 are used in a ZK catalog. And there are 2 more that are used in production but are not followed on ETH proofs. So the diff number 2 is that L2Beat ZK catalog also tracks non-ZKVM snark provers, and ETH proofs focuses only on ZKVM systems. So sometimes they're called snarks. And the insight coming from this diff is that actually there are projects that continue deploying completely snark systems, so custom circuits. In the bottom, you can see Intmax launched June this year, and the mainnet. I think they're using the circuits for privacy mainly, and Lighter launched in October this year. I think they are mostly using for performance, but they don't use any ZKVM. So diff number 3 has to deal with diff number 2. We have to deal with trusted setups because we also look at snarks, and this proofs doesn't have to deal with trusted setups. That's fair enough for scaling L1. But the learning coming from this is that actually most projects use this Aztec Ignition trusted setup from the old days of 2019, which is quite good. But there are some notable outliers. So mainly I want to highlight Growth 16 trusted setup by SP1 that has only 7 participants, somehow, as I understand, all affiliated with Succinct. And interestingly enough, used by 4 projects in production, including Zircot. So just wanted to call this out. But also, to be fair to them, they also offer the Plonk final wrap, and they mention in the docs that you can use it if you're not happy with this. And another call out is to Starkware, whatever these guys do. They don't rely on trusted setups. I think that's great. Yeah, I think we should look at them. So diff number 4 is actually not a diff. This is the same. Both projects push for transparent, reviewable, and reliable ZK systems that can scale Ethereum. And the insight coming from this diff is actually the main insight of my presentation. Everything before was a setup, and this is the punchline. It is extremely hard to independently verify the on-chain verifiers and that they actually check what is claimed to be checked. So basically that there are no backdoors in the whole on-chain setup. So for example, this is a circuit. This is on-chain verifier for Flonk, I think. It's completely not clear what is exactly being verified here. Or for example, this is part of Taiko on-chain setup. This is the RISC-0 program hash. Again, just by looking at these things, you would be able to know what exactly is being proven and verified. So somehow, in our industry, we have this social norm to not deploy unverified contracts, and I think this is great. But I want to argue that we should also treat the ZK-proven systems deployed on-chain in the same way and really be mindful about this. So this is the PSA. We often talk about this ZK technology as this tech that is secured only by cryptography, and I mean, this has merit in it. But this is true only if you have verified the setup and you know which program is being proven and which program is being verified. So this is our call to the projects. Please be mindful of your setups. So this means if you write circuits, please provide the ways to regenerate some guides, how to regenerate the verification keys. If you're a ZKVM project and you use some programs, please provide the sources for the programs and how to regenerate on-chain commitments. And here is a proposal posted on our L2Bit forum to actually add this as a requirement to stage 1 projects. So if you're a ZK rollup, you probably will be required to publish this information and make this accessible. And from our side, we are committed to bringing this information to the public to make it transparent. So here you can see some screenshots from ZK catalog. We have already verified the on-chain verifier deployed by ZK Prover from Polygon Labs. We have already verified some programs from these ones are used in S2 Prover by Starknet. So you can go there, check out all the steps and do this yourself. You don't have to trust us with these green check marks. We also try to put the verification steps there. So coming back to the diff number 4, this is the common push of L2Bit ZK catalog of ETH proofs to bring the transparency and reliability and auditability to ZK setups. But also, I think this is something we should do all together, including all the ZK projects that are in the room right now. So please be mindful of this, and then maybe we realize that we are working to the same goal, but just move from slightly different directions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sergey. Any questions for Sergey? I'm not seeing anything in the chat. All right, amazing company to keep. So glad that you guys were here.
Thank you.
Another round of applause for L2Bit. All right, the final lightning talk that we have before the second panel is Ron Rothblum from Succinct with a cheeky titled lecture on the insecurity of Fiat Shamir. Ron Rothblum. Thanks.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Ron Rothblum. I'm a cryptographer at Succinct. And I want to talk to you about security today, and specifically about one aspect of security that we tend to take somewhat for granted, and I'm personally a little bit worried about, and that's known as Fiat Shamir. So I want to kind of start the presentation with this very famous quote by Silvio Micali, who's a very famous cryptographer who, among other things, co-invented zero-knowledge proofs and snarks, that cryptographers seldom sleep well. And the reason for that is that all of what we do in cryptography, almost all of what we do in cryptography, relies on assumptions, which we believe to be true, but we're not sure. So we have to keep sort of one eye open when we're asleep to make sure that nothing broke. And zooming in on ZKVMs, we're making a few cryptographic assumptions, and I want to kind of highlight what they are and kind of then zoom in on one of them. So first thing I want to mention is this notion of proximity gaps, with Arantxa mentioned earlier in her talk. This is a conjecture that most teams rely on. I'm happy to report that at Succinct, as of this week, we're proving in real time without making this conjecture. So I'm sleeping a little bit better. So kind of happy about that. Second thing we rely on are hash functions that are collision resistant. meaning that it's hard to find collisions in these hash functions. This is a very, very standard cryptographic assumption. Ethereum relies on it. All of us rely on it on a day-to-day basis. Not particularly worried about that. The third one is Fiat Shamir, which I want to talk about today, so I won't go into it yet. And the fourth one, which I won't have time to go into, is about recursion. So if you're interested, ask me offline about that. So I want to go into Fiat Shamir. So what is Fiat Shamir? So it's this beautiful idea invented by Amos Fiat and Adi Shamir almost 40 years ago in this beautiful paper. And what it lets you do is basically design interactive protocols, so back and forth interaction, but then magically make them non-interactive, which is kind of huge. And their original idea was to do this to construct digital signature schemes, but nowadays we're going far beyond that and using them to construct snarks. And almost all snarks rely on this idea. Cool, so what is the idea in this transform? So we go from an interactive proof generically into a non-interactive proof. And the idea, very briefly, is as follows. So we start off with an interactive protocol, say, for example, something like Fry. And so we have a prover P and a verifier V, and they interact. They send messages back and forth. And we're going to make an assumption here that the messages that the verifier sends are just like random messages. And it turns out that for the protocols that we actually care about, this is indeed the case. So we have an interactive protocol, but interaction is no good, right? We want to post our proofs on chain. We don't want to go back and forth. And what Fiat Shamir lets us do is kind of replace this interaction by a hash function. So the idea is to build a new interactive protocol in which, so you can emulate the first prover message easily. You just run the interactive prover. But then rather than wait for the verifier to respond with its random challenge, you derive the random challenge by hashing the message that you just produced. Okay, using that, you can generate the next challenge and go so on and so forth and generate all of the challenges and therefore the entire proof. So this is the beautiful Fiat Shamir transform. It's very simple when I present it this way. Actually doing it in code turns out to be more challenging, and this is very well known to have a lot of implementation bugs. But that's not the focus of my talk. So I want to focus on doing Fiat Shamir as you're supposed to, and what happens then. And you might say, if you do Fiat Shamir as you're supposed to, then it's really, really well battle tested. We've been using Fiat Shamir in signature schemes for a very long time. Okay, so why am I losing sleep over this? Well, the reason is that the way we use Fiat Shamir nowadays is very different than the traditional way in which it was used to build signature schemes, in particular because we're now proving general-purpose computations using Fiat Shamir. And that worries me. And the reason why before the reason why it worries me, a word about soundness. So why is it intuitively sound? Well, because the verifier's challenges are derived via a hash, they seem unpredictable to the prover. So it seems to emulate the interactive case. And in cryptography, we're not satisfied with intuition. We want more of an analysis. So we've known for about 30 years now that Fiat Shamir is secure if you think of the hash function as a purely random function. Okay? And this is commonly interpreted as saying is, if you have an attack against Fiat Shamir, it means your hash function is not behaving as well as expected, switch your hash function. So that's a common interpretation, but actually this interpretation has been challenged. So sequence of works showed that there are examples of sound interactive protocols, but if you apply Fiat Shamir to them, they are totally broken. So this looks very alarming, but for a long time, no one really cared so much because the protocols that we had here, these examples, were convoluted. They were sort of contrived protocols that were intentionally designed to fail. So people were not particularly worried. I think something changed a little bit in this work that we had earlier this year. This is with collaborators, so Dmitry Kuvertovich and Lev Sukhanov, both who were at the EF at the time. I think Lev maybe has left since then. And in this work, we showed that there's actually an attack against a real-world protocol, a variant of GKR that is very common and popular, and this affects real-world systems. So this is an example of a PR by Polyhedra giving a particular fix or mitigation against our attack. So this is very much real-world. So given this attack, where do we stand in terms of security, and what worries me so? So proximity gaps, we know we can avoid them. Aranch already said we have to, so great about that. In the worst case, if we are not able to prove stronger bounds, we'll get a 2x in proof size. Not ideal, but also not the end of the world. Collision resistance, as I said before, doesn't worry me too much. In the very unlikely event that someone finds collisions in Poseidon, we'll switch to a different hash function. We have a very, very good understanding about collision resistance of hash functions, so that, again, does not worry me so much. Recursion overhead, I didn't have a lot of time to speak about that. Worst case, we'll do less recursion. Maybe we'll do no recursion. We could work with steaming provers. This, again, is in the worst case, in case something is broken. The one place where we don't really have a fix is Fiat Shamir. Okay, so we do know, we have examples of real-world protocols in which if you do Fiat Shamir, they are entirely broken no matter what hash function you use. And if we had a similar attack against protocols that run in ZKVMs, we would have a problem. So that worries me. I don't think this event is very likely, but it's very, very risky because we don't have a backup plan. So just to summarize, I really view the Fiat Shamir security that we're assuming in snarks to be a new or different cryptographic assumption. I don't think we can just rely on the fact that Fiat Shamir has been used in a different way for many years. The fact that we have the random oracle analysis is maybe good, but it's not enough because we also know that there are attacks, concrete attacks, that are not captured by this random oracle analysis. So my conclusion, Fiat Shamir it's an assumption, and I think we're sort of taking it for granted, and we need much more research about it. I can report to you that there's a line of work more in the theory community from which I come, trying to instantiate Fiat Shamir provably, and we've made a lot of progress here, but there's still a lot more to be done. So I think there may be some hope in the long run to use this line of work, but we still have plenty to do. Okay, so I'll end the talk here and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ron. We've got a question from the audience. So are there any hardness assumptions on the hash function that make Fiat Shamir probably secure in a specific real-world protocol, in specific real-world protocols?
Yeah, so for the way we're using them in ZKVMs, the answer is no. There is an assumption known as correlation and tractability, which sort of partially suffices. It would suffice for certain types of protocols, which this line of work deals with. But the short answer is no. The assumption is that Fiat Shamir of this protocol is secure.
Great. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
OK, next we've got a panel discussion on formal verification and fuzzing, and then a 30-minute break. So we're going to welcome to the stage our esteemed moderator and panelists. And apparently my never-ending granola pop-up. OK, so moderating the panel is going to be Alexander Hicks, who leads the protocol snarkification team at the EF. Also leads the formally verified EVM project, $20 million grant program that is doing a lot of amazing research. Also from the EF is Cody Gunton, security lead on the ZKVM team. Valentin Wusthoff from Diligence Security. Devin Tuma from Succinct. And Costa Ferlis from Veritice. Gentlemen.
Check, check. It works. OK, so just for the record, I can't see the timer, so if you go over time, just buzz me. But yeah, thanks everyone for coming. It's obviously been a fantastic day of talks so far. We've had form verification has been mentioned a couple times in the more general security, discussion about security and hardening ZKVMs and reliability and all of this. We have a fantastic panel that actually covers a lot of different aspects of formal methods. So we've got Valentin over there who does a lot of fuzzing. Cody has been doing some compliance testing and some fuzzing. Devin does a lot of work in Lean. It was for proof assistance, I guess, and the manual side of form verification. And then Kostas has been doing a lot of automated verification with SMT solvers. So first, maybe everyone on the panel can quickly introduce themselves. You have about 30 seconds to a minute to shill whatever you want, and then we'll get in a shill-free discussion.
All right. Should I start? OK. I'm Kostas. I'm the CTO of Veritice. So we do a lot of auditing, but more related to this panel, we recently released Audit Hub, which has a set of formal method tools that already some of the ZKVMs in this room are using while they develop to find bugs. And yeah, finally, in collaboration with the Ethereum Foundation, we also created LLZK, which is an intermediate representation that tries to unify the development of ZK circuits. So that way, like, everybody is benefiting from other people's work, and, like, you know, people can get our tools if they lower the circuits to LLZK.
I'm Devin at Succinct. I've been working on verifying the circuit logic, and I'm also a PhD student at Minnesota, and I've been working on formally verified cryptography there, and I've gotten involved a lot with Alex's work to formalize the proof systems and the actual underlying cryptographic arguments. So both of those things have been happening in Lean, the proof assistant. I think proof assistants are the way forward. I think they can do a lot of great things. So I'm glad that the EF has really invested in this. Yeah.
I'm Cody Gunton. I'm a member of the ZKVM team at the Ethereum Foundation. My work has mostly focused on security of these systems, compliance testing for RISC-V compliance tests. This also sort of tracks progress on ISAs, changes to them. And some fuzzing work. I built a RISC-V fuzzer that some grantees are developing further. And I've also built a Plunky 3 verifier fuzzer. And yeah, I'll be helping to coordinate the efforts for security more broadly, on top of digging into it a bit myself.
Yeah, I'm Valentin. I'm a researcher at Diligent Security. And we've been kind of doing a lot of fuzzing over the last 2 years, focusing on various ZK infrastructure projects. So we've built 2-3 different fuzzers. One fuzzer targets kind of languages like Noir and Circum, trying to find bugs there. So it's already found like something like 20 different soundness or completeness bugs in various tools. And now recently we also started looking at ZKVMs. We have built another fuzzer there that has already found something like 11 soundness and completeness bugs. 3 of them were soundness bugs. Yeah.
OK, so I think it's quite an interesting time to discuss form verification and formal methods and fuzzing and testing and all of this in general. First, because obviously we have ZKVMs, which are hitting big performance milestones. So that means we're getting closer and closer to deploying them, which means we should be feeling closer and closer to sleeping well, as Ron would put it. And because it's quite a huge, complex stack where, you know, most likely the ability of audits to really figure things out is quite limited. And we've definitely seen, obviously, bugs happen to, you know, fairly heavily audited code bases. But also because we've also reached several milestones in terms of form verification and fuzzing. So as Valentin just mentioned, you found several soundness and completeness issues in ZKVMs. We've had Devon was part of the first effort to formally verify a RISC-V circuit, and they've done so successfully, obviously in collaboration with Nethermind. And then on Costas' side was Veridice. They were obviously, I guess, one of the first to apply SMT solvers to some of the pre-compiles and circuits that you see in ZKVMs, and showing determinism, you know, in a way that can be integrated into CI, which was with 0. So I think we can all agree that security is great, form verification is great, we should do it, so on and so forth. It's extremely bland. What is probably much more interesting is to try and figure out how do we actually do it, and how do we actually try to get coverage over the entire stack? Because the stack is pretty big. As the first panel today hinted, you know, there were some suggestions that now that we're hitting performance milestones, you know, the next sprint is going to be about security, and it's going to be about trying to solve all of this, getting obviously provable security on, you know, the side of cryptography, but also more generally about the huge software stack that we have to cover. And we have a variety of panelists who are working with a variety of tools that all have different trade-offs. And I don't think we want to argue that any tool is best. I don't think either of us think that any tool is best, even if we have preferences about using Lean. But I do think we want to argue about maybe, you know, how do we make this complementary? Because maybe where there is some friction is both in the fact that we don't have good integration of fuzzing and form verification within ZKVM development teams, maybe with the exception of Succinct, who have Devon. And we also don't have good integration between people using different tools. So maybe let's, you know, start on that angle of, you know, how do we get a lot of that friction away and actually speed up all of this?
I can start, yeah. So I guess, like, as you mentioned, yeah, like, all of us cover different parts of the stack, right? And then, like, each of our tools has kind of like their strong suits and, like, somewhere that they don't work very well. So I think, first of all, we need all of us to start talking the same language, right? Because, as we mentioned earlier, LLZK came to kind of like, bring some unity in the fragmented kind of like space of ZK DSLs and ZK languages. And I think it's a perfect vehicle for, our tools to also start like, talking the same language and then like, start combining techniques like, fuzzing, which like, I think might also benefit from specifications. And also like, the same for theorem, like automated theorem proving and like, proof assistance. And like, people in our kind of like branch of academia have kind of like, been doing that for a long time where like, you have a part of the system that is kind of like, being verified like, automatically and then like, it gets stuck at some point and then like, somebody provides an axiom and like, then the whole thing becomes push button again.
Yeah, I guess I would mention that, yeah, having multiple tools, even if they overlap in places, is also like very useful. Like when we work with Verdice has found bugs in our code, at least a specific bug, before, weeks before I even started getting to the actual formal verification in Lean Proof Assistant of that, because it moves much slower. So having like automatic tools that can give quick feedback, and then also slower, more stronger verification is also, I think, very helpful. I think the tools are additive, right? You can only make things more secure. You can never have, besides resource usage and being able to actually do it, having more tools is very positive, I think.
Yeah, I mean, my mind goes to where the teams spend their time, and where they spend their time is determined, by the overall direction of this project, the ZKVM scaling project. And events like this, I mean, we've pushed really hard on performance, and that means that there's less time toward integrating security tooling, building security tooling, or accepting external contributions. By the way, please merge my PRs when they come your way.
Who's not merging?
Huh?
Who hasn't merged your PRs?
Call them out.
I'll do my third emoji react on their approval but non-merging comment. Yeah. So I think that, yeah, I would like to just see an overall shift in the emphasis. I mean, it's good to bounce between different foci, right? Like you have performance, you have a security sprint, you have a kind of cleanup sprint. So I think that can help.
Yeah, so I can maybe mention how we. So as I said, we basically started with a fuzzer that was targeting not ZKVMs specifically, and there we have a lot of experience working with the linear team. So we used to be in consensus until a few months ago, and there we worked very closely with the linear team, in particular with the GNARC team. We have been essentially fuzzing their system for more than a year now, continuously. So. And there we usually try to kind of basically put as little burden on them as possible. So the way that we're doing this is by essentially running like once a day we kick off a fuzzing job, and then every morning or whatever when they wake up they get essentially like a message just telling them everything's good, and if not we will kind of try to provide a minimized counterexample, try to give them a test that they can use for essentially reproducing the bug and fixing it. And this has been very successful in my mind, and the team also has been very receptive of this kind of way of collaborating with our team, but also with the fuzzer.
So I think following on this, how do you see things going in terms of an end stage of ZKVM security efforts? Do you see it going where, are we aiming to get every single line of code of every ZKVM, of every guest program, all kind of formally verified in Lean, which, if you have an infinity of guest programs, is maybe unrealistic. Same with SMTs with fuzzing. Like, where do you see the kind of ideal end state of all of this in terms of combinations of tools running on different parts or running on the same parts but on different timelines and different levels of integration with CI? If you have a wish list or something of where you want to see things go.
I mean, I think, like, from my perspective, I think it's quite likely that there will always be some gaps somewhere. But I think the point should be to use the tools that we have in the most effective way to cover, basically have several nets of security. So for instance, I can say from our fuzzers, we essentially target kind of the whole system. So we try to cover all the components. But obviously, there can be specialized ways to target individual components more thoroughly than what we're doing for the entire system. So I think this is really an opportunity to kind of combine different tools and then give us more confidence that these tools are actually ready to be deployed and to go live.
Audits aren't a silver bullet, nothing is, but I think they're very valuable still. I mean, things can be missed, but many things are not missed. I mean, the teams do very good jobs auditing. And so, I don't know, as an end state, I imagine sort of releases with periods of open bug bounties and auditing and careful attention to big changes. You would know best about the sort of potential realistic scope of these FV tools, but I mean, it seems like things are coming along extremely well, actually, in there, so I'm bullish on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think to get the proofs, the different verifications to cover everything well, it is also important to acknowledge the limitations and the trust assumptions you have in everything you do. There's many assumptions we need to make in order to verify our circuits, for example, and clearly stating those, also being conscious of things you might miss. If we don't know exactly what each tool is covering, it can be easy to not fully cover the surface. So I think just being really honest about limitations or strengths of.
But I think that's not only from the tools themselves, but also from being able to work off of common representations, so that you don't have gap off of whatever representation you're feeding into each tools, which is a maybe tricky part.
Yeah. And from my perspective, is I don't know, my ideal world, moving forward, is that have kind of a very thorough security checklist, right? And then kind of assign tools to take as many items as possible from that security checklist. And then of course, at the end of the day, we're gonna have some aspects that are formally verified, but we need to kind of push automation as much as possible, in my opinion, and then also auditing this type of very complex systems manually is a nightmare. And internally, from our experiences from auditing some of these manually before having the tooling infrastructures, now that we switch to a model where we have a tool to assist us, we feel way better, to the extent that if a new tech stack approaches to kind of audit their circuits manually, we offer them initially to kind of integrate our formal verifier PICUS to kind of take a huge mental load off of the auditor. And then we're also happy that we're seeing teams like Succinct and Risk Zero kind of integrating our tools into their CI/CD while they're developed, so they can detect bugs as they arise and kind of removing items from that checklist.
So I think I have 2 points I want to cover on the panel still, and one of them follows directly on this, which is that indeed auditing is very standard. As I've already said, it's with the complexity of what we're looking at, it seems very hard to audit. It also seems as economically, based on numbers that I'm hearing about the cost of auditing, which I can only assume that I'm getting correct numbers, and based on the numbers in terms of what it takes to formally verify something, for which I have the very exact numbers, it seems to me that also auditing is becoming both economically and time-wise inefficient compared to the progress that we're seeing in better testing and fuzzing and SMT solvers and proof assistance. So I think maybe you obviously have a view because your business does both, and I guess maybe on your side as well, you have a view where you kind of do both, and I think maybe on the Succinct side, you have paid for audits, so you maybe have a view as well. Do you have a sense of, not just where audits fit, but also where you think, we have a lot of these audits are being done with finding critical vulnerabilities in code bases that have been audited. Audits also maybe are not kind of forcing functions if an issue is found. We've seen this with Plonky3 and the fry verifier skipping the degree check. What does it look like to try and get more representation of formal methods and in places where auditing hasn't been enough? And as part of that, potentially getting to the point where we're providing higher assurances in a shorter amount of time in a way that's maybe more robust, to changes as well.
So I mean, the whole thesis of our company is that, manual auditing, is not enough, and that's why we have been spending so much time, building, these tools not only for ZK, but for other ecosystems as well. I agree that, auditing, in this industry, right? It's a time-boxed endeavor, right? You essentially set up a timeline, you set up a scope. There is a lot of back and forth to kind of negotiate both the scope and the duration of the audit, and then you kind of reach to something that is of course suboptimal, because there are constraints from both ends, right? Constraints from the client on their budget, and constraints from our side for how much we can dedicate for a single client. So for us, going the formal kind of way forward is why we started the company to begin with, and we are really excited that they start happening in the ZK space, and specifically in the ZKVM sub-world of the ZK development.
Yeah, I think it also, having the formal verification, I would think would make the auditing easier and probably shorter, cheaper, I would hope. Our circuits, if the auditor can just look at, here's the assumptions in the lien, and we have a full proof of all the arithmetic, ideally they don't need to go through the math proof themselves, right? So even if you can just cut down a lot in that way, I think that's also valuable in reducing the problems with it.
I'm not totally clear on the full Optimist picture of what formal verification gives, but does it cover CUDA kernels?
Not yet.
Yeah, so that's a lot of what, that's where all the complexity's gone for the past 4 months.
But a lot of audits are not just looking at the CUDA kernels.
Say what?
A lot of audits are not looking at the CUDA kernels.
Well, that's really a shame. I think maybe they should.
They should.
Yeah.
And we should fuzz them.
Yeah, the pessimist case is that you build these tools, but they're so rigid, or they break so frequently that people don't maintain this formal verification and invariant, and there's a lag, and they don't actually. If we find, and we did hear in a conversation earlier that oftentimes the proofs don't break, even under what seem like complex changes. So for me, I don't have an opinion until I have some more personal experience and hear more from teams about. But I think that I don't back down from the idea that people reading code and teams reading their own code at some point is incredibly important.
Writing tests.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of tools, different approaches, and we should kind of use them in the way that they fit best into the workflow. So from what I've seen in my experience is that building a fuzzer is not. It's something you can do in, like a simple prototype is something you can build in, maybe a month or something, just to kind of, and you're getting essentially results pretty quickly. And I think this is definitely something that, makes a lot of sense, and also gives you some, it doesn't give you the guarantees that you maybe get with formal verification, but it gives you some reassurance that, at least there's nothing there's nothing completely off in your system, and then afterwards, once you know what properties you actually want to test, then you can kind of move further down the sort of the stack, like you can do formal verification, you can do audits and so on. But I think in many cases, like even the formal properties that you want to check are not the specs are not there usually, and they have to be developed. And there's obviously also room to have specs that are not quite right. I mean, I've done formal verification in the past. I mean, this is always the case, right? You write the specs, and in many cases you realize, oh, the spec is actually off in some way, so you need to go back and fix it. And this is a perfectly normal experience, but it obviously takes a lot of time to kind of do this iterative process. So yeah, that's why I think it makes some sense to kind of start with things that are more lightweight, and then kind of move towards more expensive and more also, more time-consuming, sort of safety measures further down the line, right?
By the way, just to defend our formal verification team, like we have like something that can run without giving it a specification. It's like a property itself, and it's not like that heavyweight. So I think I agree. Fuzzing it has its place, but also I think formal tools that combine static analysis and verification that can run kind of effectively. They do also have their position early on in the development cycle.
I mean, having shared specs is also very useful. When I first was working on this at Succinct, we were sort of writing our own specs, and then Alex, I think it was Cambridge
and Galois.
Had the back end for sales, so now we can sort of trust the spec more, or at least more people using the spec means more eyes on the spec. Things like that I think is also really helpful. Teams writing their own internal specs for everything is probably not good at all for anyone.
And then, so as I guess on this mention of iterating and going through the motions, a big part of, I think, integrating any of this successfully is trying to get it to run in tandem with development, both for the reasons that you don't want people to be pushing performance optimizations, but you need to delay deploying them by X amount of time because you need X amount of time to do audits and verification and fuzzing and testing and all of this. Two, also, because like you're saying, if you have things that are lightweight, you can actually use them, maybe on every PR whilst you're developing things to catch bugs early, to hopefully help actually your development process. If anyone has seen any past talks by me, at some point I always have a slide that references a blog from AWS that goes on about how they're shipping faster, better code because they've integrated fuzzing and SMTs and manual form verification in their development process. That's with the caveat that they have 100 people doing form verification at AWS, where we have less than 100 people doing it in the entire ecosystem. But I think there's a big view of form verification of this is we have to slow down to be able to do it. I actually quite enjoy taking risk. I would rather see people do super sketchy stuff and work really hard to be able to actually make this not sketchy. So if anything, I want people to accelerate even more. I think what can we do, to make these tools that we have and that we're developing, more robust so that we can actually run them on every PR, and instead of just being, maybe just a security thing, we can try to see them as, ways to actually try to drive performance engineering. And we don't have a performance engineer on the panel to give us feature requests, but maybe we do have a sense of, how we can integrate these to get quick feedback, to maybe get clues as to how to make things simpler, how to make things faster, how to make things more efficient, which at the end of the day, I think is what matters first and foremost. There's no point having something secure but slow.
I mean, engineering teams do not want extremely heavyweight CI on every PR, and they shouldn't have it. It's not good. So I think nightly jobs or...
But you can do performance engineering on SMT solvers to get faster feedback.
Yeah. I mean, it all just depends how heavy it is and how long, how flaky it is, these kinds of things.
But also, I think, what's the kind of feedback that the tools can provide? Because it's one thing, if you have a tool that says, okay, we caught a bug in this PR you're making on this branch, I think it's one thing. And there's another thing, which is, for example, with writing specs, a lot of times writing specs, forces you to try to reason about your code, and you just end up finding optimizations as a result, right? In the same way, when you try to write down some idea on paper, suddenly you figure out, that you need to think a bit more about your idea, and when you try to implement it in code, you figure out you need to think a bit more about what you wrote on paper.
Yeah.
And then when you try to write specs, when you try to set up, tools at the start of your development process, maybe rather than at the end, is there some gain?
I think just like something granular, of course, helps here, right? So if you can just reprove some part of it and you have something built where you kind of just maintain this one proof and then it propagates, you don't have to check the rest, this is good. Or like, you know, when certain files change, you run a nightly fuzzer job. That makes sense to me for sure. But yeah.
So we've got some audience questions here. Just letting you guys cook for a little while. We're at time, but mind if I just throw a couple of these up?
Yep.
Okay, great. Are there any efforts to fully certify the compiler pipeline due to concerns of LLVM being the target and optimization leading to unsoundness of ELF binaries?
I have two answers.
Okay.
One is that LLVM to RISC-V specifically, there is an ongoing form verification project around this happening in Cambridge. I have a draft paper I'm not allowed to share, but it's happening. Not the entire LLVM yet, but a significant portion of LLVM IR. And two, I think there's something very interesting to say about compilers in the context of ZKVMs, which is that you want a general purpose compiler for the guest program. So if you're running REST as your guest program, you probably want to run this through the Rust compiler, and I don't think we want to try and rewrite the Rust compiler, and formally verifying the Rust compiler was something that at some point DARPA was talking about doing, and then Trump happened, and so it's not happening. But for things like circuits and provers and verifiers, you can probably do with quite a minimal compiler, which can both support optimizations that are probably not in the Rust compiler, because they benefit from representing your program with a high level of structure for any algebraic optimizations or anything like this. And two, the range of things that they operate on and the range of operations that they do is very constrained compared to everything that is in LLVM IR or just mainstream, kind of monolithic compilers. So I do want to maybe bet that we can write compilers that are quite amenable to form verification and can produce, maybe faster verifiers and better circuits, potentially even faster provers than we currently have. I want to say maybe 2027, Ace Proofs Day next year, wherever DevCon is. I can give an update on that. But we would like to attempt this.
Excellent.
I actually have a funny anecdote about this. So the first bug that we found with our Argus fuzzer for ZKVMs was actually a compiler bug. So we were like very, very excited that I found the first bug. And then we shared it with the team, and they debugged it. They actually figured out that they've been using a slightly outdated Rust version. And there was a bug in that Rust version that the fuzzer actually found. But yeah.
This is the thing that keeps me up at night. It's not bits of security. The compiler's extremely scary. Yeah.
Then a quick final question. Why do you have to formally verify the prover? Isn't having robust verifiers sufficient for safety?
So the verifier gives you soundness. The prover gives you completeness. Technically speaking, completeness of the proof system is deterministic for something like Fry. But obviously, if the prover is not able to generate a valid witness or just panics for some reason, you might then have a liveness issue on the L1 because you won't have a proof to be verified, and so you would want to avoid that. But obviously, as was hinted by Cody, we're not currently aiming to formally verify handwritten custom CUDA kernels because we lack the tooling to do so. So I think for that, it'll be a lot of testing and hopefully at least fuzzing.
Excellent. All right. Thank you all so much. We've got a short break now, and then the last chunk of programming, it's going to be keynote presentations from the 5 real-time proving teams that were up here on stage earlier, plus a really special presentation from Jolt, the A16Z ZKVM that's being developed and coming to ETH Proof soon, and then our final final panel, who pays the provers. I'll see you back here at the half hour. All right, folks. Everyone that's out there getting coffee, if you could start to make your way back in. Okay, so for those of you that signed up for using the QR code for the events in Cannes, thank you very much. We're already receiving a lot of applications. I'm told that I accidentally had the auto approve on, so I'm going to have to rug a lot of you and move you back to waitlist because we're just sort of accumulating applications and interest right now. So a bit more about those. There's going to be 2 days, one that's really focused on lean execution and one on lean consensus. So the lean execution, you could think of that as like an ETH proofs day, really real-time proving, probably going to be a strong focus on provable security. And so there's always going to be a real emphasis on getting devs, researchers, cryptographers that are working hands-on with it. The venue's quite small, but really cool. It only seats 80 people. And so there will be 2 days, 1 day working, presentations primarily on the execution layer, the second day on consensus layer. So a lot of the PQ interop stuff that we've been doing within Lean Consensus. And then there will be a hacker house. So the event with the presentation seats 80 both days, and then the hacker house is only 40 people. So the bar is going to be quite high in terms of just making sure that we've got strong alignment with very prescient topics, people that are contributing to these things. So please go through the application process. It'll be in a you might get an automatic approval until I change it, but it'll probably sit in a in-review stage for quite a little while. So this afternoon we're going to start off with, we've got 6 talks. We're going to hear sort of an architectural overview of 6 different ZKVMs. We're going to start off with OpenVM. They're going to be, Yi's going to speak about real-time proving for Ethereum L1, the modular approach. Yi, thanks for being here.
Hey everyone, my name is Yi. I'm one of the co-founders of Axiom, and yeah, I would love to tell you about how we achieved real-time proving for Ethereum using OpenVM. Maybe if the slides will work, I can tell you more. Okay. Oh, click the, okay, great. Cool. So first of all, OpenVM we call a ZKVM framework because it is meant to be customizable and extensible. What that means is that although we support certain ISAs, we don't like to bake that into the framework, and we want to allow developers the choice to modularly build the ISA that they need for their purposes while still using the same framework. So currently we offer a Rust front end, and also use what we call a no CPU architecture to enable all of this. Now, to talk more about the modularity at the ISA level, with OpenVM, we allow developers to build an ISA through what we call VM extensions. These are groups of opcodes that interoperate over common memory spaces. And developers can add or modify extensions while importing the core OpenVM as a library. So for example, we have RISC-V support through an extension, and core OpenVM does not know about any particular ISA. So out of the box, OpenVM can prove Rust programs, but developers can also customize by creating their own VM extensions for workloads of their choice. We believe there are some workloads, like machine learning inference or particular signature schemes, that will require this approach. So now let's talk about what everyone is here for, which is how to apply OpenVM to Ethereum. So first of all, we launched at the beginning of the year, and at that point, OpenVM was frankly not very efficient. We've been able to make about a 3x improvement every 3 months since then, and on a benchmark block, block 21 million, we now have sub-cent proving and also real-time proving. So overall, we've been able to achieve over 30x performance improvement on both cost and latency. And so as everyone saw in the demo, we're now able to prove Ethereum in real time on 32 GPUs. So in this histogram, you can see that our P50 latency is around 7.7 seconds, and we have a P99 latency of a little over 10 seconds. This is on a range of 1,000 recent L1 blocks from, I believe, yesterday. So in this talk, I wanted to talk through 3 areas of our architecture, which I thought were particularly relevant to real-time proving. So that's our no CPU architecture, which is the way we construct OpenVM to allow a modular architecture. The optimizations we made to execution through ahead-of-time compilation, and finally, our overall distributed proving pipeline. So our perspective with OpenVM was that existing ZKVM designs really kind of overfit to physical processors. When you design a CPU, of course, there's a physical chip, and it's very hard to make it configurable, and you must specialize to a specific ISA. A lot of ZKVM designs kind of emulate this by having a central CPU circuit that knows about every opcode and coordinates all of the VM activity. So with OpenVM, we've introduced what we call a no CPU architecture, where we do just that. We remove the CPU. And in ZK, we're actually able to constrain execution consistency without doing it in a single chip. We're somehow distributing it through a consistency check with randomness. This has 2 benefits. The first is that we're able to just reduce the trace size by removing this large CPU circuit. And the second is that we're able to plug in new opcodes into the system without imposing changes to other circuits. And so this makes modularizing the ISA much more straightforward from a development perspective. OK, so in our distributed proving pipeline, we have roughly 3 steps. The first is that we actually have to execute the guest program of interest, the Ethereum state transition function, on the CPU. So that's done in serial. After that, we execute again in pre-flight execution to prepare for trace generation. And then finally, we do GPU proving. So as you can see, the only serial step in this process is the CPU execution. And as a result, for something latency sensitive like real-time proving, it's a pretty critical bottleneck. Now, the core challenge when proving an ISA that is not the exact same as the one running on your CPU is that you essentially need to interpret the ISA. And we went through several phases where we discovered that interpreters are pretty slow. If you implement a naive interpreter, maybe with handwritten Rust, you'll probably achieve something like 20 to 50 megahertz. If you go a little bit deeper and add things like tail calls, you'll get to something like a couple hundred megahertz. So we did this previously, and we had RISC-V execution at about 380 megahertz. And in our push for real-time proving, we implemented ahead-of-time compilation of the state transition function, namely transpiling every RISC-V opcode to x86 opcodes and storing as much as possible in the lower number of registers. Now, one particular difficulty in doing this in our modular design is that we needed to handle extensions that we did not want to translate to x86 assembly. For example, things like the catch-hash or elliptic curve precompiles. And for this, we had to support mixing and matching handwritten x86 assembly for RISC-V, and just native Rust that's already optimized for these special operations. So to give a sense of the scale of the results, I said before that with our best interpreter, we're about in the 300 megahertz on execution. With ahead of time execution, we're able to achieve over 2 gigahertz, which is roughly half of native execution. We think this is pretty close to best possible, since for every RISC-V cycle, we're using approximately 2 x86 cycles. And as you can see, on a relatively tail case block in the 23 millions with 43 million gas, this decreases the execution by about a 3x. You may ask why it's not a 8x, and the answer is that there's already a significant amount of the execution of the block that is not in emulating RISC-V, but rather in emulating precompiles. So this was a big step in reducing the latency of the only serial component in distributed proving. So after distributed proving, or after execution, the proving process for OpenVM is fully parallel. So we do trace gen fully on the GPU, and then we do proof generation also fully on the GPU to remove any sort of host-to-device memory transfer. All right, so what's next? As everyone has seen in the demo, real-time proving for Ethereum is now a reality. And for ZKVMs in general, we feel like we've reached a point as an industry where performance is on a path to being not an issue for applications. And what we think will be important is actually flexibility and customization for different applications. So to that end, on the OpenVM side, we plan to add different ISAs and front ends. For example, support for things like RV64 or WebAssembly, as well as the ability to synthesize precompiles in a more automated fashion rather than writing them always by hand. Moreover, we now want to cache in our modular design and have the ability to apply OpenVM to more domain-specific computations with extensions that are very outside of a typical ZKVM compute pattern. So look for more from us about that in the next couple months. So if you want to learn more about OpenVM, you can check out our docs site or our GitHub. And if you're interested in working with the Axiom team to implement OpenVM for your application, you can check out our link on the slide. So thanks for listening, and happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much, Yi. We've got one question here. What is the most exotic and interesting ISA you see people looking to implement in OpenVM's framework?
I feel like the most exotic ones are different ways to implement WebAssembly. And I think the biggest advantages of WebAssembly are that it offers a more virtualized embedded systems backend for different languages. But there are certain aspects of WebAssembly which make it a little bit more difficult to implement in a ZKVM, so people have been trying out different intermediate forms on OpenVM.
Excellent. What does success look like for OpenVM?
Yeah, I would say the broader problem that we wanted to solve with OpenVM is the ability to apply ZK to a range of computations that really matches the type of computations that happen in the broader world. As an example, if you look at a typical application, there's a database, which is currently not really a concept in ZK. And if you want to emulate something like that in ZK, we feel you need a more general architectural framework. So for us, success would be that there's a smooth pathway for developers to combine things which look like ZKVMs with things that currently look like custom circuits.
Amazing. Thank you very much. And yeah, great work.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Next up, a gentleman that needs no introduction. Porter Adams from Matter Labs, ZK Sync, speaking about Airbender. So welcome to the stage, Porter. We're going to talk about ZK Syncs, Airbender, full stack ZKVM customizations.
Sweet.
You can just advance with the keys.
Awesome. Thank you all for having me. I'm super excited to talk about Airbender. We've had some really cool announcements as of yesterday, so I will get right to them. And then I will connect it to ETH Proofs Initiative and the entire Ethereum ecosystem, just talking about full stack ZKVM customizations in general. So we did it yesterday. Airbender proves Ethereum with basically a toaster. We have our 2 GPU benchmark over there on the left, and just to show that we can get it under 12 seconds, we have our 8 GPU benchmark on the right. So we're very, very pleased with these numbers. I know some people I've learned have $100,000 of GPUs at their houses. I do not. So for home proving, for me, 2 GPUs sounds much, much more reasonable. And we can also start like scaling Ethereum and raising the gas limits sooner, thanks to much lower hardware requirements for this. So, yay, we did it. Now, I do just want to do a little victory lap on stage while I'm here, which is to not underestimate the progress of ZK. 6 months ago, there was a very serious post on the Ethereum Magicians forum about relaxing prover hardware requirements for the next few years. And I, of course, thought this was very silly. I don't know if anyone listened to me back then. Hopefully, you will understand now. Some teams will achieve real-time at-home proving before 2025 is over. We've done it. And so, of course, now the question is, if we scale the gas limit, though, ZK performance also needs to get better. And my bet is that, like, you've seen how far ZK has come in the last, 6 months. I think the progress is going to keep continuing, and I think ZK progress is moving way, way faster than these people will get together and raise the gas limit. So it's my challenge to you all, Ethereum ecosystem, raise the gas limit as fast as you can, try to keep up with ZK. So just to kind of map out the hardware requirements getting lower, we're trying to shift everybody over to the left side of the screen where we just have 2 GPUs and keep that proving time down as low as possible. So really great work by the Matter Labs cryptography team. Especially want to shout out to them. The engineers worked super hard on this, and so yeah, super proud of their code. And basically a toaster is from Justin Drake, so if you don't like that, be mad at him. He's the one who said it. Okay, now I'm going to explain how this was all possible. Quick background first on ZK Sync OS. This is so previously, we had ZK Sync's prover and sequencer code bases were 2 separate things. We kind of wrote a fully optimized prover, and then separately we had to write our sequencer. And every upgrade, we had to upgrade the sequencer and then upgrade the prover and then make sure that they still matched. And this was a horrible way of doing things and actually limited the number of upgrades we were able to do to ZK Sync, which was very painful. So we've replaced all of that. Now we've worked with sort of an abstracted execution layer. So the prover and kind of the execution layer are all separate. We will compile the execution layer to x86 and run it for the sequencer. We will compile the execution layer to RISC-V for the prover. This whole sort of architecture here we call ZK Sync OS. It includes a bootloader to start the system. What happens in the system stuff is input-output handling. That's going to be the same regardless of which execution environment you're going to use. You're going to need some inputs and outputs. And the slide kind of hints at that we will be able to support multiple execution environments. So if people are interested in WebAssembly or other things besides EVM proving, that is built in to kind of be a modular code base. So that's ZK Sync OS. This is going to come back again in a couple slides. Airbender. This is our new RISC-V ZKVM. I don't know if it's still new. I think it's pretty new because it's not quite on mainnet yet, but here we are. So anyways, the instruction set, RISC-V 32IM, arithmetization, AIR, proofs, Starks, Fry, commitments, Mersenne 31 prime, Blake DoS hash, and just a regular permutation argument for the memory argument. And so whenever people come to me and say, Porter, Airbender, great job on all the benchmarks, you're super fast, you must be using some crazy cryptography or something. And then I show them this, and everyone says, that's the same stuff that everyone else uses, and this doesn't really answer any of my questions. So isn't this kind of the same as everybody else? Where does the performance really come from? Full stack ZKVM optimizations. Title of the talk, I promised. So I want to start talking about how Airbender is like kind of co-designed with the hardware in mind. We really, really focus on this in like extreme detail of like every aspect of the hardware. How fast can we like pipeline things to the GPU? How much size, like what size data structures should we use to fit inside the GPU? And like everything is done with the hardware in mind. That's kind of vague, so I just want to show you a little example from one of our chats. Alex Vlasov, our co-founder, is asking a question about GPUs. We would like to use 5090s for RAM reasons. That improves recursion arity at later stages. Recursion's like how many circuits can we kind of compress down at once. Is that fine? 5090 raw computational performance is plus 20%, top 4090, as I explained. So, and then Justin Drake turns us down. 5090s are great for cluster proving, but for the single GPU tab on ETH proofs, they want to keep using 4090s. Alex Vlasov says painful. Now, for most people, like it's just a 20% performance hit. Like, what's the difference between an RTX 4090 and RTX 5090? Like 20%, like big deal. But we've written our code so that it like fully maxes out the space on a 5090. And when you just take away that 20% space on the 4090, now you have to kind of chop things up, and like maybe it doesn't fit in memory anymore. And so like that's going to slow things down, and then like it's going to slow down recursion later on because now you add like, yeah, it's just everything kind of goes wrong. So we really try to optimize like all of our choices from the beginning have been specifically about the hardware. So we also optimize the cryptography a lot. Don't waste any circuit variables, any RISC-V cycles. There is kind of some interesting work there, but not everything fits in the presentation, so got to go quick. I think this applies to lean Ethereum a lot because we're going to want eventually probably hardware diversity and ZKVM diversity. And so if we want to run like any ZKVM with any hardware, like already Airbender takes like a performance hit if you use 4090s instead of 5090s. And if you want to use like, you know, different types of processors besides CUDA or something, there's probably like a lot of work to do here. And my point is just that like you will lose some performance. My like probabilistic outcome is just that everyone's going to wait until ZK is so good that it's OK to take this performance hit and have the diversity. But it is interesting to note as we think about the long term how we're going to match different hardwares with different provers. ZK-Sync OS and Airbender were designed together. So something relatively unique that Justin mentioned this morning about Airbender and ZK-Sync OS is like we don't just take an L1 execution client like Reth and compile it and be done. We've written our own kind of execution client for the EVM within ZK-Sync OS. And so this, I think, has led to like a very optimized kind of simple code base that is easier to prove. I mentioned this in the panel this morning too, but the regular L1 clients haven't really been written kind of with proving optimizations in mind. And so like they've been written for normal hardware, which makes total sense for them. But as we switch over to this, probably like the L1 teams and the ZK teams are going to have to kind of collaborate together to make sure that we get all the optimizations across. One cool thing to note about ZK-Sync OS is that we're able to do double resource accounting with both the EVM gas costs and the prover gas costs. So a lot of ZK teams will whine about like the gas costs of specific opcodes. I'll still do that at the end of my presentation. We should change them. But it's not a big deal for ZK-Sync chains because we can just track both costs and like charge appropriately. All of this, I think, is going to be very solved by lean Ethereum. There's kind of lots of ways to match the L1 client teams with like all the ZK teams. RISC-V, like native code inside Ethereum, feels kind of far off, so I won't really address that. And then, repricing the gas costs is going to take like 5 minutes once we decide to do it. So not really worried about any of the things in this slide. Just interesting to think about. Cool. I will give some suggestions to Ethereum. We strongly request that we change the Merkle-Patricia tree to something more ZK-friendly. Ideally, all the values in the tree would be constant, like non-variable sized. Adjust the gas costs specifically for these opcodes. We want the explicit code length in the accounts. This is going to help with checking the code for smart contracts inside the ZKVM. Knowing that is quite nice for proving. And we don't like the catch hash function. If we switch to binary trees, strongly prefer Blake 2s. Cool. Just want to say, ZK is very proud to help Ethereum. Million TPS, real-time proving, home proving, believe in something. This is all coming. Like, the progress in this field every single day is really amazing, and it's really cool to be part of this industry and this ETH Proofs initiative to help make this all happen. So with that, thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Porter. Okay, we've got some questions. We've got 5 minutes to get through this. I think you got quite a few. How is 17 seconds average real time with 12-second slots?
It's a little slow. That's why, yeah, the 2 GPU benchmark is probably not quite there. We'll probably need 4 GPUs long term. We did 8 because obviously we got this kind of ready like yesterday. So 8 just shows you like, all right, we actually can cross the threshold. We do have a lot of optimizations still to come.
Both are on ETH proofs, right? The 8 and the 2.
Yes. Yeah. So there's still optimizations to come. But yeah, I would say it's fair to say that the 2 is not quite real-time proving as of this moment. But by the time people like watch this video on YouTube, we might be there. So.
Awesome. Okay. Do you think that Airbender can forge a false proof? Do you think I can forge a false proof for Airbender with a toaster as well?
I think it would be difficult. I will say, like, I would challenge, like, I know people are still worried about the security, and we will, like, improve the number of bits, but I think I could find a bug in any of the ZKVMs faster than someone could do 2 to the 80 like bits, like breaking of security by just using large computers. So yeah.
Excellent. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Next, we've got Marco Gregoris from A16Z talking about Jolt, the ZKVM that they've been building in-house. Welcome to the stage, Marco. Jolt, a simpler path to high-performance ZKVMs.
Yep. Sounds great. All right. Good afternoon. I'm Marco. I'm an engineering partner here at A16Z, and it is really my pleasure to be here to tell you all about Jolt. All right, here's some, the key. The keys aren't working. Oh, I got it. OK, quick disclosures, and all right. I have to show you them, sorry. This talk is really about myths and misconceptions. So there's been a lot of great progress this year, but with this great progress, unfortunately, a number of myths have appeared about the conventional way to design a proof system. And so this talk is really about addressing some of these myths and pet peeves that we have here at Jolt. Before we get into the myths, we will first begin with some context that is very necessary. Now, as I alluded to, the progress has been quite good this year. And with this progress, seemingly, every proof system other than Jolt has converged to a very similar construction. And Jolt, as we will see, is very different. But I pose this as the final debate, Jolt versus hash-based provers. So here are the metrics today, and the metrics that people care about. So if you take a P99 block today on ETH proofs, a Stark prover is performing at about 14 seconds with 1650/90s. The proof size today varies a lot for a Stark prover, anywhere from 220 kilobytes to over 1 megabyte. The memory usage today is bounded but large, and when I say large, I mean 8 to 10 gigabytes. Jolt today is about 70 kilobytes proofs, and we are using 330 bytes per cycle proven. In 2026, we want to be at sub 1 second proofs. Here are the main design choices of ZKVMs. So today, most ZKVMs are designed for succinct blockchains, as is Jolt. Jolt will be very effective for that. Jolt is also the only RISC-V ZKVM that I know of that is suitable for client-side. Jolt will not use recursion and will not use circuits. And these two design choices are reflected in the fact that Jolt's core prover is implemented in only 40,000 lines of code. Throughout this talk, I will be mentioning a few particular upgrades. So in particular, GPU Jolt, streaming Jolt, and lattice Jolt. So just keep an eye out for those as I go through the content. All right, so let's get to the first myth. The first myth is that we can just throw GPUs at the problem, and we're going to get a faster proof system. All right, so to explore this myth, I begin with a fact. Fact, if I give existing ZKVMs today 2,000 GPUs, they are not going to prove ETH in 1 second. So why is that the case? Well, the implication is very clear. We have suboptimal parallelization. Jolt, on the other hand, has this property. I will just call it partition-friendly data. It's actually very simple. All it means is that, in this case, I have an example of polynomial binding. It's a very common operation in Jolt. You can take the data, the coefficients, you can split it into chunks, like 4 chunks. You put them each onto a GPU, and each GPU is very happy, and it does its own work. And there's very little latency and cross-communication overhead. So Jolt is very friendly when you take the data structures of proving, and you split it across multiple cards. Now, Jolt, other than being partition-friendly, is also the fastest ZKVM today on a CPU. Jolt today is nearing 2 megahertz with a 32-core Threadripper. You will also notice that Jolt is very workload independent. What that means is that Jolt cares very little about the underlying workload. What matters to Jolt's speed is simply the number of cycles being proven. I will also note that today, 31-bit start provers are performing at around 3 to 6 megahertz with a single GPU, and Jolt is dangerously close to that territory. Right, so then I say, Jolt will prove 1 second with 16 GPUs. The math is very simple. Take a P99 ETH block, which is about 1 billion cycles. Jolt proves at about 2 megahertz today. And Jolt has this partition-friendly property. And so we expect an 800-fold increase. And, well, the math says ETH blocks will be proven in under 1 second. With streaming, I expect single GPU Jolt to also be as fast as today 16 GPU Stark provers. All right, let's move on to the second myth. That was all about these very large statements, yeah? And what about the small things, so the client side? Well, largely, that has been neglected by ZKVMs. I have this fun app. This app is really the simplest possible wrapper that I could make around Jolt. It is literally a simple function call into Jolt's CPU prover. I'm not a mobile dev, so I apologize for the bad UI, but I'm going to just click this button, and we're just going to see what happens. What this button just did is it's proving Jolt on my phone. It's proving 30 cache acts just for fun. And yeah, so we'll just wait for it to finish. OK, it's done. So the proof finished in 4.7 seconds. It used, the screenshot's pretty accurate, actually. This one used exactly 246.6 megabytes of memory. And as far as I know, it's the only ZKVM that's RISC-V based that is anywhere close to these metrics on a phone. So I expect Jolt will be the best ZKVM for client-side proving, and for big statements, too. Yeah, so why do you want this on a phone? Well, OK, current existing solutions for client-side are not adequate. They, first of all, involve circuits, and I want to kill circuits, to be very clear. I will talk about this shortly. They have proof sizes that are just far too large, and sometimes they do not have succinct verification. And sometimes I've heard some ridiculous things, like having to download verifier keys that are literally take longer than the actual verification itself, which Jolt does not have this problem. And I think that's pretty ridiculous. We have that in 2025. OK, so I mentioned circuits briefly. Let's talk about why I don't like them. OK, Jolt does not use circuits, as I mentioned. In replace of circuits, we have batch evaluation arguments. To be very clear, circuits are just the largest source of bugs. They are. And here on the right, I have a code snippet which shows the auditable surface of a single instruction in Jolt. So it's like 10 lines of code. You implement the multilinear extension of the end instruction in this case, and that's it. The bottom line is that this is better for your auditor, and it's also better for the machine that's going to extract this and do formal verification. So I think we would rather have instructions that look like this than circuits, and I hope you agree. OK, so the second largest source of bugs, arguably, is that of recursion. So let's talk about recursion. What do people do today to control memory in a ZKVM? Well, what you do is you have this big execution trace. You chunk it up into a bunch of pieces, and then you're going to prove each piece independently. Once you prove each piece independently, you have to aggregate them, and then you get this final proof. you also have the burden of having to prove the memory consistency between each of these chunks. Now, why does this suck? There's three main things. Number one, it is very bug-prone, and at a protocol level, it is complex. Some ZKVMs today spend 2/3 of their time doing this recursion, so it is very slow. And some ZKVMs, to make this faster, have to use curves, which defeats the purpose of being hash-based. There is also the minimum high memory requirement of 8 to 10 gigabytes, which makes these ZKVMs infeasible for a phone. OK, so in replace of recursion, we use streaming at Jolt. Streaming is, when I say streaming, I mean a streaming algorithm. It does not have additional circuits, does not have an additional pipeline, and we are just streaming the trace and the execution trace through the prover. What's nice about this is you can easily tune your proof pipeline depending on the desired RAM and number of threads available. Just to kind of explain how this works, so you have, instead of having to proof each chunk independently, you take one contiguous chunk, you feed it through the proof system, and then you take the next chunk, feed it through, and you continue until you pass through the trace. In the streaming paradigm, you have to go multiple times over the trace, since we are lazily evaluating it, and particular O log n times. But what is nice about this is after the first pass, you can parallelize this process. And so in practice, for GPUs especially, this is quite cheap. OK, to all the people out there who don't like curves and say that today Jolt indeed uses curves, we have a good answer for this. Enter Lattice Jolt. Lattice Jolt is basically just curve Jolt. It has the same asymptotics and concrete values as Dory Jolt does today, but with modulo SIS assumption. So Lattice Jolt, we expect to be 4 times faster than curve Jolt today because of the fact that we get to use a 128-bit field. We will talk more about why we use such a big field, but the point is here is that we expect Lattice Jolt to have the same concrete values, the nice small 100 kilobyte proof sizes, and we expect that the performance of CPU Jolt will actually match or exceed current 1 GPU provers. Now, in the end, I actually expect, because of Jolt's uniquely modular design, that we will be able to support all primitives, and the developer will just be able to pick whichever assumption that matches their post-quantum risk appetite. We are still working on hashes, but today, lattices and curves are great options for Jolt. Right, OK. How are we doing at time? Yeah. We have one more point that we will make today. So the prevailing approach that a lot of that Stark provers use is that of 31-bit fields. So what I mean is that, say you have like a mul RS1, RS2, this instruction. What do Stark provers do today? Well, because 16 times 16 bit multiplication overflows a 31-bit field, what you have to do is this byte decomposition. So this like blue line here, or this blue layer, is byte by byte decomposing each of the 64-bit registers. And then now you're going to perform byte by byte multiplication. And then you're going to concat the result back into the field. So what does Jolt do instead of this? Jolt uses a big field. Jolt can directly embed the register values or the RAM values into the field, and then do a single field multiplication. Now, it turns out that comparing the two approaches, so having faster multiplication or having a single field multiplication, that you come out on top by having one slower multiplication rather than doing the byte decomposition. The byte decomposition creates a lot more work, and this approach is one of the main reasons why Jolt is many times faster on a CPU today than other provers. All right. So let's do a quick recap here. I threw a lot of information out. So there were 6 things that we targeted today in this talk. And yeah, I'll just give you the rundown. Jolt today does not have a GPU prover, but we expect Jolt to run at 1 second or under with 16 GPUs. Jolt today is the most performant RISC-V ZKVM on a phone, and I expect it to be the choice going forward in 2026 for client-side proving. Batch evaluations are both simpler and faster than circuits. Circuits are bug-prone, and they should die. And streaming is simpler and faster than recursion, which is also a very brittle primitive. Jolt today works well with curves and will soon work well with lattices. And lastly, we avoid this nasty byte-by-byte decomposition that makes other ZKVMs slow. All right, that's about wraps up my time. Last thing here, here's a nice photo if you want of the 2 different constructions. These are the main ingredients of Jolt for Starks, and yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, amazing, Marco. Got time for a few questions. So let's see here. Why are you currently not first on ETH proofs? How many assumptions do you have in the sub 1 second block proof time?
Right. So we don't have a GPU prover. When the GPU prover is available, or when we are faster than GPUs on the CPU, then we will hook up to ETH proofs. That's the first part. To answer your second question, remind me.
How many assumptions are you using, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, there was just two things in this equation. I will actually preface this by saying that people traditionally ignore how fast a prover is on a CPU because, well, we want GPUs for large statements. But avoiding this metric, which I made it very explicit today, makes it very hard to reason about how fast these provers are actually proving VM execution. So the two things, the assumptions made here is that, number one, Jolt is the fastest prover on a CPU, and Jolt is doing the least amount of work per cycle out of any proof system, period. And second of all, Jolt is very friendly when you throw more hardware at it. So I expect, because it is the fastest thing, like the base amount of work, and because it is very parallelizable and friendly when you partition it in a distributed system, I expect Jolt will be the fastest prover on GPU.
Great. You have our RISC-V 64 iMac right now.
Yes.
Which ISO will you target in the long run?
RISC-V.
Okay.
We believe that RISC-V is a snark-friendly instruction set. Yeah.
Is Jolt planning to do subblocks as well?
Don't think it's necessary.
Nope. OK. Why is being the fastest RISC-V-based ZK prover on a phone important? If I'm on a phone to prove, why would I not prefer WASM?
Well, Jolt will work for WASM and for native execution.
OK.
Yeah. And I think it will be as far as RISC-V ZKVMs go, will be the best for that. I think you can always do better with bespoke provers. But in the long run, I don't see this as a maintainable solution.
Let's see here. Can you give more details on the parallelization of the execution?
Which part, the streaming or one in particular?
I wish I had the follow-up.
Was this the beginning, or was this in this slide?
That's all I have.
Okay.
Maybe we could go to another question.
Yeah.
Is streaming Jolt also super parallel friendly? You need an initial serial pass similar to other ZKVMs, right?
Yeah. So you have to generate the trace once serially, which is known to be fast on GPUs. And then afterwards, you can basically put these checkpoints, and these checkpoints, you can save the memory layout, and then you can now do things in parallel. So yes, it is quite friendly. This streaming, this lazy evaluation of the trace has very little to do with the fact that the rest of the prover and the sum checks are already very parallelizable.
Great. Yeah. Thanks again. Round of applause for Marco.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. OK, up next, we've got Michael from Brevis. The name of the talk is, I believe, From Modularity to Real-Time Proving. Just going to hide that because it doesn't really work.
Huh?
I'm just going to hide the clicker because it doesn't really work.
Oh, really? OK. Sorry, I can use this. No problem. Thank you. Yeah. OK. Thank you, everyone, for coming to my talk. I'm Michael. I'm a founder and CEO of Brevis. And today, we're going to talk about our journey of building Brevis Pickle VM and our approach to kind of building this kind of high-performance ZKVM and push it to the real-time proving for Ethereum blocks. So, but before we dive into the details of the ZKVM itself, I just want to say that we are actually having this vision to build the infinite compute layer for Web3. And I know we're talking about how ZKVM can accelerate and change fundamentally how Ethereum consensus work by replacing this kind of a replicated computing method to kind of a prove and verify-based method. But I just want to say that today, you can already get the benefit of verifiable computing, and specifically from ZKVM by using this kind of a new design pattern in your application level as well. whenever you encounter something that is super complex, you don't want to run it on your smart contract, you can just let the smart contract offload this kind of a computation in this off-chain verifiable computing box. And inside of this box, which is now Brevis, it can generate a ZK proof to show that the computation is actually done correctly, and then send the result back to the blockchain so the blockchain smart contract can verify the proof easily and with extremely low latency. So you can consume the result of this very complex computation as if this happened directly on chain. Right? So this pattern really actually works. That is like we are today already powering numerous different applications across all the different sectors in DEXs, yield protocols, stable tokens like liquid staking, lending, different chains, perpetual DEX, and so on and so forth. So we're actually powering this kind of a whole ecosystem. So if you are a developer and actually building something in Ethereum ecosystem, this kind of a new development pattern is something that we want to bring to the table as well, in addition to the kind of an improvement on the fundamental layer of the Ethereum execution engine. So what is inside this Brevis magic box? Well, we obviously have the Pickle ZKVM, which is where I'm going to actually start today. So Pickle is a very modular ZKVM with a RISC-V in ISA and a bunch of function level pre-compiles. So we start to kind of building Pickle around this time last year, like around the Devconnect time. And so we spent about 3 months to build the first version of Pickle, which is a CPU only. And when we released it at the time, we showed the state-of-art performance on the CPU proving. And the next stop is of course like a GPU acceleration on a single card, and we also achieved the state-of-art performance on that. And I'm showing this kind of a very nice sequence graph that you can show. You can see here that is showing that once we moved a lot of these kind of heavy lifting parts in the entire proving pipeline to GPU, the green thing is actually how we actually utilize the GPU, and we do very optimal kind of a coordination and scheduling between CPU and the GPU. So you can see that even on a single card, we're actually taking 100% utilization for this entire GPU proving. Therefore, we can actually achieve a very high performance, even for Ethereum blocks with 45 million guesses. So the next step for us was to basically move from a single GPU construct to multi-GPU. And there we actually did two things. One is kind of looking at this as not only just like a single kind of a GPU scheduling problem, but also look at how we can slightly modify the client side of the program as well. So this is something that actually championed and pioneered by SP1 team, that they also did, they used the Subblock, and we actually followed the same kind of practice there. But first, we actually did a lot of optimization on a multi-GPU proving pipeline here that allows you to also kind of achieve extremely high performance, even with just like a single machine, but running this on multiple GPUs. The key here, again, is that we actually kind of do a lot of coordination between GPU and CPU, and also the trace generation is entirely moved onto the GPU land. So now, we take the next step to essentially have this kind of a capability to run, different subblocks in different servers with like parallel proving. And as you can see that, again, each block that right now is actually divided into 7 subblocks and approved on 7 GPU machines, and then aggregated finally on the last one. And this is like how the kind of the entire sequence of the computation work. The thing that I want to point again is that you can see on the top there, like the entire kind of a GPU workload is very tightly arranged, and therefore like we can achieve extremely high performance when we actually do this. So today, Pickle can achieve real-time proving performance for Ethereum. We released this in October, and we can prove 99.6% of blocks under 12 seconds and 96.8% of blocks under 10 seconds. And we basically published the entire result, and it is actually replicable and reproducible. We have like an entire GitHub repo that you can actually follow step-by-step instructions to set up your server cluster and reproduce our experimental result and performance result here. And so this is actually where we are hosting our servers. And the interesting thing is that we actually, so this current version that we released called Pico Prism, the biggest bottleneck there is on the trace generation side. Sorry, on the emulation side. So we actually did a lot of work recently on the emulation aspect of this, and basically are able to achieve this kind of additional benefit and additional acceleration in our Pico Prism v2. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to actually ship the servers so we can actually show this live in today's demo. But we're going to have the server live next week to show the performance of Pico Prism, which is going to be another sort of performance in today's ZKVM land. So how did we kind of be able to, how do we able to kind of basically achieve all this in such a short period of time, like within like 1 year, we can build a ZKVM really from an idea to kind of a real-time proving? Well, the trick here is that we actually built this entire ZKVM in a very, very modular fashion from the very beginning. So like we actually cleanly separate the different components into RISC-V, convert, combine, and compress and embed, and finally kind of put that into the EVM verification if you need that kind of verification capability on chain. And in each of these components, we actually make it a super modular and just like a Lego. So we have a bunch of different things you can choose from, and then finally you can basically say, okay, even for fields you can choose baby bear or a koala bear. For hash functions you can use Poseidon or a Kachak or whatever. But once you kind of combine these different pieces together, you actually get the concrete ZKVM that you're using. So that's something that we did, and this really benefited the entire performance optimization process. And this is something that I want to share to you guys, is that this kind of separation allows us to profile to very detailed that, okay, this part is actually taking this amount of time, that part is actually taking this amount of time, so we can quickly iterate and improve the performance as we build out this entire system. So Pico is now open source. It is under one of the Pico GPU is actually under BSL, and it's actually security audited and the performance reproducible. And we're working on the formal verification for Pico as well. So now what I want to talk about is that we built this very general ZKVM that you can use to basically prove any software you want. But just like any computer system, generality comes with a trade-off, right? So like we know that if you build very specialized circuits or very specialized system, you'll get higher performance even if you lose kind of some generality. So for Brevis as a whole, we want to operate at that point. We want to operate at the optimal point of the entire trade-off plane. So how do we do that? Well, we do that again with modularity. So we treat the ZKVM that we have as a glue, and then we are able to plug in a bunch of what we call application-level coprocessor to address some very commonly seen use cases and accelerate that further. For example, we have a coprocessor called on-chain data ZK coprocessor that allows you to generate proof of historical on-chain data such as events, states, and transactions. So the reason this kind of thing is very useful for many applications is because now you can allow your smart contract to actually see into the past and understand what is the user behavior in the past. For example, if you want to build user experience customization applications that allows you to differentiate a different user based on their past interaction with your system or with your application, you can now do that. This was something that was not possible, but only made possible with our ZK data coprocessor. So, we can clearly see the benefit of adding this kind of application-level coprocessor, because once you have this, and by the way, this is not just a special circuit like a, kind of a pre-compile. This by itself is a GPU-accelerated system as well to kind of have a parallel proving capability to generate the individual data points. Say, okay, this guy actually swapped this token from that token in the past, and kind of be able to put that into our ZKVM so you can actually compute on these data points effectively. So, this is precisely the reason why I showed you in the second slide. Pico has and Brevis has so many different use cases and touching so many different spaces because we use the ZKVM as a glue to power the infinite amount of computation in your smart contract applications. So some kind of a very simple example is that you can do dynamic fee on your exchanges now. We're launching this with PancakeSwap. We're launching this with Uniswap very soon. That allows you to essentially do that dynamic fee based on your historical trading volume. You can generate a ZK proof of your historical trading volume and get the trading fee discount. And we're also working on, we're working with one very kind of high-profile team to enable this kind of a ZK-powered perpetual swap to have a centralized exchange user experience, while it can actually settle all the matching engine match result back to the Ethereum layer 1 with Ethereum layer 1 level security and also with privacy orders. And we recently also launched this new thing with Poly Market, which is the prediction market product in Ethereum community to allow Kaito to generate a proof of their mindshare computation algorithm, so you can actually trade mind shares without trusting Kaito as a centralized and independent platform. So there are so many kind of different applications you can do, but I don't have time to go through each of them. But my key point here is that we are actually definitely scaling up the Ethereum layer 1 with ZKVM and ZK proof. But on the application side, my prediction is that 99% of the computation for blockchain application is actually going to happen off-chain and verified hopefully by ZK proof. So with that, I'm ready to take questions.
All right, thank you, Michael. We've got a couple of questions here.
Yep.
Any plans for auto precompiles? Do they play well with your proof system?
Yeah, we're definitely looking at that and kind of playing with that for sure. So we know there are some very awesome teams that are working on that, and yeah.
Okay. Last question. You're planning to do a 2x with Pico Prism v2.
Yep.
How many security bits are you targeting right now?
Right now, 100.
And are you taking into consideration moving to 128 bits of provable security in your calculation?
Yeah, so there are several things we're looking at. Kind of on the short term, we're kind of doing further optimization on the emulation process, but we are also looking at the things like lattice. And but in a longer term, we're actually, as I mentioned in the morning, like taking a very hard and long look at the GKR-based systems. And we have already done a bunch of things on that front, and kind of we're going to hopefully release something soon. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Right, thank you.
Okay, up next, we've got Tamir Hemo, Head of Engineering at Succinct. I believe I have the title correct. Speaking about SP1 Hypercube. Name of the presentation is SP1 Hypercube, stepping into a higher dimension. Thanks.
Thank you. Is it like this? All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Tamir. I'm the head of cryptography at Succinct, and I'm going to tell you today a little bit about Hypercube and what makes me excited about it. And in general, at Succinct, we've been running SP1 in production for almost 2 years, maybe even more. And we learned a lot from this. And Hypercube is kind of like the crystallization of that, of these lessons. So what is important about a ZKVM? There's actually 3 things equally important. The first, performance. It has to be cheap. It has to be fast. And with ETH proofs, we've achieved real-time proving with 16 GPUs. But also, it has to be secure, and I'm going to talk about that later. And another thing I want to talk about is how rich the ZKVM is affects who can use it. So let's start with performance. That's what we gathered here for. And this week, we kind of published the benchmarks around being able to prove 99.7% of blocks with under 12 seconds with 16 GPUs. And these kind of things are coming down all the time, and there's like a lot of improvements in the pipeline. How did we do that? What was the main reason? For performance, the main upgrade was our new proving system, which is a multilinear system. And it was designed by, it's kind of like proof system use case code design. We've optimized our performance by changing the algorithm to fit the problem. We had a research paper on this, the jagged PCS, which is a polynomial commitment scheme for specific types of polynomials, or a group of polynomials that appears in a ZKVM execution. Now, I'm not going to try to explain all of it, but I want you to walk away with maybe this picture. And I'm going to try to kind of explain this. So when you prove an execution of a ZKVM, Usually you have some sort of circuits, or for some people, some checks for different opcodes. So let's say you have the add instruction that happened a bunch of times, usually the biggest one, XOR, load, mul. Each of them is encoded as a polynomial. That's basically true for any VM. And the prover has to kind of group all these proofs of validity together somehow. In the univariate land, where each of them is kind of like a univariate polynomial of different size, there's not really a way to patch them together. Actually, geometrically, this is actually a very accurate analogy if you kind of know the geometry. They're kind of like spheres, which is really hard to pack, a famous mathematical problem. And multilinear polynomials are kind of like rectangles, or like multidimensional rectangles, where even though you have to have the area be the same as the corresponding sphere, you can play with the width and the height and pack things together really nicely. And that creates a really efficient proof system for the VM workload. Come talk to us about it if you're interested. Now, another lesson, which is like a lot of people said, oh wow, it's hard to sleep at night. We have billions of dollars secured by SP1. It really makes you think, and it really makes you take this responsibility really seriously. So for Hypercube, we really wanted to have the best possible guarantees. The first thing is bits of security. Recently, there's been a lot of noise about the conjectures, and even in SP1 Turbo, we used more queries than the conjectures allow, kind of have some sort of like buffer, but it was not provable. For Hypercube, we realized the performance is good enough. We can go to provable security. So right now, the real-time proofs Hypercube is posting are 100 bits of provable security, which really is getting rid of these proximity gap conjectures that are really something I see as training wheels for hash-based VMs, and Arantxa is taking our training wheels off, so I think is a good thing. And the other thing is the circuits themselves. And we did a lot to work with professionals and even hire our own formal verification person, Devin. And really what we have is the SP1 lean. The repo is open source. You can see all the proofs and the assumptions. And it's mathematical correctness proofs for the RISC circuits. It's not the whole VM yet, but it's a really big part of the most risky logic. And it's verified, and the things that excites me about it is that it's verified against the official RISC-V spec. So there is a source of truth, which is like what RISC-V means, and we prove our thing against that. And the second thing we did, something that's more immediate feedback, is integrating with PyCus. And PyCus is this system by Veradice that allows you to prove that your circuit is not under constraints. I should have said under constraint in this slide. But it's an automatic tool that you just plug in, and it proved determinism of all our RISC-V circuits, and also a few pre-compiles, which is like much, much harder for the lean to do at this moment. So we're going to keep working on this, but already I sleep a lot better. And the last thing that I wanted to discuss, which is not really discussed today yet, because we're really focused on L1 and real-time proving, but if we're going to have a VM and the Ethereum ecosystem is going to use it, all the L2s should use it too. And what do they need, or what do other people need? I want to take as a case study Arbitrum. And we've been working with Arbitrum to ZKify their stack. And in Arbitrum, there's a specific feature that actually Ethereum L1 is considering in the long term, which is native contracts. Arbitrum Stylus allows you to write a native contract in WASM, and the client can execute it with native speeds. So when we are going to prove Arbitrum, we want to preserve that cost model. Any Stylus program has to be proven in the same cost as a native program. The problem is if you have a contract, it's not code you can trust. The code might have bugs. It might be malicious. We don't want a bad contract to collapse the entire client. The solution, the VM has to be more complicated. So SP1 Hypercube has the ability to execute untrusted code. What does that mean? It means enforcing memory privileges. If I have an executable portion of memory, I have to make sure nobody writes to it while I execute. There's memory isolation. If I allocate a piece of memory address space for this user's program, I need to make sure that even if it overflows or it has like some seg fault, I need to have a handling for that in SP1. And finally, it has to be sandboxed. So, right, SP1, when you plug in precompiles in Reth, you get very low-level control of circuits you can plug in. That's really unsafe for an untrusted contract to have. So all the precompile calls, all the SP1 sys calls are not able to be called from the stylus contract. They have to go to the client. And that's basically what we do for that. And that's mostly what I want to talk about. And I'm really excited about Hypercube. Soon going to be in production. And it was really fun working on this new proof system. And I hope you will enjoy reading the code. And yeah, thanks everyone for this event.
All right, thank you, Tamir. We've got one question here, unless, yeah. Basically, is Hypercube open source? If so, is the code repository available on GitHub or any public repository?
Yes, so actually for ETH proofs, the version on ETH proofs is available in the same repo that we used in May. It's called Hypercube Verifier, ETH proofs demo or something like that. And very, very soon, our audits are about to end very soon, and then we will release it on the main repo and in the network, and yeah.
Excellent. How well will the WASM integration work with non-Arbitrum programs?
Well, we haven't exposed, this is all work in progress, and we haven't exposed the native thing yet, although you could actually already do it. The nice thing about executing ELFs is that you don't really have to talk to us if you know what you're doing. For example, the Aragon team building Zilkworm, they have a C++ client, and they managed to plug into SP1 without even talking to us. We were really like, oh, wow, you guys just did it. That was nice.
Yeah, they just showed up on ETH proofs one day.
Yeah, they just oh, we did it.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
OK, our final keynote is Jordi from ZISK, and he's going to be talking about ZISK and distributed real-time proving. OK, welcome to the stage, Jordi. Thank you.
So, hello everybody. I'm Jordi Bailina from ZISK. I'm gonna go straight to the point. I mean, when we started the project, our main goal was to reduce latency. That's how we started all the ZISK project. And here is, I think with this, what would be more or less a standard block, this is more or less where we are. Okay? As you see, when a block is created, then it needs to be broadcast. I mean, this is sent to the block proposer. This is broadcast. Then it needs to be signed, and at some point we get the block, and we can actually starting the proof time. Okay? Then we have the input generation, we have the executor, the witness, then we have a challenge phase, it's computing the challenge, and then once we have this challenge, then we have the second challenge, and then we have the aggregation. And finally, we need to send this to fproof or to the network or whatever it is. Okay? So and this is, you see that the part, I mean, this, especially the last two parts, these are very parallelizable. So this is where you can reduce a lot, and you can compress a lot just by putting more GPUs, and of course there are some optimizations pending. The main work currently is where I think we can still have a lot of margin to improve, is all the part. I mean, even from the beginning. I mean, all the initial states probably until the executor itself. This should be compressed. I think here we can pipeline a lot of things, and there is a lot of work there. So easily you can see that here we can still earn a couple of seconds there. So this is very much the idea, rough idea of where we are. Of course, in the aggregation part, there is still some optimizations that are pending. But I mean, currently, well, this is the server. I mean, this is the cluster that we built in Girona. This is 16 GPUs running in parallel. And yeah, this is the results that we get. I mean, this is with 24 GPUs in this case, and this is this is the average time of 647. But the interesting part is the second one. I mean, this is the time to proof. This is from the timestamp of the block until we get the proof available. So we are at already an average of 9.6 seconds, and 92% of them below 12 seconds. I mean, this is at the end what we are trying to reduce and what we are trying to compress very much. I think we can go much better with the optimizations that we have, but yeah. Just a comment on this. This GPU, I mean, we are combining GPUs and CPUs. As you see, there is this part of execution. There is a lot of part that's running in CPU that you want to go fast. So these machines, they have a 5 gigahertz speed in the CPU, and then have the 5090s, okay, and combining and coordinating them. This is a little bit the trick altogether, okay? So this is where we are. But actually what I wanted to explain now, and I want to talk in this presentation, is about building the proof in a decentralized way. In order to do that, I need to explain a little bit how the protocol, I mean, what's the coordination, what happens. So imagine that we have let's say a coordinator, okay, and then we have a lot of workers, in general, running in different CPUs, and what messages you send. So the coordinator starts a proof, then, of course, it passes the input. This can be up to 15 megabytes, depending on the size of the block, but this is all the information. By the way, this is a proof, so I've seen a lot of projects, for example, going fast, there is a big trick. I send this 50 megabytes, proof is generated, 0 GPUs, 0 time, free, but the idea, the full point of the systems is to compress this 15 megabytes to something that's smaller. In our case, it's 250K. Okay? So that's important to know, that this is already a proof in there. So what you want to do is actually compress. You get this input, this 15 megabytes. Of course, this is distributed to all the block, okay? The block header. So this is sent to the workers. The workers actually compute a challenge. A challenge is something very small, something that's around a couple of kilobytes, okay? This is then broadcast, I mean, sent to the manager and send it back to all the computations. This is where all the computation actually happen, where the subproof or the partial proof is generated. And then all this is about 300 kilobytes, the proof. And then this is, of course, this is sent to one single aggregator that just collects I mean, if you have 24 GPUs, you can collect 24 proof, and you finally aggregate. This is a very fast way. But the important part here is to see that the traffic, I mean, if you see the quantity of megabytes of coordination that's here, is very, very, very small. I mean, workers don't talk each other too much, okay? So this is very, very useful, because if these workers, instead of being in a big cluster, they are distributed, the time to build the proof would not change significantly. It should be more or less the same. And this is interesting because this allows not only to build the proof in a decentralized way, but also if you replace the coordinator with a consensus layer, you can build the proof in a distributed manner, okay? And I think this is important because, well, we'll see later, but one of the big problems of having a big cluster that's running, for example, Ethereum, is that what happens if this cluster stops? You say, OK, you have many. OK, but what are the incentives to do there? So I believe more in a way where there are some incentive for the proof to be built, and this incentive goes to, let's say, to validators, to roles in the network that they have a single GPU. Okay, or there are something a domestic machine in there. Okay, so how we embed. We will have a debate later. I didn't when I submitted this presentation, I didn't know that would be a debate about that. But the idea is who pays the proof? But it's not who pays the proof. What are the incentives for the prover to be generated? Okay, so well, there is one simple solution on that. Okay, it's like you sell the validator if you submit the proof, or you are forced to submit the proof, and then you will get some reward for that. The same way that the validators get rewards for attesting or for proposing blocks, they may receive some rewards for generating the proof. The problem of this simple protocol is it's a problem that so it can happen that one single provider generates the proof, and maybe all the validators are getting from this proof because it's cheap, it's free, they're getting the proof. But what happens if these validators stops? Or what's even the worst question? Okay, so you have a backup, but then what are the incentives to run a backup if you are not getting anything out of there? Okay? So you need to, it's designing a protocol that way is not that easy. But definitely, the structure of building the proof in a decentralized and that you have minimal bandwidth coordinations, this helps. So what I want to show you here is an example of what a protocol, what a decentralized, what a protocol could look like in order to build the proofs in a distributed manner. Okay? So of course, you need to have provers in the network, the same way that you have validators. It can be the same validators, or you can have a new role. You put 32 ethers, and then you are a prover. Prover means that you have a CPU with a GPU. So you have, let's say, a gaming machine on there, and you will get rewards for that. Okay? So the thing is that probably randomly deterministic, the same that we have these committees, and that you are selected randomly, you will be selected to do some work. Okay. This could be something like, okay, you are the chunk number 23. You need to do the chunk number 23 of the proof, and this proofing can be you can be the chunk 23 of a ZISK proof and chunk 23 of an SP1 proof or other proving systems in there. So you can have even a distributed way, and of course, maybe in this protocol, you would not be the only one. It can be some redundancy that can be designed in that. Okay? So once you assign what's the proof you have, well, maybe you can divide it here in 3 steps. The first step is you generate this phase where you can generate this challenge. Okay? You generate this challenge, and then you can have an incentive. Okay, if you are a prover, you put the challenge, and for the fact that you are putting the challenge, you get some reward. Of course, you want to add also some reward to the validators in order to incentivize them to include your reward, so to include your challenge in the block or in the consensus. Okay. Second stage is okay. All these challenges are there, should be there, or the challenge should be computed, and then the second phase is, okay, we have all these challenges, and each one generates the proof. Once you have the proof, it's very much the same. You get some reward if you are included, maybe some penalty if you don't include it, or it's an invalid subproof, and of course the verifiers receive the proof. And in the last state, well, probably all of them can aggregate the proofs. And the interesting thing here in this step is that, okay, you probably get a reward for submitting this final proof, and this is all of them. But you can also get a reward for your previous subproof being used in the last proof, and for also reward for using somebody else's proof on this proof. Okay? So the idea is that you can have a system where, I mean, you are incentivized to use the other's one, and in order to get the proof. Of course, it can be a step 3B or 3C, that this is you don't get an proof in there. You can extend the time period, maybe with lower incentive, so that you can create. This is a simple example. I'm not saying that this is perfect. This is just an example of a protocol for generating a proof in a decentralized manner. Okay. Of course, you can combine this proof. I mean, you can have maybe, okay, the one that's gets the proof and the other gets the, I mean, you can do incentive for a verifier if you meet the full proof, and then this decentralized way of building the proof. As I mentioned, I think this kind of protocols has a lot of advantages. ZISK is prepared for this decentralized way, and I think that this is the way to go. I think I want to avoid having centralized actors with big clusters running that are necessary to run the network. And that's very much what I wanted to talk about. Thank you for listening, and I'm up for questions.
Thank you, Jordi. Great lead into the panel discussion. So, a couple questions here. Very quickly, what do you think of Jolt?
Well, Jolt. I mean, I have not like deep detail how it works. I know that's something about elliptic curves. I mean, I need to check. But what the few things that I read is that the interesting part of Jolt is these big lookup tables. I think this is something super interesting. But with Starks, we have this lookup idea, and we can do things very, very, very similar. So when I see the results, I will believe. I mean, I think it's great that there's people trying, and we will see. At this point, there is nothing.
A good lead into the next panel. So are you considering launching a token for the distributed proof generation? Right answer. What challenges did you experience running setting up the on-prem proving cluster?
Well, it was fun. I mean, the first, well, a lot of.
Would you be willing to speak at an ETH call on gray market GPU procurement?
Look, I can tell you that as an anecdote. I mean, just as a small story. But I bought all these GPUs in Switzerland, and I went to Girona. I mean, went to Spain, and I just took the furgo of my brother. And when I was in the customs, I was just, okay, I don't know what's going to happen when they see me with all these things. So I was a little bit scared on that. But that's, I mean, we learned a lot of things about powering, about ACs, about electricity, how to run, how to manage. We learned that the providers, I mean, the GPU providers are really bad. The fact that NVIDIA don't sell gaming machines to the big cloud systems is bad. It has been a real pain, and actually building the best thing, I mean, is the Girona was run. I mean, we built it and was running perfect in the first, very much in the first.
Yeah.
Going with the cloud, having to, I mean, things running on, I mean, we saw clouds limiting the power of the GPUs just to save some money there, or running on top of Dockers, and I mean, very strange things that you don't have control. Sometimes, I mean, your software is not perfect, and you need to debug, and you cannot trust the hardware. This is a pain. So we learned a lot on that, and I think we got a very, very, very good experience.
Great. So stick around the stage. You're on the next panel. Feel free to bring the chairs up. And so, yeah, I'll give them a second to kind of swap that out. But I wanted to say some thanks. This is the last panel, and this whole event has really been a group effort and required a lot of effort on behalf of a lot of people. So I'd first like to thank the Devconnect team for putting up with a very stressed out, neurotic version of myself. And also to all the dozen or so researchers that reviewed all the speaking applications and really like worked on synthesizing the agenda and making sure that they're prescient, timely topics that you guys would all speak about. Specifically, Sophia, shout out, really kind of helped crystallize the whole agenda and schedule. And obviously all the speakers and the teams that, it was a very, very large ecosystem-wide effort to put this together. Very pleased with how it came out. Okay, so the final panel is going to be moderated by Julian Ma from RIG, researcher on the Robust Incentives team, Robust Incentives group at the EF. And then the panelists, Lucian Stroy from Boundless, Leland Lee from Succinct, Alex Truss-Michael from Ultrasound, Torsten Behrens from Galaxy Digital, and Jordi from ZISK.
Great talk, thank you. Do you want to be in the farthest? Oh.
Sorry?
Oh, do you want to go?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to go?
Ah, yeah. Should I go for the farthest? Sure. Thank you. All right. Do you hear me? Or is it good? Okay. Well, thank you everyone for being here on Saturday, last day of Devconnect at 5 p.m. It's great to see that there's such a full audience still, and I guess that's a big congrats to the organization. So we're here to talk about who pays the provers, which I think is an important topic that's sometimes not as clear in the room. I'd like to start out with just a round of introductions. I'll go first, and then we'll head to Jordi. I guess most of you will already know him by now, and we'll go back here. So I'm Julian. I'm a researcher at the EF within the Robust Incentives group. We look at incentives within Ethereum very broadly, and I've been looking at prover incentives. We've been looking at how should provers be integrated within Ethereum systems. So if there's a slot, how much real-time proving time actually is there, and how does the protocol architecture work? And then we've been looking at the incentives directly. So who should pay the provers, and how much should they be paid? Yeah, I guess, Jordi, maybe if you want to have a word, or you can immediately go at it.
Regarding who pays the provers, I mean, at the end, who pays the provers is it should be included in the transaction fee. At the end, it's the users. I mean, the value is in Ethereum is created by the users. So at the end of the chain, it should be the users. It would be the users who pay there. Okay. So the question is, okay, what's the mechanism for the money go from the users to the provers in the right way? I think this is the right question. I mean, the difficult part of to solve.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. We'll dive into that. Just maybe Alex, if you could introduce yourself as well.
Alex from Ultrasound. We run one of the Ethereum relays, one of the bigger ones. Know somewhat about block building. I mean, I know we get a lot of blocks. We get thousands every slot. And I guess by now we have done quite a bit of thinking about the economics of, how do we get paid, where's the value with transactions, and how does it flow through the entire pipeline. So hope I can contribute a little bit from that perspective, even if I'm not a block builder myself.
Cool. Thorsten?
I'm with Galaxy Digital and also ETH staker, so I have a bit of a leg in both the professional staking world and the home and solo staking world. And I think here on this panel, the reason I'm on is to talk about local block builders and home and solo stakers and how that would impact them.
I'm Leland from Succinct. I'm the ecosystem lead, which means I spend most of my time talking to early stage partners on what it's like to use SP1 or ZKVM. But also, I talk to them a lot about how do you actually pay for proving on the network.
Hi, my name is Lucian. I'm with Boundless. Boundless is the first distributed permissionless ZK marketplace. And we're live. We launched about 2 months ago. So yeah, I'm going to talk about what it's like to actually have an on-chain marketplace for ZK proofs.
Awesome. Okay. So the setup for the panel would be, is it good?
Yeah.
Yeah. The setup for the panel would be, we'll first go through the costs. So what does it actually take to create these proofs and look at the economics of that. So that would be the supply side. After that, we go to the demand side. So where does the money come from and what mechanism routes the money to the provers. And later, we'll zoom out a little and go into the L2 world and see, moving away from real-time proving, how does the other markets for ZK affect our market. So looking at the cost structure, maybe, Lucien, if you could start, how would you see the costs for proving for Ethereum blocks, and what is its composition? Is it mostly variable? Is it mostly fixed costs?
Yeah, so background, is this? OK. So the background is Boundless was actually incubated out of RISC 0. Doesn't seem to be working, but like this.
Speak loudly.
No.
Still close to you?
Thanks. Yeah. So Boundless was incubated out of RISC 0, the first RISC 5 ZKVM. So we have quite a bit of time in production. Our first product was a centralized GPU compute marketplace. We called it Bonsai. And it's centralized, built on AWS. And our architecture is essentially using AWS on demand to scale up to the proving needs of clusters. So I think the most important thing that we did at Boundless is create a open permissionless participation set and get the hell off AWS, right? And there's certain things that are necessary for us to like, okay, we're proving Ethereum, and it is permissionless, it is principled, and it matches the liveness guarantees of Ethereum itself. Because if proof requests essentially have a dependency on some kind of centralized entity, and that goes down, it's unacceptable to actually have Ethereum halt ever.
That's very strong. I don't know, Leland, if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, so when it comes to improving Ethereum, the costs really vary depending on which underlying ZKVM you're using, as each ZKVM has very different performance characteristics. I think our goal at Succinct is we want to make our ZKVM as performant as possible and to cater to home provers. I think as time goes on and as the gas limit keeps on increasing, we want to maintain those same limits where, as EF said, under 100K of CapEx, under 10,000 kilowatts. And so hopefully we can scale the gas limit 10x, 100x, while maintaining those limits as time goes on.
OK, interesting. And Thorsten, could you maybe say a bit about what you think is acceptable costs as well for proving?
That's an excellent question, right? So we're looking at 100,000 in CapEx right now. OpEx depends at 10 kilowatt. Of course, that's the max, not the average. You're eating anywhere between 7,000 and 25,000 a year just in power, depending on where in the world you are. That's not going to work for home stakers. Right? That's a hugely centralizing idea. Now, with your idea of we're going to shove that across, we're going to decentralize that, and everybody gets a chunk to prove, and then we'll have redundancy, I think that can work. So if a home staker can just say, I'm putting a GPU in here, something small, we're probably not getting away from NVIDIA anytime soon, and or we're getting specialized hardware. I think that's going to happen. We're not going to prove on GPU forever. You already have teams working on things that have like a little RISC-V CPU and a specialized chip and shared memory in between to speed all this up. We could get to the point where someone can spend, I don't know, 700 to $1,000 and be under 1,000 watts and help prove. I think that would make it very decentralized.
OK, that's very interesting. Maybe I'll skip Alex for now, and we ask Jordi. Do you think something like $1,000 would be reasonable?
Well, I can tell exactly how much costs the Girona cluster, the one that you saw in the previous presentation. This is 16 normal gaming boxes. Each box each about 4K, more or less. So all the cluster, I can tell you that all the cluster, including the GPUs, the server, the hub, the installation, the air condition, the electrical installation, the setup, all together, even the installing cost of all that, the budget it's below. It's about 90K. It's a little bit less than 100K. And regarding energy, I mean, I have not paid the first bill, and this of course depends on this would depend a lot on the energy cost, and this depends a lot. But I can tell you that the GPUs, I mean, when you are doing blocks in an average of 6 seconds, that means that the GPUs are only working around 30-40% of the time. These GPUs are about 600K, so you can do more or less the numbers. But I expect that it's going to be below 1K a month, definitively.
Okay. And do you think it's a problem that the GPU is only using 40% of the time?
Well, it's what I say. I think that, I mean, I don't like the idea of even clusters. This is let's office clusters. I don't like this idea. I think that the nice thing of Ethereum is that Ethereum can run with home machines. Okay, the idea is to lower the hardware required. Lower hardware, and for me, I would say it's lowering the hardware required, but without having centralized infrastructure. And things for infrastructure, I think they are not good. I mean, at least they are less decentralized, and they are not good, and they are problematic. At this point, for example, MEVs and block builders are, I think, that are a little bit problematic for Ethereum, because this is a central point on there. And provers could be another, provers could be another centralized point in there, and if you join them together, this is even worse. But yeah, we can talk about that.
Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I did, and it was specifically with the fact that we're optimizing for multiple things at once. We heard a lot of talks about real-time proving, but the faster your proving cluster goes, and it has to be a cluster co-located to go really, really fast. You also have higher and higher underutilization of GPUs. So like you start having like 160 GPUs to like hit some benchmarks, and you actually look at the utilization, you're like, I probably had 40% utilization. That actually greatly contributes to cost. And I think that the current problem with ZK adoption currently, like the types of customers that we have in production currently, the main bottleneck for further adoption is actually cost right now. So it ends up actually being much more cost effective to reduce latency requirements in the short term. But again, once we do optimize for all of these things, we're going to see that actually, like, oh, if the latency requirements are a little bit lower, then we could actually get home provers faster. So I actually participated with my gaming PC on our network as well. My machine did not do more than 1 megahertz, so I'm not doing real-time proving of Ethereum, but I can do useful work, and it could help rollups scale and transition from optimistic rollups to ZK rollups today. So it's an incremental process, and I think that there's going to be some steps that we're going to take, but we really need to solve the cost problem. And yeah, the underutilization aspect of it is actually the reason that we had to shut down the AWS cluster. Like on-demand resources on AWS, the amount of time spent to like actually spin them down and to spin them back up actually just made it so infeasible that we priced out most use cases. So we're extremely happy to be sunsetting that product at the end of the year.
Wow, that's super interesting. That's good to know. I guess, Alex, maybe you could add a bit to like the engineering costs that would actually go into this, if you have any idea about that. I guess about running the provers.
Yeah, like exactly. Maybe what's interesting to add is like as I hear you speak, you say like the costs seem kind of high, and I'm thinking like actually they seem not that high to me. They seem like very reasonable. And if I would say anything, like, on some level, I think it's going to be a trade-off of what we want. Like decentralization, of course, is very important, but we also need people to be using the network, right? The other thing that we really want. And I think that scaling the network is one of the most effective things we can do to bring more transactions on chain. And if I very quickly think, do some mental math and say, like, say that we can only, we increase the block space massively, and we get just twice the amount of total transaction fee volume, then this like is way, way, way worth like running, what is it, K of n, like K of these like instances, all funded by these entities that are currently involved in the block building pipeline. And in fact, like my very next question would be like, why are we holding it back? As I understand from people today, costs are going down. If they go down, we would like to even push further and go for even bigger blocks. And I would say, in this case, especially, like, yeah, it'd be a profitable move to make, right? To say, why not push even further? We're very, very happy to pay more because, yeah, economically this makes sense for us. But I totally hear your concern. Yeah.
You can scale. I mean, you have a centralized cluster, and the network grows. Probably you have to add more. I mean, more workers there. But I like the idea of, I mean, if you have the workers spread around the network and the incentives are aligned, then, I mean, if you have more demand, you will have more supply because, I mean, you will have more incentive to put more provers there. And I think this is something that scales, could scale better. Of course, if the protocol is designed in the right way, which probably is a difficult part here on what we are talking about. But its model for me is decentralizing the provers. I mean, do not depend on a single server, or if you want a small set of server or clusters for building the proof.
Thorsten, do you have any thoughts about that? Should we just increase throughput if we can?
I am torn, right? On the one hand, I love the idea of for liveness and for scaling, we do decentralization here. I'd also want to say, you know, we always have to think, why are we decentralizing? In this case, we wouldn't do it for censorship resistance. For censorship resistance, we already have decentralized the testers and we have Fossil. I'm assuming Fossil goes in. If there's somebody at the EF, please make that happen, yeah?
Agree.
So that gives us our censorship resistance. That's the broadly set up home and solo stakers now. And we still need them for that. When we then say, okay, now put a GPU in there or use your gaming rig when you're not actually actively playing World of Warcraft and do some proofs at that point, on the one hand, that sounds really great. Maybe we can scale faster that way. On the other hand, we're now introducing latency. We're introducing complexity. So the question is it necessary complexity? Can we survive these latencies? Does it constrain us in growth? Where a properly incentivized group of, I don't know, 10, 20, 50 provers or whatever can just scale that on an enterprise level potentially much faster or in a more controlled way, right? We're not saying we hope we have enough GPUs online right now. We know we have enough GPUs online right now. So I'm torn. You know, I want to advocate for home and solo stakers to prove, but I'm also conscious of the technical difficulty to do so.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think many of us are torn in that sense. Okay, so Lucien, you spoke to it a bit already, but maybe we could hear some more. What do you think are the vectors of competition among provers? So you spoke to it because you mentioned that the underutilization, for example, could be something that you need to improve on.
Yeah, I think right now the state of ZKVM development requires large proving clusters, and then it's just a question of incentive and mechanism design to get the largest number online today. We also have a bit of a disadvantage right now because I think we do have a floor. There's an opportunity cost because we're in the middle of like the craziest AI bubble, and the optimal hardware actually matches the top of the line GPUs. So like you had to go to Switzerland to get sources of GPUs, and that was 16. And like, yeah, I mean, we're really fortunate in the fact that like we're not actually trying to run infrastructure ourselves currently. We're actually just trying to make the incentives correct so that the people who have access to large data centers with GPUs already and the lowest cost of electricity get online. So in terms of like driving down cost, I think that's the most important one. And then the next step is like, what token is used to make the payment? The ticker is still ETH, right? Yeah, so you make proof requests in ETH, you do it on chain, and you match the actual liveness guarantee of the chain that you request. And once you have that proof request, and you either have an option, and I read your paper that you sent over, you have an option to either have a ton of people racing and like have a prize pool, Or you have someone lock in and you only have one person working on one proof request at a time. That's the option that we took because it's going to drive down costs. So if someone doesn't fill it in, that proof request, then you need slashing. And this is effectively like the design decisions that have gone into Boundless and that are all live in production today.
OK, cool. Maybe Leland, you could tell us a bit about your system.
Yeah, I think in our view, the best way to reduce costs is just merely making your proof system more performant. So for example, in May, when we did real-time proving, we used 160 GPUs, which was tremendously expensive. But come today, we're only using 16, and the same as ZISK. And so when you get this like 10x improvement, like your costs like go down like proportionally. And so our view is like we should eke out as much algorithmic improvements as possible, along with like GPU improvements, and try to use as little GPUs as possible. And let's say we want to double the block size or 10x the block size, and we have to like 10x the GPUs. Sure, like 160 GPUs are expensive, but for context, Ethereum gives out like 4 billion in incentives every year, which seems like very paltry to, let's say, like $1 million to build out a proving cluster. So if you have like 100 proving clusters, say $100 million, it's like very little compared to 4 billion. So maybe like it's actually OK to have lots of GPU. It's OK to like really step on the gas pedal today.
OK, so in this part of the panel, I wanted to sketch a bit so like what does it take to create these proofs and what is the supply side of the market. I think, Jordi, you've been aiming already at the demand side, and I guess you guys have been talking about it a bit as well. You guys are envisioning the prover market model, and I think, Jordi, you might be envisioning something different. How do you envision the money actually going through to the provers?
I mean, the easiest part is, the same way that there is a budget assigned for validating. It should be a budget assigned by the provers. This is one way to do it. The other is maybe it could be a percentage of the gas. That's another way of taking at that. I'm assuming here that the gas cost of the chain is more or less the same that the proving cost. That's another way to look at it. But I think that I believe that needs to be embedded somehow in the protocol. So I think that the incentive needs to be set in the right way, and the incentive needs to be for decentralizing the provers. I mean, this is it's a matter of setting up so this is how you collect, okay? So you collect probably, okay, it's part of the gas, it's easy, okay, we already collect there, okay? But then it's how we distribute them. Well, they distribute to the people that's doing the proof. Here we can play a game in the first come, first serve, but this is very inefficient probably. I believe more in okay, you have a more pre-assigned works, maybe some redundancy. This is a little bit inefficient. I mean, in general, decentralization means some sort of inefficiency because you are buying other things. It also adds some sort of complexity. I mean, it's much difficult to run a chain than to run an SQL server. We know that, but finding the right balance and understanding that decentralization is important and that decentralization have a cost, it's okay. I mean, I think we need to accept that, and we need to set up the incentives in that direction.
Okay. So what I hear is that at least the collecting money part should either be transaction fees or I guess the protocol issuing some sort of money.
These are the two that comes to my mind.
Yeah.
But maybe there are others, but for me it's like a variable cost or a fixed cost.
Yeah, that makes sense. So to pose the different perspective, I've heard that people say builders could run provers themselves, and they could fund it, for example, out of MEV or some other source. I don't know, Alex, if you have any insights into whether that would be viable?
Yeah, I think that would be very reasonable. In fact, like you still need the block, right? There's already competition in Ethereum today for the transactions. They already flow through private pools, and you need something to prove. So if you have the transactions and they're coming from the builder, I imagine there's already an economic relationship between the two. Like if there would be a lot of payment to the provers, but you need the transactions to do it, then already you would expect there'd be some kind of back and forth to find a balance of what that split would be. I don't know where it would fall, but also to the question of, for example, efficiency, I imagine that, yeah, if you already have a fight between builders to figure out who has the most valuable block, and that auction is won, so to speak. From there, for a builder, it's very straightforward. Like you talk to all the provers, you say, hey, I need this proof. This is how much time I have. What is it going to cost me? And you get like a very standard market in which people can offer to deliver the proof. Of course, it might get like more difficult with. No, I can imagine that even networks plug in into that model just fine. And then maybe one more small addition, like to the decentralization question. That like we have fossil for censorship resistance. If liveness is a big concern, which I think is very fair, I would sooner expect that there's some kind of like penalty of incentive to do something about that directly. Although, I will recognize like it's a very tough question as well.
Do you think builders will verticalize, and how many builders are there in practice?
Verticalize. I guess I haven't thought enough about like the benefits of verticalizing. I can say that on a day-to-day basis as a relay, it's very clear what the benefits would be of verticalizing. So I feel like that will come down to, what is your moat? What is your unique advantage, right? And if it's very copyable, and if the chart for hardware costs keep going down, then there's a point where I think builders will say, I think we can do the DevOps. We don't mind buying 16 CPUs. I actually know a guy who loves messing with CPUs. Actually did a bit of it myself way back in 2015. We'll figure it out. But this is my take it with a grain of salt.
Leland, what do you think? Can builders just pay it out of MEV, or do we need something?
I suppose builders can pay out on a MEV. I think what would be more interesting, as Jordi alluded to, like today, Ethereum has like execution layer rewards and consensus layer rewards. Because in the ZK proving paradigm, a tester is no longer have to do as much work. They don't need to re-execute the entire block. In theory, the consensus layer rewards can be decreased. And so if they're decreased, maybe that money should be shifted directly to the provers to incentivize more decentralization. The main reason why I don't like builders paying directly for proof generation is I think it's very likely for builders to become verticalized. You'll reduce latency. And in practice, there's only 3 or 4 builders that kind of dominate everything. And if our goal is to build a really robust system that's always online, we want to have lots of provers. In order to have lots of provers, we need to compensate them accordingly. And so having it as an in-protocol mechanism, I think will establish a floor of revenue to encourage all provers to participate.
Okay, and Lucien, have you thought about that?
I mean, all of these proposals just sound like a ton more money into our marketplace, so absolutely. No, I mean, realistically, I prefer the idea of transaction fees primarily because I want client-side proving, and I think that we can actually, if we can do client-side proving easier if we do transaction fees based on ZK. So if you start a ZK computation, then you can potentially have less fees because it's less work for the prover clusters. And yeah, I mean, there's things that are great for boundless is bottom line, right? But then there's also just getting the right mechanism design. And mechanism design on L1, I think, is really fragile. I'm actually concerned about the idea of MEV and block builders being the one who does proving, primarily because MEV becomes more valuable the more latency you add before you actually start proving. So you have this really perverse incentive in which it's okay, maybe I'll start proving only after 6 seconds, 7 seconds, and then it just creates a really kind of strange, perverse incentive. It does create an arms race to who can ZK prove things the fastest, but I'm not necessarily 100% sure that it's going to be free speed.
That makes sense. Alex, I see you. Okay, let's quickly dive into that, but we don't have much time. So maybe Jordi.
I mean, probably it's the most natural. I mean, the most natural way of. I mean, who has an incentive to build the proof is the proof builder, because I mean they want to. I mean, the idea here is, if you generate the proof, probably you will be able to build bigger proofs, and then you will have the incentive to. I mean, they are going to be validated. So maybe the validators have a limit on how much they can prove by themselves. And the idea is, okay, the builder will generate bigger proofs, so it can be bigger block. I mean, this is has a right. I mean, it's very easy and it's very natural to go that direction. The problem is that this goes against the principle. And I may mention at some point where more block builders are removed, maybe because of privacy, and then we still have the proof there. I mean, I don't like as a model, but I understand that this is probably the the ones that have the incentives are the builders. So maybe, unfortunately, this is the easiest path.
Okay, moving on from the MEV, Thorsten, do you think that paying out of issuance would be viable for provers?
Oh, I've been told I will get things thrown at me if we pay out of issuance.
From who?
The audience. We will not be allowed to raise issuance. We could pay out of issuance if we reduce issuance for testers and then shovel that over to provers. Can I briefly say something about MEV?
Go for it.
I fully agree with you that perverse incentives are a problem. I think the perverse incentives also apply to people like you. They apply to coordinates, they apply to researchers, because now we're enshrining the idea of MEV in the protocol as necessary to pay provers. And then if we have the other push to say, but that's bad for users, we want to reduce MEV, particularly sandwiching toxic forms of MEV. Now we have this force that says, but we can't do that, then who pays the provers? Let's not go there. Yeah, okay, so out of issuance, maybe. I currently like your idea better to pay out of the transaction. It's an execution layer function. We're paying the execution layer right now from the TX fees. We're paying the consensus layer from issuance. So why not keep paying the execution layer proving from transaction fees?
Yeah, maybe if I can very quickly add to that, because you're taking MEV apart from transaction fees, but actually I like the transaction fees idea too. I think today, again, not a block builder ourselves, exploring that direction, but even today, that does pay a lot to block builders. Block builders are just concerned with building the most valuable block, and one way they do it is by including as many transactions as possible. And then there's complex mechanics between order flow auctions and block builders, and who gets exactly how much and what gets refunded to the auction, or maybe even the user through the wallet. But being paid from transaction fees sounds great. But I do think we might still have this interaction between the builder and the prover, and who ends up with what. Yeah.
And also, I just have to say, from a principle, if we're going all in on ZK, like, let's actually keep the zero knowledge. Let's do the research to actually have private mempools, and maybe do away with MEV entirely if we can.
Okay.
Encrypted mempools, I like it.
Leland, maybe you could tell us, can we learn anything from how the L2s pay for ZK proofs, and does that inform what we can do on the L1?
Yeah, that's a great question. So at Succinct, we have this library called OP Succinct. It basically turns a OP stack rollup into a ZK rollup. We currently have 3 chains live on mainnet. And so how these chains pay for proving is actually through transaction fees. So we've upstreamed the change to OP stack called like an operator fee. And so every time you send a transaction, some small slice of it goes directly to the prover. And so if we look at prior literature, yes, we could use transaction fees directly. But I will caveat, L2s are very different because L2s generally don't have inflation baked into their protocol.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I think we're going to have to round up, but I'd like to hear from each one of you. Is there any takeaway that you'd like the audience to have, or any takeaway for yourself from the panel? And maybe we could start with you, Lucien.
I mean, I think the key takeaway is that there are certain principles that you have to stick with, even when we do a massive change in paradigm. You need to have the right to be able to run your own prover. You need to have the right to be able to actually just see the entire stack and have it be open source, run the cryptography yourself, and verify that it's correct. And the current state of ZKVMs and its relative maturity also requires at least a 2 of 3 verification system. And having worked on the operations side and worked with partners in production, we need to make this very clear. If you are running a production blockchain ZKVM system and you are enabling fast withdrawals from that verification and your actual verifier is also permissionless, you probably need a 2 of 3 proof system immediately. And it doesn't really matter because you can't just go all in on one proof system, just be like, oh, there won't be any bugs. We haven't figured that out yet. So we have to make sure that we have at least a 2 of 3 proof system, and that we think about that going forward. And how we actually have the same thing of client diversity with ZKVM diversity is actually not a solved problem. Do we set up a 2 of 3 base proof systems on a per client basis? I think that is actually the best way to do this. So I also want to put that out there.
I think my view is if we want to optimize for getting to gigagas as fast as possible, we should throw as much money to provers as possible so that the ZKVMs become more and more performant, hence direct incentives.
Okay. Thorsten, any final thoughts?
First, thank you for spending time with us here instead of at the music stage. I know that we're not nearly as exciting. I've seen different numbers for where we're going. I've seen 100xing the gas. I've also seen 540xing the gas to 24.3 gig, I think it was. That's very exciting. I love that. And we need to make sure we keep our soul, right? While we're competing with other chains that are in that kind of throughput, can I say, Solana? Then we must not lose of what makes Ethereum Ethereum, and that makes decentralization, right? And so we want to bring everyone along here, and that means we need to stay decentralized. Even in parts where we say, oh, we can centralize this, and we still have fossil, right? No, let's try and keep proving decentralized as well. Let's make an effort.
Okay, great. Alex, any final thoughts?
No, I can I think wholeheartedly agree with that. Let's make sure we keep the properties, but also let's scale Ethereum and let's scale it a lot.
My thoughts is, I mean, ZK is really important for decentralizing Ethereum, but for scaling Ethereum. Today we unblock the first client. I mean, we were using for first time ZK proof in Ethereum somehow. I mean, this is, I think, a historical thing today, and what it means that this goes fast. And now that's still early because I mean we just unplug it there. We are on time to set up the right incentives mechanism and to think in the right way. So I think that for me the takeaway is the importance of defining this protocol, having clarity in Ethereum. I think this is an important thing, and this is part of scaling Ethereum. If we don't define the right incentive, the right protocol for how the provers should be plugging in the network, we risk in changing the values of the network. So I think this is important, and it's the biggest takeaway that I'm taking from here.
Okay, awesome. Well, I think we could talk probably for hours, and maybe we should actually. But yeah, I think we'll have to round it up here. So thanks a lot to the panelists, and thanks to the audience for being here on Saturday.
Thank you all. All right, that concludes ETH Proofs Day. We hope to see you all in Cannes. There is a Devconnect happy hour happening right now. Hope to see you there too.